Chapter 339. 500 years ago, he left on a crane. 500 years later, he returned on a crane. In the vast expanse of mist, the yellow crane flew across the yellow crane tower. An old scholar said in a daze, "I have witnessed this scene. My life was not in vain." Jiangnan. Old people, old scenes, old memories. The autumn wind rose, autumn leaves fell, people gathered and parted, autumn crows perched and startled, missing each other and not knowing when they would meet again. This scene was embarrassing. The beautiful peonies of Baogua Temple withered one after another. In the autumn season, there were still some 100-year-old osmanthus to be admired. The trees were old, the branches were evergreen, and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. Recently, the Liu family of Hutting County had overshadowed the other three families. It was like the osmanthus tree in front of a pair of women, growing alone in the forest. The head of the Liu family took the blame and resigned from the Imperial College. After drinking wine, he profited from the misfortune and entered the Ministry of Rites, becoming a second-rank official. After the carefree Samran Tongshi sword immortal Liu Baijie left Retreat Garden, he went to the capital and immediately assumed the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War. He was only one step away from becoming a cabinet official. The two brothers echoed each other from a distance. The Jiangnan Liu family became famous overnight. They had to re-evaluate the family of the king of Bailiang. The family's reputation rose, but the most beautiful widow in Gangnam-do with a bad reputation was completely neglected. The scholar Liu Lighting was dragged to death on a horse. Who in Hutting County dared to get close to her? It was said that the widow caught a cold and her body, which was not weak, became thin. It was said that she lost a lot of weight. The men in Gangnam-do had complicated thoughts, but the women were united against a common enemy. Many of those who had suffered losses hurried to the temples and Taoist temples to burn incense and pray to the bodhisattvas. They wished that the fox spirit would die sooner. When the noble women who were familiar with her met, they would curse her in private to feel better. Now that the center of power of the Liu family had moved to the capital and the court, especially after the Tongshi sword immortal left Gangnam-do, it was inevitable that the Liu family of Hutting County would not be able to gain any advantage over trivial matters. The rumors that had been suppressed became more and more intense. The attacks and curses against the widow were reignited. The osmanthus seeds fell in front of the old osmanthus trees. The maid Qiao said angrily, "Miss, those shrews don't learn their lesson. They're starting to talk bad about you again. I really want to slap their mouths." Compared to before, she was indeed a much thinner woman. She reached out and tapped the tip of her maidservant's nose. She smiled charmingly and said, "You're still talking about others. Aren't you a little shrew yourself?" The young maidservant with delicate features giggled and said, "I heard from the air that Miss used to love wearing red dresses and red garments. Why has Qiao Air never seen it before?" The woman looked absent-minded and said softly, "You're still young, you won't understand even if I tell you." Dumb Qiao muttered, "He's not small anymore." The woman bent down and picked up a handful of golden osmanthus seeds. Her hands were filled with the fragrance of osmanthus flowers. She raised her head and looked at the osmanthus leaves in silence. "Qiao qiao 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 qiao." The pale-faced woman shook her head and said, "Let's wait a little longer." "Qiao qiao of qiao of qiao of qiao, qiao qiao, kai of qiao." The woman smiled. "Tell me about it." The maid lowered her head and said, "His Royal Highness once chatted with Qiao Qiao. He said that there was a coward on Mount Wudong who secretly liked you all these years." Qiao Qiao looked up at the sky and loosened her fingers. The osmanthus seeds fell one by one. She sighed. "My brother lied to you?" Qiao Qiao asked cautiously. "Actually, you're also waiting in your heart, aren't you?" Qiao Qiao asked. The woman turned her head and flicked her maid's smooth forehead. "You shameless girl." Qiao Qiao's face turned red. She puffed up her cheeks and sulked. "You're Suji who?" Qiao Qiao heard a gloomy voice. Qiao Qiao raised her head in anger. She followed the voice and saw a young man squatting on the wall of Baogua Temple, with a long saber on his back. Suji Hu reached out and pulled the maid behind him. "Why are you looking for me?" he asked calmly. The sabersman grinned. "I'm Yuan Tingshan. I don't change my name. I have some grudges with His Royal Highness's brother. Besides, I'm doing things for others. If not, I wouldn't have come to Gangnam-do to make things difficult for a widow like you. Su Jihu's face darkened, but he did not panic. Yuan Tingshan, who had rushed all the way from Mount Hui to Gangnam-do, laughed. I'll kill all the guards of Lu Mansion outside. Those bald donkeys of Baogua Temple don't know what's good for them, so I'll kill them all and send them to meet Buddha in the Western Paradise. To be honest, only Sword Immortal Tang, she can fight with me in Gangnam-do. It's a pity that he went to the capital, Su Jihu, let alone Baogua Temple. Even if you were in Lu Mansion, I could still kill my way to you from the gate. Su Jihu sneered. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why are you nagging like a woman? Yuan Tingshan was not angry at all. He stared curiously at the beautiful widow and clicked his tongue. In the past, when I killed people, I didn't waste my breath with those who were about to die. But you're different. You have an interesting background. It's a pity that I can kill you with a saber. Su Jihu asked. What do you mean? Yuan Tingshan tilted his head and stretched out a bleeding arm. You're not afraid of death? If you're relying on that death warrior from Baoyang's maiden family who secretly protected you, then I might as well tell you that that brother is also dead. It's probably because he hasn't done any big business for many years, and is a bit rusty. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to wait until later to enter Baogua Temple. Su Jihu, are you afraid of death now? Su Jihu smiled sadly and asked. How are you going to deal with the little girl behind you? Yuan Tingshan said bluntly. Naturally, I'll kill her with a saber. I don't have the habit of being gentle with women. Su Jihu turned his head to look. The maid Er Qiao smiled innocently. Miss, Er Qiao is afraid of pain, but she's not afraid of death. Su Jihu closed his eyes. Do it. Yuan Tingshan stood up and stood on top of the wall. His face was sinister as he slowly drew his saber. You dare. Words were accompanied by the clear cry of an ancient sword. There was a sword that came from Mount Wudong 1,000 li away. It landed in front of Su Jihu. A yellow crane arrived at Jiangnan's Lake Ting County. A young Taoist fell like a meteor and instantly arrived at Baogua Temple. Even someone as tenacious as Yuan Tingshan was dumbstruck when he jumped down the wall. A flying sword strangely hung in the air. A young Taoist appeared in front of him. This Taoist's actions were even more outrageous. He looked towards the southeast and said angrily, Zhao Huangchao, do you believe that Hong Shixiang will sever your Zhao family's destiny with a single slash? The ancient sword disappeared in an instant. In front of Mount Longhu, a sword sheath fell from the 9 heavens to the earth. Another ancient sword flew over, and coincidentally returned to its sheath. When the ancient sword returned to its sheath, the entire Mount Longhu shook. Then there was no trace of the immortal. However, an immortal sent a voice transmission. Zhao Huangchao, do you believe that Hong Shixiang will sever your Zhao family's destiny with a single slash? 9 dragon pool destiny lotuses withered in an instant. In the ancestral hall of the Celestial Master Mansion, many ancestral tablets that had been worshipped for hundreds and thousands of years fell to the ground. A middle-aged Taoist from Mount Longhu was furious. He looked at the evil-slaying platform. Hong Shixiang, whether you are the reincarnation of Lu Dongxian or Qi Xianzhu, aren't you afraid of the heavenly tribulation with such heaven-defying actions? The immortal's voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens. It landed on the evil-slaying platform and came from afar. I have cultivated for 700 years. What can a mere heavenly tribulation do to me? In Baogua Temple, the young Taoist had yet to make a move. Yuan Tingshan was already bleeding from his 7 orifices. He gritted his teeth and broke through the wall with his back. He retreated again and again. The little maid Qiao Er, who was safe and sound, pulled on the sleeve of the woman in front of her. She asked blankly, Miss, is he an immortal from the heavens? Su Jihu's eyes were red. He turned his head away. He didn't look at the young martial granduncle who was angry for the first time in his life. Like a little girl, he said in a fit of pique, What immortal? It's a stinky Taoist from Mount Wudong. The young Taoist who rode the crane to Jiangnan said that he didn't even care about the heavenly tribulation. However, at this moment, he revealed an uneasiness that made the maid Qiao Er puzzled. A large yellow crane stopped in the courtyard. It blew down countless osmanthus seeds. Su Jihu, who had turned his head away, asked in a low voice, What are you doing in Jiangnan? Xiao'er only saw the Taoist's red face. He wanted to say something but stopped. She thought to herself, isn't this immortal Taoist too thin-skinned? Su Jihu slowly turned his head and asked, who are you? The young Taoist who had been entrusted with high hopes to shoulder the Tao of heaven shyly said, Hong Xixiang. Su Jihu repeated, what are you doing here? The young Taoist gathered his courage and said, that year on Lotus Peak, you said you wanted to ride a crane. She turned her back to this coward. This Taoist who said he wanted to cut off the fate of the Zhao dynasty took a deep breath and smiled. Su Jihu, I like you. Whether you believe it or not, I've already liked you for 700 years. So in this world, there's no one who has liked you for longer than me. In my next life, I'll still like you. The maid Xiao'er blinked her watery eyes. Her little brain was a mess. She only saw the mist covering her mouth and crying and laughing. She was even more confused. It seemed that the mist was telling the truth when she said she was young and didn't know anything. The young Taoist stretched out his hand and said softly, where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. On this day, the young sect leader of Wudong rode a crane to Jiangnan. He and Su Jihu rode the crane away from Jianghu. The immortal rode the crane down to Jiangnan. He had just entered Jianghu when he left Jianghu. Chapter 340. After His Royal Highness and company left the martial emperor city, the strange little worm calculated with his fingers and his face turned pale. He jumped off the horse and rolled on the road with tears and snot. He looked so pitiful, as if the father of the flower thief on the horse had been killed by a righteous person. Su Fingnian had heard from Tsing Yi about Dong Tai's flying sword killing people in the city, and the conversation between the peach blossom sword god and little worm. He could vaguely guess the absurd background of this child. The little kid rolled on the ground until he was covered in dust. Finally, he stood in the middle of the road with his hands on his waist, facing the southwest direction. He wiped his snot and tears and cursed, damn it! Zhao Huangchao is such a bastard. Why are you fighting with our dragon Tiger Mountain? It's just that the Taoist master mansion didn't let the girl you liked go up the mountain to burn incense. The younger generation is fighting. What are you, an old man who has cultivated for several lifetimes, angry about? Don't think that I won't dare to speak just because you are Ancestor Lu. Of course, I'm trying to reason with you. Don't pick a fight with me. 9 lotuses of luck, 9 lotuses of luck. I only have so little money, and it's all gone because of you. I've been diligent and thrifty all my life. Is it easy? Is it easy? In the end, the little kid who kept calling himself poor began to sob. His little shoulders trembled. Those who heard him would cry and those who saw him would feel sad. Su Fingnian's face was filled with schadenfreude. He looked at the crowded Donghai from afar, and took it as finding joy in misery. He rode his horse to Long Yuxuan's side and asked with a smile, aren't you going to comfort your son? Long Yuxuan was so ashamed that he didn't know what to do. His face twitched and cold sweat covered his forehead. What son? The kid was called Old Immortal by the new sword god. It was a great advantage for him to call him his grandfather. The most important thing was whether the child was dead or not. Now that the child turned to Long Yuxuan and called him dad, Long Yuxuan was also angry. He immediately replied, Ancestor, don't play with the child. Can I call you Ancestor? Little Worm rolled his eyes and said, you are father just because I call you father? Then if I go to the capital and call the emperor grandson, he is really my grandson? Look at how useless you are. Long Yuxuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the fact that he had to hide his identity, he would have dismounted from his horse and hung this little bastard up to give him a good beating. Su Fingnian glanced at the quarrelsome couple, and finally fixed his eyes on the little bug's young face. In the past, when he browsed through the Taoist classics, he had seen something like, over 100 years old but still looks like a baby, which was used to describe the miraculous nature of the Taoist immortals. The meeting of the 3 talents and the formation of the true nascent soul was exactly what the new god of sword Dong Tai had said. Noticing His Royal Highness's gloomy gaze, Little Worm patted his butt and put on the demeanor of an expert. He habitually stroked his beard, but after feeling nothing, he realized that he was still a child after coming out of seclusion. How could he have a beard to pretend to be an expert? He smiled embarrassedly and didn't try to hide his identity. He swaggered to Long Yuxuan's side and climbed back onto his horse. He rode side by side with His Royal Highness and said, "I am Zhao Xuanyi from Mount Longhu." Although Su Fengnian was already mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he heard the little pervert's self-introduction. There were 4 Taoist masters in the ancestral court of Taoism. The 2 old Taoist masters, Zhao Shi and Zhao Shituan, were of the Hope generation. Not only were they high and mighty in the genealogy of the Taoist mansion, but they were also among the best in the world. After the Hope generation was Dan, so the brothers Zhao Danxia and Zhao Damping were of the Dan generation, followed by the Jing generation. Other than Zhao Shi and Zhao Shituan, there were also some old Taoist masters of the Hope generation who were in seclusion. However, they were either not the direct descendants of the Taoist mansion or had mediocre abilities. They were far less famous than the 2 old Taoist masters. However, no one outside the mountain had ever heard of the Xian generation, which was 2 generations higher than the Hope generation. 70 years old was already considered the oldest in the world. Su Fengnian estimated that the one in front of him was at least 270 years old. His Royal Highness steered his horse to a high slope, as if he was determined to wait for the old god of swords, Li Chungang. The Longhu spiritual master, who claimed to be of the Xian generation, frowned and said, "You're not leaving? Aren't you afraid that Li Chungang will lose to Wang Xianji again at such a close distance? When that time comes, you'll have to bear the consequences." Dong Tai killed someone in Martial Emperor City and gave him the sword. He obviously put in a lot of effort. Su Fengnian looked at the sea surface and remained silent. The yellow pear sword box with the 12 flying swords was placed on his horse carriage. Su Fengnian did not dare to treat Dong Tai lightly. Dong Tai was famous for his strange words and actions. If this guy dug a hole, Su Fengnian would not be so stupid as to jump in without saying a word and bury himself alive. Back then, when the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, gave this King Xianji's knife manual, Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to practice it. He still needed to wait until he returned to Beiliang and had his face appraised by the white fox. He needed to confirm that it was beneficial and harmless before he could practice it. What if he started practicing 1,000 miles in a day and then his tendons and meridians exploded, crippling his martial arts? Who would Su Fengnian complain to then? The battle on the surface of the East Sea was thunderous and the rain was heavy. The river and the sea were overturned, and the curtain of swords was endless. The crowd of Martial Emperor City gathered by the sea was dumbfounded. They never thought that martial artists in the world could fight like this. Dozens of Jianghu people who wanted to watch the battle were smashed into pieces by the gangqi and sword intent. The Martial Emperor City's city lord, Wang Xianji, had white hair and a white beard. He was tall and sturdy, standing barefoot on the raging waves with his hands behind his back. He let the 1,800 swords shoot out layer by layer, but they were broken and fell into the sea at a distance of 30 feet away. After 800 flying swords, the distance was only 20 feet. After another 600 swords, they were finally 10 feet away from Wang Xianji. The abundant sword qi and the strong gang qi clashed. Lightning intertwined and crackled, piercing people's eardrums. Another 300 swords pierced the black-robed and white-haired Wang Xianji's body, shattering inch by inch. The spectators thought that after the 1,800 swords failed to kill Wang Xianji, the old man would have exhausted all his skills. Unexpectedly, the old man slowly said, "Sword formed," and the broken swords that fell into the sea all floated to the surface. They gathered in the furnace and formed an unparalleled giant sword between the two men. When the sword was formed, the sky cracked and dazzling golden light slowly sprinkled down. The ordinary-looking old man laughed loudly and said, "Li Chungang, this sword can open the gate of heaven. Can it kill you, Wang Xianji?" Li Chungang opened the gate of heaven with one sword. He went straight to the point. This mountain was Kunlun. The people on the hillside were all in a daze. This was a real immortal on earth. When Xu Xiu, Yang Qingfeng, and even Bluebird couldn't help but look up at the peak battle of Donghai, they heard the screams of horses and the clanging sound of swords being drawn. When they looked back, they saw the horses that Long Yuxuan and Little Chong were riding had been cut in half at the waist. Long Yuxuan, who was excitedly watching the battle, was sitting in a pool of blood with a blank face. He didn't know how the horse could be cut in half at the waist, like a chopstick being pinched by 2 fingers. What was even more strange was that the young founding master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was standing between the 2 halves of the horse's corpse with a gloomy face. After His Royal Highness, who had drawn his sword to kill people, was knocked back to Xiaodong, he even pulled out the winter thunder. Zhao Xuansu, whose appearance didn't match her age and wisdom, smiled faintly and asked, Su Fengnian, how did you know I was going to attack you? Chapter 341. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Old Heavenly Master Zhao, after knowing your identity, I was wondering why the old god of swords, Li Chungang, and the new god of swords, Dong Tai, were almost at the same level. Why did Li Chungang only feel that your background was strange, but he couldn't tell that you were at the level of an immortal? It's very simple. Back in the Martial Emperor City, you already had the intention to kill this young master and leak the traces of your qi circulation. Originally, you wanted to take advantage of Li Chuangong's absence and kill this young master in front of the 6 Martial Emperor City's Martial Emperor slaves, so that you could shift the blame to Wang Xianji. However, no matter how much you planned, you didn't expect that Deng Tea would also conceal his qi presence and enter the city, exposing your identity. If that was all, I have always respected experts and wouldn't have drawn my sword against you. Since old immortal Zhao went down the mountain and acknowledged Long Yuxuan as his father, I treated him as an otherworldly expert who couldn't be judged by common sense. I felt that the Dragon Tiger Mountain was too boring and wanted to go down the mountain to play. May I ask, old immortal Zhao, did you have the intention to kill me because of the 9 fate lotuses at the Withered Dragon Lake? Did you lose your patience? Zhao Xuansu smiled faintly and said, Everyone outside the mountain says that you're a good-for-nothing with a golden exterior. After seeing it with my own eyes, I really feel indignant for the young prince. Su Fengnian didn't hide anything and squinted his eyes. Old immortal Zhao might not know, but before I came to the Dragon Tiger Mountain, I had interacted with Zhao Huangqiao at the Kuanglu Mountain. Just now, old immortal Zhao revealed his true feelings and spoke from the bottom of his heart. Others might not know the severity of it, but I was sweating profusely. To be honest, Zhao Xuansu smiled. Zhao Xuansu smiled and stretched out her arm. Her qi-dissolving mystery sucked her cheapskate father, who looked as if he was facing a great enemy, into her tender palm. With a bang, his entire body exploded like a snowball, and his corpse fell to the ground. It was even more unsightly than the dismembered horse. The Taoist priest, who fit the description of a 1,000-year-old tortoise, only stared at His Royal Highness. He did not even look at Long Yuxuan, who died with his eyes wide open. He only sighed softly. Life is unpredictable. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Su Fengnian was similarly not shocked in the slightest. He didn't even turn his head to look at the flower thief who had just become a guest of Bailiang before suddenly dying in a foreign land. He didn't even bother to wipe away the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He looked down at the old ancestor of Mount Longhu and asked curiously, I was only lucky enough to guess that old immortal was going to make a move. As for why you wanted to kill me, I still don't quite understand. I hope old immortal can enlighten me. Zhao Xuansu stretched out his hands and pressed down. Xu Qian and Yang Qingfeng, along with their horses, were instantly pressed to the ground by a heavy weight. The 2 horses were crushed into meat paste. The 2 northern Liang retainers struggled to hold on, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Against this ancestor of Mount Longhu, they actually had no strength to fight back. The Taoist priest glanced at the surface of the Eastern Sea and chuckled. It's okay if you want to delay time. I'm also waiting for the divine gate to open. Li Chungang, you're indeed the best swordsman in the 500 years after ancestor Lu. Xu Xiu, who was on the verge of death, spat out blood. She lay on the ground and struggled. Your Highness, save me. Su Fengnian turned a deaf ear to her and laughed. Why? Old immortal has such a mysterious supernatural power. Are you still afraid of the illusory fate that entangles you and prevents you from ascending? The Taoist priest sighed. How can I not be afraid? Since things have come to this, I'll make it clear to you. I, Zhao Xuansu, am only 1 step away from ascending to immortality. It was so before 60 years, but it's still so after 60 years. Just like how I killed Long Yuxuan just now, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The Taoist priest's residence, Zhao family, shares the same surname as the Son of Heaven, Zhao family. 500 years of karma entangled with each other, just like how the black tortoise totem entangled with the snake. Their fates have long been mixed up. When I entered the martial emperor city and met Dong Tai, my killing intent had faded. When your fate was strong and you weren't destined to die, I was happy to be a coward and hide in Mount Longhu. Unfortunately, when I got here, Li Chungang opened the divine gate with his sword. Even if I killed you, I could take the opportunity to ascend. Look, that's the divine gate. I once made a bet with Zhao Huangchao that whoever ascended first would lose a seal. Once I ascended today, my fate would be retribution. If that old bastard dares to take the seal, he would have to find Zhao Huangchao. As for you, Su Fengnian, you died in front of Wang Xianji. Zhao family's imperial court borrowed Su Zhao's butcher's knife to cut off the rotten meat of martial emperor city. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. It's my compensation to my century-old friend, Zhao Huangchao. Su Fengnian praised. Old immortal, you have a good plan. Zhao Xuanzu laughed. I've lived for a long time. My Tao is ordinary, but I'm thick-skinned. The Taoist priest laughed. I advise you not to expect the two land immortals to notice the abnormality here. I still have the ability to do so. An instant spear curved like a crescent moon and swept down from the sky. Zhao Xuanzu did not move, and allowed the instant spear to hit the young body. However, the next scene was Blue Bird vomiting blood and flying backward. The Taoist priest said regretfully, "Little girl, it's a pity for your body." Then he looked at His Royal Highness and seemed to be mocking. You can still keep your composure? Bluebird stood up shakily, but the instant spear did not leave her hand. Su Fengnian glanced at Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng who were struggling. He waved his hand to stop Bluebird who was trying to fight to the death with the Taoist priest and asked, "Everyone here has to die?" Zhao Xuanzu nodded. Su Fengnian chuckled and said, "Then let me go first?" Zhao Xuanzu did not say any nonsense. He instantly shrank the ground and swept in front of Su Fengnian. He did not give him any chance to draw his knife and block. His move was a killer move. Ha! Just as he was about to touch His Royal Highness, a hand blade strangely pierced towards him. Even Zhao Xuanzu, who had a high realm, was repelled by this mysterious move. He looked down and saw a scarlet blood groove on his neck. He looked up and saw a girl with an old-fashioned smile. Zhao Xuanzu frowned. He saw that the sword in the distance had opened the gate of heaven and opened the line between the sea and the sky. It was clearly the best time. He twisted his neck, and his body made continuous cracking sounds. It was like a string of soybeans exploding. Zhao Xuanzu sneered. Not bad, not bad. His Royal Highness has some skills. He actually forced me to summon my real body. The Taoist priest's bones, flesh, and blood began to grow like an old tree in spring. Su Fengnian said calmly, "So that's what they say. You are really not a master. Not to mention the old god of swords Li Chungang. Even the new god of swords Dong Tai is far from you." Zhao Xuanzu was furious. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "Nephew, your flattery is just as so." A unique mellow voice came from the bottom of the hill. "I gave you the sword first and repaid half of your kindness. After killing you, I repaid the other half. I saved you twice. From today onwards, Dong Tai and your mother, Wu Su, no longer owe each other. You are not a master if you don't show off." How is he not a master? He obviously lived his whole life as a dog. Dong Tai is here to kill the dog. Since Senior Li's sword was formed in the Eastern Sea, Dong Tai will not make a fool of himself. Sword rise. Zhao Xuanzu showed a panicked expression for the first time. He said angrily, "Dong Tai, how did you know this place changed?" Dong Tai raised the sword. How would the world know it reached the peak? Dong Tai, who was standing 10 feet away, spread out his hands and smiled. Amei Zhuke Huang Tong. Tai Tai Jin Lu. Taiya. 6 small swords broke out of the box. They were nailed to the top of Zhao Xuanzu's head, temples and 3 dantians. The Taoists said that the immortal could level the earth and shatter the mountains and rivers. Why don't you let me see it? His body collapsed. Zhao Xuanzu forced his primordial spirit to leave his body. Like a rainbow, he flew towards the heavenly gate. Dong Tai took a step forward. He said calmly, "You want to become an immortal? You have to ask Dong Tai's sword first. Come back. The 6 flying swords were clearly nailed to Zhao Xuancu's body. However, the primordial spirit of the Taoist reflected the outline of the 6 swords. The primordial spirit was pulled back into the body. Su Fengnian did not say anything. He cut the primordial spirit in half and laughed. I will let you become an immortal. Chapter 342. Seeing that the body of the elder ancestor of Dragon Tiger Mountain, which had returned to its original state, was split open by Su Fengnian's saber, Xu Xiong, who was lying on the ground, had a gleeful and ferocious look in his eyes. In the past, when he was living under someone else's roof in the northern Liang mansion, he had done a lot of dirty business involving human lives. There were also several dangerous situations where his life was hanging by a thread, but it had never been as futile as today. Facing Zhao Xuancu, who had been showing the appearance of a child all the way to Martial Emperor City, he could not even touch half an inch of his sleeve before he was suffocated by Zhao Xuancu's majestic qi, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Seeing His Royal Highness succeed in one strike with the help of Dong Tai's divine sword skill, she felt so comfortable that she could not wait to marry this young crown prince on the spot. She was well aware that if Su Fengnian had not spoken, her and Yang Qingfeng's qi would have exploded together with their flesh and blood. Xu Xiu could not be as open-minded as Lu Qiantang, who had died in the common reed marsh. She had just escaped from the gloomy prison in Beiliang, and even had the chance to replace Pei Nanwei as the fake princess of Jing'an Palace. How could she be willing to die here? Xu Xiu silently recited the Heart Sutras and smoothed her qi. Her whole body was in so much pain that it penetrated her heart. Inevitably, her beautiful and charming face was distorted. However, as soon as one wave subsided, another wave arose. Before Xu Xiu could criticize Zhao Xuancu's unsightly death, she saw the 6 flying swords of the Peach Blossom Sword deity, buzzing like cicadas. The out-of-body primordial spirit, which had failed to reach the gate of heaven, was still condensed and did not disperse after losing its physical body. Instead, it seemed to have been freed from its shackles, and was floating in the air. Dressed in a yellow and purple Taoist robe with wide sleeves, it looked like a celestial being with a celestial demeanor. Xu Xiu looked up in a daze at the rootless primordial spirit that seemed to be free and unfettered in heaven and earth. An overwhelming sense of fear surged over her. Xu Xiu turned her head with difficulty and looked at Dong Tai standing in the distance. The truth of the 12 flying swords that came out of the box in 2 batches had already been revealed. Black armor, childhood sweetheart, morning dew, spring water, peach blossom, moth eyebrows, vermilion bird, Huang Tong, Wei Yu and Tai A. Clearly, in Xu Xiu's opinion, the one who could fight against the great Jinren of Longhu Mountain, Zhao Xuancu, was not the overly young His Royal Highness. It could only be this renowned new peach blossom sword god. After Xu Xiu caught her breath, she immediately struggled to get up. Without caring about her bearing, she stuck out her perky buttocks, bent over and staggered backwards. Yang Qingfeng, on the other hand, was not afraid of death. She sat cross-legged where she was and quietly adjusted her breathing. Su Fengnian held his blade and slowly retreated. He squinted his eyes and looked at Zhao Xuancu, who was similar to the middle-aged Taoist at the peak of Kuanglu Mountain. He sneered, "A centipede dies but does not fall down. Each one of the old Taoists is more greedy than the other." Zhao Xuancu, who was not allowed to enter the heavenly gate, turned around and looked at the golden light spilling over the surface of the sea. His expression was complicated. The 6 short swords were still inserted in the 6 major acupoints. They were like gangrene attached to the bones. When the flying swords entered the primordial spirit, a sizzling sound was heard as if hot water was poured over ice and snow. However, Zhao Xuancu did not feel it at all. The flying swords that Dong Tai carried with him were naturally not ordinary weapons. Otherwise, they would not be able to hurt the yuanying of a Zhenren who was on an astral journey. Although the swords were small, the heroic spirit contained in the swords was bottomless. The people of the world thought that slaying demons and demons was a trick that Taoism deliberately mystified. In fact, this was not the case. Therefore, when the martial artists of Jianghu reached the state of perfection, it was also within the law and principle that they used celestial beings to test their swords. Dong Tai always had an indifferent and gentle appearance. He did not have the consciousness of confronting a land immortal at all. He smiled and asked, Dong Tai has never been to Mount Longhu before. I don't know if these 6 swords are too light or too heavy a gift for you. I feel very uneasy. Although they were in a dangerous situation, Su Fengnian could not help but laugh. This Dong Tai was indeed a strange and wonderful person. First, he called Zhao Xuansu an old dog. Now he was pretending to be polite. However, there was no respect in his words. It was really a slap in the face. Su Fengnian then sighed with emotion. If Dong Tai did not have this sword manipulation mystery, how could he be so calm? Weren't people like Xu Xiao and Yang Qingfeng suppressed by Zhao Xuansu before they could even say a word? Not to mention Long Yuxuan, whose life was full of misfortunes. After being a father for a few days, he was turned into powder by his son who turned against him. This Mount Longhu was indeed very different from Mount Wudong. The old chief, Wang Zhonglo, did not have the slightest arrogance of a Taoist leader. The few times they met, he was kind and amiable. It was not only because he was the heir of Beiliang. In such a large Taoist ancestral court, only Zhao Shituan could be considered a good person. No wonder this sloppy old Taoist was depressed. It was because prime ministers like Zhao Damping had stolen the high position and were like the sun in the sky. Thinking of this, Su Fengnian glanced at the assassin in front of him. The young lady chuckled. For the sake of 1,000 taels of gold. Was this young lady of mysterious origins really willing to be so greedy that she wouldn't come out? She did not even care about her own life? First, it was the 11th in the world Wang Mingyin. Now it was the great spiritual master, Zhao Xuansu. What was she planning? Was she going to kill or save? Jia Jia Jia? The 3 characters of the name were all homophonic. Su Fengnian had once sent a secret letter to Su Xiao, asking if she had planted a death warrior by his side. This was a major matter that involved Su Fengnian's life and death. Su Xiao had personally written a letter stating that this girl was not the #1 death warrior in the palace. As a result, Su Fengnian was even more confused. What was in this girl's little head? Who would believe that she was purely a little money grubber? As for the fact that he did not disperse Zhao Xuansu's spirit with one strike, Su Fengnian was definitely disappointed. However, he was not surprised. The methods of celestials were originally mysterious and unpredictable. The 2 on the surface of the East Sea had moved mountains and drained seas to open the gate of heaven. Each of them had displayed their magical powers. How shocking! Although Zhao Xuansu was definitely inferior to Wang Xianji and Li Chungang in terms of martial arts, it would be too degrading to say that she was killed by His Royal Highness with one strike. After all, he was an old Taoist who had cultivated for a few lifetimes on Mount Longhu. Zhao Xuansu knew the Jianghu without going out, and knew the world without going down the mountain. Untainted by the mortal world, he gently flicked his sleeves and flicked the 2 flying swords named Mothmei and Vermilion Bird out of the 2 major acupoints. The flying swords were not broken. After being forced out, they flew around the old Taoist. Zhao Xuansu ignored them and laughed softly. I heard that Dong Tai's swordsmanship is 2 realms higher than his peers. It's close to Lu Zu's sword art. Today, I was fortunate enough to experience it personally. However, it's impolite not to reciprocate. I also have some insignificant skills that I would like to learn from Sword God Deng. Dong Tai asked, Old Taoist Master, since you have no hope of becoming an immortal in this life and your body has been destroyed, why don't you go with the flow and find a good family to reincarnate while your vital spirit is still gathered? As he spoke, Zhao Xuansu flicked his sleeves again and forced the golden strands of the sword out of his acupoint. He stroked his beard and said, When I was young, I swore that I would not attain the great way and seek a place in the heavenly court. If I die, so be it. I don't care about the 9 kinds of corpses of Taoism. Dong Tai was also in a leisurely mood. He did not beat a drowning dog like the common people. Instead, he asked calmly, Taoism's prophecy is said to be able to predict good and bad luck. It can predict the wind and rain of the next 500 years. Can't it predict one's own life? Su Fengnian watched as the old Taoist flicked his sleeves for the 3rd time and sent the 2 flying swords into the air. Only the small Taiya sword was left. Zhao Xuansu shook his head and said in a low voice, The heavenly way is like a carriage. It moves as fast as lightning. There are moths circling leisurely in it. Why doesn't this moth hit the wall of the carriage? Dong Tai said with a face full of emotions. How can one be free in the heavenly way? If one can't step out of Kunlun, one can't live for more than 100 years. Chapter 343. Su Fengnian was baffled and did not feel enlightened. He only knew that the two masters were ready to attack. To be precise, Dong Tai was confident to the point of conceit, allowing Zhao Xuansu to escape from the six swords prohibition. In the carriage, Murong Tonghuang lifted the curtain to watch the battle. Murong Wuzhu was timid and did not dare to look. She shrank in the corner and shivered. Suddenly, she widened her eyes. She saw the yellow pearwood box rise slowly and shake violently. The sword box opened and the 6 exquisite swords flew out. Dong Tai waited until the small swords that shared the same fate as him flew into the air. He said softly, I don't think about the way of heaven, but ever since I started practicing, I have never doubted the sword in my hand. Everyone only saw Dong Tai, who was unparalleled in the art of killing, smiling as he stretched out his finger and flicked it. 12 small swords lined up in a straight line in front of him, as if they were going to draw a gap between heaven and earth. The heaven and earth changed color, and its momentum was not inferior to the surface of the East Sea. 60 moments in a flick of the finger and 900 deaths in an instant. This was the essence of the finger mystery. Therefore, Wang Xianji once said that in the world, only the white-robed monk Li Dongxin had obtained the essence of the Vajra realm. Chao Chongqing took 8 portions of the celestial phenomenon spirit, and Dong Tai won the first finger mystery. There were 4 realms in the first stage, but it did not mean that the level of martial arts attainment was higher or lower, especially for the saints of the 3 sects who had the advantage of time, place, and people. Even if they entered the earth immortal realm, they might not be a match for the loose immortals outside the 3 sects in a battle of life and death. Moreover, the 3 sects had always valued the way of heaven and despised martial arts. Even the supernatural power of Lu Zu's flying sword was regarded as a strange skill that was incompatible with the way of heaven. It could be seen that the saints of the 3 sects did not value martial arts. Dong Tai smiled and said, The sword formation is called the weapon release. I originally prepared it for Wang Xianji. It is a pity that I used it on you. Zhao Xuansu squinted and said, What a great thunder pool. I dare to cross it and see if sword god Deng can use the weapon release. The ancestor of the dragon tiger mountain crossed it. The sword formation was like a rainbow. The out-of-body primordial spirit was instantly shredded into nothingness. In a flash, Dong Tai angrily said, Old dog Zhao, how dare you be so opportunistic? Dong Tai came behind His Royal Highness, grabbed him by the collar, and was about to throw Su Fengnian back. However, the new god of swords was alert and quick enough, but he still could not resist a torrent of purple gas pouring down in front of Su Fengnian. He could vaguely hear Zhao Xian's last words on the eve of his death. Since I can't cut off the fate, I'll use a trick and steal a heavenly secret. I'll pass the calamity of Mount Longhu on to you. Purple qi from the east. Although the sword formation had destroyed most of it, about 20 to 30% of it still flowed into Su Fengnian's body. It was the first time that Dong Tai showed such an angry expression. The world was silent as he shouted, Zhao Xuansu, I want your mansion of Taoist master to have no descendants. The Sanqing purple qi was vast and mighty, lingering around Su Fengnian's body. The calamity was imminent. Dong Tai was extremely annoyed. He was familiar with many unorthodox methods of Taoism, and this Zhao Xuansu obviously wanted to use his life to kill Su Fengnian and destroy his fate. Although Dong Tai thought that he rarely met a worthy opponent, karma and fate were the most unpredictable things in this world. His karma with Su Fengnian was very shallow. In fact, after the death of his consort Wu Su, all that was left was a verbal promise from a young swordsman. He had already paid it back by using his sword twice inside and outside the Eastern Sea Martial Emperor city. In a flash, the purple gas and Su Fengnian were very harmonious. No matter how powerful Dong Tai was, he could not cut off the qi dynamic. Even if he took a step back, he was willing to bear this calamity, but he was powerless to absorb the fate. This was also the reason why Dong Tai hated Zhao Xuansu the most. As a Taoist spiritual master, he was actually so vicious. The girl turned around and stared blankly at Su Fengnian, whose red date between his eyebrows had turned from purple to black. She smiled, but she was not gloating. Instead, she looked a little sad. Perhaps even Huang Sanjia would be shocked if he saw this unfamiliar emotion. She tiptoed and reached out to touch His Royal Highness's black glabella. Even Dong Tai was stunned, but he did not stop her in the end. Bailiang was cold and bitter. That year it was snowing. A little girl knelt by the roadside and sold her body to bury her mother. She was born at the bottom of the market. Her father was addicted to gambling. They used to be a small family, but after a few years, he lost all his fortune. After his daughter was born, he swore to his wife that he would never gamble again. He even chopped off one of his fingers, but he still could not stop his addiction to gambling. For as long as the child could remember, she saw her father threaten to sell her and threaten her mother to become a prostitute. He drank and scolded the mother and daughter without restraint. That was his greatest achievement. As the child grew up in poverty, her mother's face gradually withered and she earned less money. The girl could never forget those vulgar men who walked out of the leaky thatched house with their waistbands and threw a dozen copper coins to her father. That man bent over to receive the money with a flattering smile. Later, when her mother knew that the man was determined to sell her daughter, she, who was terminally ill, changed into the last set of plain clothes she had. She sent her daughter away to pick some wild vegetables and cooked a pot of rice porridge with arsenic. When the girl returned home, the man who had not called her father since he was sensible was already cold. The small pot of porridge only had 6 bowls. He only cared about himself and drank 5 bowls in one breath. Naturally, he died quickly. The woman who only drank 1 bowl of porridge hugged her daughter before she died. She bled and cried, unable to speak. The little girl, whose fingers were bleeding from frostbite, washed her mother's face and put her on the straw mat. She didn't look at the man and went to Liangzhou City, kneeling beside the straw mat. This scene was not strange in the winter of Bailiang, so she didn't need to write anything on the charcoal, nor did she need to cry and complain. But who would be willing to do such an unlucky thing that would cost a lot of money for a filthy little girl in thin clothes? The road was full of beautiful women in mink fur. No one would take a second look at the little girl who might not be able to survive the harsh winter. A few ruffians who had taken money from her family passed by and kicked away the straw mat, revealing the body of the little girl's mother. She was lying on her mother's body. They said that her mother was a dirty woman, and that they should just throw her body out in the wild. She cried and said that her mother was not dirty at all, so they stepped on the body. The little girl bit one of the ruffian's legs, but she was pulled up by the hair and punched in the stomach. He asked her if she was dirty or not. Every time she said no, every time she shook her head, she was punched. How old was she at that time? How many punches could she take? But the passers-by were indifferent and no one cared about this. Many people were bored and watched with great interest. Later, a luxurious carriage passed by. Probably because he heard the noise, a young man in a luxurious white coat got off the carriage and came to her side. Next to him stood a beautiful woman who covered her nose with her eyes full of disgust. He asked her who was prettier, her mother or the woman next to her. The little girl, whose mouth was bleeding, gave an answer that made the onlookers burst into laughter. The seductive woman who accompanied the young man was embarrassed, and her eyes were full of anger and coldness. The young man, whose absurd reputation had spread all over Bailiang, didn't show any expression. He took a pearl hairpin from the head of the woman next to him. There was a huge pearl hanging at the end of the hairpin. The little girl didn't know that a pearl was worth 1,000 gold. She only saw the man squat down and put the hairpin on her mother's head, asking her if it was pretty. The little girl cried and said yes. He patted her head and chuckled, but didn't say anything. He returned to the carriage and left. After that, someone immediately buried her mother. That winter day, the little girl knelt at the grave and met Huang Longshi. In these years, other than killing people, her only hobby was collecting hairpins. This year, outside Xiangfan City, she killed that so-called 11th in the world. Whoever wanted that young man to die, she wanted him dead. She didn't care if he was a first-rank master or an immortal on earth. To her, this was the only reason. Chapter 344. Killing a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. When the deed is done, I leave with a flick of my sleeve, hiding my identity and name. The essence of this popular paladin poem was the word kill. If it was changed to save, it would obviously be neither fish nor fowl. At this moment His Royal Highness, who was sitting sickly in the carriage, was in a very strange mood. His aunt Jia, who kept a big cat as a pet, originally thought that even if it was not because of national enmity, she was a cold-blooded and ruthless first-class assassin who would not lend a helping hand. Zhao Xuansu's 3 pure tribulations. A few days ago, at the top of the Donghai slope, Su Fengnian's body was like an alchemy furnace, boiling abnormally. Unlike the external elixir that used gold, stone and medicinal herbs as bait, the inner elixir melted one's essence, qi and spirit. The danger within was not inferior to Taoist Zhao's killing move. Zhao Xuansu's purple qi from the east and Su Fengnian's big yellow courtyard were like weapons of war. Su Fengnian fell into a coma and was on the verge of death. When he woke up, he found out from Blue Bird that it was Jia who saved his life and caused the purple qi to flow into her body. Then she left without leaving a word. The Peach Blossom Sword deity asked Blue Bird to leave a message for his distant nephew, saying that he had removed the prohibition of the 12 swords and needed a new master to feed him with blood. The shortest was 3 years, the longest was 10 years. As long as he had enough qi and learned a superior sword-controlling technique, he would be able to control the 12 swords. Back then he owed the Su family or Wuxia a life-saving debt. Even if he did not owe them anything, he would not meet them in the future. Old Man Li opened the curtain and bent over to enter the carriage. He sat down lazily against the wall. Su Fengnian glanced at him. How the Battle of Donghai ended. He only heard that it was a draw, but no one could see any clues. Wang Xianji opened the sea to send the old sword deity off, giving him enough face. Obviously, old monster Wang, who had stood at the peak of martial arts for 60 years, had never forgotten the kindness of half a wooden bull. This made Su Fengnian have a good impression of the martial Emperor Castellan. The old god of swords saw a yellow pear wood box on the cotton blanket with a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. He opened the sword box without a trace of politeness. Despite the dense sword aura, the old man with the sheepskin fur coat said, "Sissy embroidery needle. Is this junior surname Deng a woman?" Su Fengnian, whose injuries had spread from the inside out, was pale. His knees were covered with a small satin blanket made by Shishu. In addition, there was a new charcoal stove in the carriage. It was not winter yet, which showed how weak His Royal Highness was. He smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, Dong Tai was not present. Otherwise, you would have to fight." Li Chungang reached out to take off his boots and buckled his feet. He blew his beard and glared. What? This old man can't beat Wang Xianji, but he can't beat Dong Tai? Su Fengnian raised his eyebrows and asked carefully, "You lost at Donghai?" Li Chungang pursed his lips and said straightforwardly, "This old man has lost, so what's there to hide? Wang Xianji's realm has fallen in recent years, but his cultivation has been steadily rising. His foundation is solid, and his comprehension is good. It's not strange that he can't beat Wang Xianji. However, in that fight, Wang Xianji had used 90% of his strength. If he had fought with all his strength, perhaps only Ancestor Lu from 500 years ago would have been able to suppress this ignorant man. This old man is still a bit lacking. It's a pity that you didn't see the scene of him raising the water of Donghai. It's very frightening." Ignoring the shock in His Royal Highness' heart, the old god of swords looked at the sword box again. This time he didn't speak harshly. He sighed softly and said, "These 12 pocket-sized flying swords have their seals removed. They're almost considered half-dead objects. It's not easy for them to have such sword intent. In terms of sword nurturing and flying swords, Dong Tai is indeed the #1 in the world. He's worthy of being the sword genius who made the Wu family's sword tomb lose face. However, calling him a childhood sweetheart is really making this old man's teeth sour. It's a far cry from wooden horse ox. The battle between sword techniques and Taoist techniques seems like water and fire, but when techniques reach the peak, they're no different from Taoism. Dong Tai is a smart person. He's like Wang Xianji who uses strength to prove Taoism. Only this kind of Jianghu is interesting." Su Fengnian's expression was strange. The old man wearing the sheepskin coat felt comfortable and reached out to close the sword box again. Su Fengnian felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, the person in front of him was Li Chungang. Otherwise, he could treat the sword box as a gift from Dong Tai in such a way. If it were an ordinary hero of Jianghu, he wouldn't be able to worship this small box. Li Chungang probably saw His Royal Highness's gaze and said unhappily, "Have you ever heard that the cold people need warmth? Don't take people's clothes and make them into lichens?" No matter how ignorant and incompetent Su Fengnian was, the poem was easy to understand, and he could clearly hear the sarcasm in it. He lowered his head and saw the expensive blanket, which was worth an inch of gold. He was stunned and mocked himself. "Senior, you worry about the country and the people. You are indeed a great master." Chapter 345. The old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat was indifferent to this kid's flattery. He picked his earwax and clicked his tongue. "I heard that Zhao Xuanzu didn't hesitate to risk his old life to frame you for the calamity of Mount Longhu. It's fine if the young assassin who killed Wang Mingyin didn't take advantage of the situation. But she even helped you? King of Jing'an and Zhao Heng's 1,000 taels of gold were all wasted?" This old man couldn't understand this matter, no matter how much he thought about it. To say that you're unlucky is indeed extremely unlucky. You've provoked Zhao Xuanzu, a celestial master who hasn't appeared in 100 years. But to say that you're lucky is also not wrong. You were clearly facing a great calamity, but you were still able to turn the tables. By accident, the 3 pure purple clouds opened your acupuncture points. How many floors are you in the Great Yellow Hall? When you recover from your injuries, won't you be able to touch the threshold of the Vajra physique? It's true that riches come from danger. This old man Zhao Xuanzu is really a good-for-nothing. He doesn't have the ability to challenge Su Xiao and Bailiang's 300,000 strong cavalry. He only knows how to find trouble with you, a junior. It's said that a small temple is big, but in this old man's opinion, Mount Longhu is full of bastards. He went for wool and came home shorn. Now that he's provoked Dong Tai, the celestial master's residence won't be peaceful. Su Fengnian covered his stinging chest, gritted his teeth, and sneered. This stinky old Taoist was stopped by Dong Tai. "He couldn't kill me, so he took advantage of the opportunity when you opened the gate of heaven, and wanted to leave his body and ascend. In the end, he was still intercepted by Dong Tai's flying sword. I had no choice but to burn both jade and common stone. Originally, I didn't haggle with Mount Longhu last time because Zhao Shituan accepted Huang Manor as his disciple. Sure enough, kind people are bullied. No matter how Dong Tai acts, the next time I climb Mount Longhu, I'll definitely let this group of noble people suffer." Li Chungang sneered and said, "With your little cultivation? Do you really think you're like Dong Tai or Chao Chongqing?" Su Fengnian smiled calmly and said, "I'm young. In addition, with the guidance of the old senior, I'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. There will be a day when I can take my revenge and vent my anger." Li Chungang stretched out a finger and tapped the sword box. He chanted the word "rise," and the box slid open. The 12 flying swords floated in the air and lined up in a line. It was exactly the same as Dong Tai's formation. He ignored Su Fengnian's surprise and said, "The path of sword intent has reached the peak. The turbulent river flows to the East Sea, and the rolling thunder strikes the heavenly court. It seems to be too overbearing and without any rules. But in the end, it is still going along the path and there are rules to follow. Formula Dao and Formula Dao were both indispensable. For example, if a person traveled a long distance, technique was the strength of the feet and Dao was the path. If one only had the strength of the feet, going astray was just drawing a circle around the ground and not going far. If one only knew the direction but did not walk, it was nothing more than looking at plums to quench one's thirst. Dong Tai is still too stingy. He only gave you the 12 flying swords but did not leave behind the sword-riding method. Instead of giving a man a fish, teaching a man to fish is better than teaching a man to fish." This old man showed the 2-sleeved green snake no less than 100 times. If you really memorized it, it would be a superior sword-riding method. One day, you would be able to break through the bottleneck and use the big yellow cord in your body to kill people with flying swords. The ancients said that after reading 10,000 books, one would be able to write like a god. This was also the reason why this old man wanted little Jiang to practice calligraphy and not swordsmanship. How is calligraphy not swordsmanship? It's not that this old man is boasting, but the two-sleeved green snake is the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the Jianghu for 100 years. It's equivalent to spreading the 10,000 books on your desk. As for how much you can understand, it depends on your luck. This old man can't teach you swordsmanship like a child walking. Firstly, it's too degrading. Secondly, it's just pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It's not beneficial at all. The 12 flying swords trembled at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Descend. The flying swords slowly descended and lay quietly in the sword case. In the face of the old god of swords Li Chuangong's unprecedented sigh, Su Fengnian softly called him old senior, and did not say anything else. The one-armed Li Chungang lifted the curtain, and looked at the scenery outside the window. He smiled and said, "As you guessed, after this old man's battle with Wang Xianji, he has no regrets about swordsmanship or life. This old man has no children. He's an old man with no one to rely on. He has no attachments. What he said today is true even if he's about to die. In this life he was once young and frivolous. He used his sword to cut down injustice. But the world is so big. How can this old man settle it with his sword alone? I remember that a long time ago, there was a female poet who praised this old man for destroying the 5 great mountains with his sword. This old man disdained to take responsibility for it. But now that I think about it carefully, there's some truth to it." For a moment, Su Fengnian had mixed feelings and was speechless. Logically speaking, Li Chungang should have been the undisputed champion of swordsmanship after returning to the realm of swordsmanship and fighting with Wang Xianji. At the very least, he could be on par with Dong Tai. He was one of the top 3 martial arts grandmasters in the world. It was time for him to rise up and make the new Jianghu look at him in a new light. But now, the old man wearing the sheepskin coat was calm and relaxed. He had the intention to completely withdraw from the Jianghu. It was not because he was disheartened, but because he had no attachments and no more requests. He truly had the strength of an immortal. Li Chungang put down the curtain and said softly, "After I send you back to Beiliang, I'll go see Miss Jiang one last time and teach her everything I've learned. Do you have anything you want this old man to tell you?" Su Fengnian shook his head. Li Chungang was not a narrow-minded person who was obsessed with love, so he did not continue on this topic. Suddenly, he said to himself with a smile, "I wonder who will be able to subdue the old monster Wang Xianji in the future." Su Fengnian asked tentatively, "How's the face of White Fox who came out of the tower after reaching the top? How's the Huang man? Or who entered the finger mystery?" The old man wearing the sheepskin coat thought for a moment and said, "That White Fox's face is still far from being as good as the one who came out of the tower. But if he is given some opportunities in fights with a few of the top 10 masters for 10 or 20 years, then he can go to the martial emperor city and have a wonderful fight. As for your brother, hey, he's the second Wang Xianji. There's no need for him to fight." Su Fengnian was in a good mood. Su Fengnian lifted the curtain and saw the beautiful scenery outside. There was a green mountain in front of them with green bamboos as far as the eye could see. He asked Blue Bird to stop and got off the carriage to take a walk, feeling relaxed and happy. This was the first time Pei Nanwei and the Murong siblings had seen His Royal Highness recently. In addition, the scenery in the distance was very beautiful, so they all got off the carriage to enjoy the scenery. Xu Xiu looked at the young crown prince who was seriously injured and somewhat dispirited. She did not know why, but after the white horse left Liangzhou, it had been nurturing something. Until outside the martial emperor city, the man who had experienced the great calamity finally transformed. Xu Xiu stared at the back of the figure in a daze. For a moment, she was a little dazed. Chapter 346. As they ascended the mountain, green bamboo lined the path, and a cool breeze blew. Qing Niao draped a fox fur coat over Su Fengnian, which was out of season. Su Fengnian was tall and slender, and his skin was excellent. As a result, it added a lot of otherworldly aura to this young master, making him look like a wild fox. Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei, and the Murong siblings followed closely behind. The old god of swords Li Chungang stayed at the foot of the mountain to guard the carriage, so he did not follow them. This allowed Xu Xiu to leave her post to guard the carriage for once. While admiring the sea of bamboo, she quietly observed the back of that figure from a close distance. When Pei Nanwei saw a small lake as clear as a mirror halfway up the mountain, She was quite amazed, especially when she saw that there was a house built in the middle of the lake. On the lakeside, there was a delicate bamboo raft made of nanju. The green bamboos reflected the scenery and the sound of the bamboo rustling in the wind. It was like a fairyland. Su Fengnian did not intend to disturb the owner of the bamboo house in the middle of the lake. He walked straight to the beautiful and graceful bamboo by the lakeside. With a gentle tap of his toes, the bamboo would rather break than bend. It had always been compared by scholars to have a strong moral integrity. At this moment, under Su Fengnian's feet, the bamboo bent meekly and extended toward the lake in a subtle arc. When Su Fengnian stopped, the bamboo was still more than 2 zhang above the lake. Su Fengnian suddenly thought of Wang Chushua's words. Was it the sound of the people's suffering last night when the rain knocked on the bamboo? He wondered if this little girl, who had just experienced her first awakening of love, was doing well recently. He stood on the bamboo and looked into the distance. Smoke rose from the bamboo house in the center of the lake. After he left the martial emperor city and woke up, he received a secret letter from Chu Lushan. When Su Fengnian heard that the bull-riding fellow had finally left the mountain, he had already amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. He rode a crane to Jiangnan and rescued eldest sister from Yuan Tingshan's clutches. Not to mention, he even rode ancestor Lu's sword and flew to Mount Longhu. He was thousands of li away from Zhao Huangchao and left behind a few words. 9 of the dragon pond's lotus of fortune had withered, which shook the world. He could not be more immortal. Su Fengnian also did not know what relationship this fellow had with ancestor Lu, Qi Xuanjin. To His Highness the Crown Prince, as long as this coward was wholeheartedly devoted to eldest sister, and was liked by eldest sister, so what if Yu Hong Shixiang were just a nameless road sweeper on Mount Wudong? The Su family dominated Bailiang, swallowing tens of thousands of li. 300,000 cavalrymen faced off against the huge Beimang dynasty. They naturally had the courage to match their family background. After receiving this shocking news that was said to be discussed even in the palace, he finally had some clues as to why Zhao Xuansu would kill. Zhao Huangchao of Kuanglu Mountain, Yuan Tingshan of Mount Huishan, eldest sister of Gangnamdu, was assassinated. The young chief Hong Shixiang went to Wudong, the Taoist master residence's dragon pond. The birth of Zhao Xuansu of Mount Longhu, and the disturbance in the martial emperor city. Although there were definitely many hidden secrets and schemes, the main threads were probably not far off. After Su Fengnian came back to his senses, he caught a glimpse of Murong Wuju's rosy cheeks from the corner of his eyes. She was standing by the lake and peeping at him. He thought it was funny and asked, "I heard that Wang Xianji of the martial emperor city has a tall and sturdy figure. He has big ears and round eyes, a beard like a halberd, white hair like snow, and a very fierce aura. He only wears hemp clothes during the cold and summer, but he wears a fur coat during the rainy and snowy weather. He likes to go to the East Sea to hunt jiao whales. Those who are timid would feel their liver and guts shatter just by looking at him." This question put Murong Wuju in a difficult position. She blushed and said softly, "Wuju left the city with your highness at that time. We left in a hurry and couldn't see clearly. I hope your highness can forgive me." Su Fengnian comforted her gently. "I'm just saying it casually. Don't be nervous." Other than Murong Wuju, among the 3 people, Pei Nanwei was very prickly. She didn't have the slightest awareness that she was a sparrow in a cage. She opposed him in almost everything. She felt that she was even more arrogant than the Princess Jing, and in Xiangfan City. However, Xu Xiu had been suppressing her recently. She finally became a little more adept at serving people. Although her expression was ugly, it was only so. Emperor Murong Tonghuang's temperament was gloomy. He seemed to have a deformed addiction to power. Su Fengnian guessed that the fact that he was the hereditary king of Bailiang was far more intimidating than his own words and deeds. Su Fengnian didn't like Emperor Murong Tonghuang's shrewdness. As for Xu Xiu, she was a woman who had cultivated the ways of the world. She had been in Jianghu and the prince's mansion for a long time. She had already cut her pure and kind heart into pieces and fed it to the dogs. Since the life of this beautiful woman with boundless beauty was even more important than the flesh on her chest, Su Fengnian could hook his finger, and they could have sex. However, it was unknown who would take advantage of who at that time. Su Fengnian was not that thirsty. Morong Wuju looked at His Royal Highness who was standing on the green bamboo. Her eyes were overflowing with undisguised admiration and reverence. Her feelings and thoughts were far simpler and clearer than her brother Morong Tonghuang. Su Fengnian had saved them from the abyss of suffering. Whether she saw injustice on the road or pushed the boat with the current, she firmly remembered this great kindness. Along the way from the Great Bull Gang in Jianzhou, her emotions rose and fell because of the young heir in front of her. Especially in the martial emperor city, he walked to the top of the city wall with a bowl in his hand and sat cross-legged. He was so romantic and elegant that Morong Wuju felt drunk, as if she had drunk a pot of good wine. Until now, she still hadn't recovered. Outside the martial emperor city, Su Fengnian drew his saber and cut open the body of the ancestor of Mount Longhu. She was even more frightened when she saw that. She only had one thought at that time. If he unfortunately died, she didn't want to live. Morong Tonghuang glanced at his sister from the corner of his eyes. He just looked at her with cold eyes. Su Fengnian gathered his fur and was about to go down the mountain. Suddenly he saw the bamboo door in the center of the lake slowly open. A woman whose figure could only be vaguely seen from the lakeside walked out. Even though it was vague, it still made people's hearts race. Su Fengnian had a few people around him, including Morong Tonghuang, who was also a peerless beauty, not to mention Pei Nanwei, who was a beauty in rouge. However, when the woman appeared in the field of vision, it seemed that half of her charm was taken away in an instant. The woman in the bamboo house in the center of the lake, wearing a wooden hairpin and plain clothes, walked to the mossy stone steps near the lake and squatted down. She picked up a handful of water with both hands and gently moistened her cheeks. Then she turned her head and looked at Su Fengnian from afar. She didn't make a sound. She just quietly looked at this group of uninvited guests. She was always an orchid in a secluded valley, aloof from the world. Su Fengnian, who was wearing a brocade fox fur coat, was stunned. A trace of absent-mindedness flashed through his eyes. For the first time he was hesitant. Pei Nanwei wrinkled her brows. She was faintly unhappy. It was not that she wanted to be jealous of this strange woman, but she had always been proud of her own beauty. She rarely met a match. The woman in the bamboo house had appeared out of nowhere. In the end, Princess Jing'an felt an instinctive sense of crisis. Sure enough, as long as there were people, there was no Jianghu. Su Fengnian let out a long breath. He waved his hand to signal Xu Xiao and the others not to make any moves. He leaped from the bamboo pole under his feet to the bamboo raft. There was no need to row the raft. The bamboo raft cut through the water and leisurely sailed toward the center of the lake. The bamboo raft stopped 3 zhang away from the bamboo house. The woman stood up and looked at Su Fengnian. Her hair was wet from the lake water and stuck to her cheeks. A few drops of water slid down her delicate snow-white skin. She reached out to wipe the water stains on her chin. She didn't say anything. Su Fengnian took the initiative to speak. He smiled and said, "I saw you 3 years ago on the banks of the Luo River. But at that time, I was squeezed into a group of young chivalrous men who wanted to express their love for you. I squeezed for a long time before I finally made a bloody path. When I finally emerged, I was tripped by someone and fell flat on my face. I guess you didn't notice me." She thought for a moment and calmly said, "I remember that at that time you were wearing thin clothes." It was an unexpected answer. Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "Thin clothes? I was clearly a beggar in rags. It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to catch the attention of Mississippi." She saw that Su Fengnian wanted to say something but hesitated. She smiled and said, "My name is Chenyu." Sure enough, there was a woman on the rouge list who was not inferior to Nangong. She was a beauty who was on par with Bai Huer. Su Fengnian's face was gentle, humble, and shy. He softly asked, "Miss Chen lives here alone?" She smiled and nodded without any ulterior motives. Su Fengnian responded with an "oh," and gently jumped onto the shore. The next scene shocked the people on the lakeside. They saw His Royal Highness bend down and carry the bamboo girl. They jumped onto the bamboo raft and left the center of the lake. She bent her slender waist and her head was pressed against His Royal Highness' chest. Su Fengnian looked down, and the two of them happened to look at each other. She undoubtedly had a pair of eyes full of spiritual energy. His Royal Highness was known to wander among the flowers for more than 20 years, and had never tasted defeat. He had seen countless women, and had seen all kinds of stunning beauties. But this pair of eyes was the only one that could be compared with his second sister Su Weisheng. The eyes on Bai Huer's face were too cold, just like his saber-embroidered winter-spring thunder in the past. She was incomparably heroic, not delicate and gentle. At this moment, she looked up and stared at His Royal Highness, who was extremely daring. There was no shock, fear, or shyness in her eyes. There was a hint of anger hidden in the bottom of her eyes, which was enough to make ordinary lechers feel ashamed and hang themselves with their own hair. Unfortunately, she met Su Fengnian, who was used to being lawless. Su Fengnian lowered his head and squinted his eyes. He smiled brightly and heroically said, "I promised to snatch one of the most beautiful women for my brother to be his wife. Sister-in-law, we will be a family in the future." The woman who had been expressionless finally showed astonishment. It was not strange that there were rich sons who snatched women on the street and bandits who kidnapped beautiful women to be their wives. But there was actually a bastard who snatched a beauty to be his sister-in-law in this world. Xu Xiu, who was experienced in the ways of the world, blinked her eyes and raised the corner of her mouth. He could even snatch a woman in such a domineering manner. He was indeed the heir of Bailiang. Chapter 347. An inconspicuous carriage drove into the capital. The coachman was a young Taoist dressed in a plain Taoist robe. He was not very handsome, and carried a long sword on his back. His expression was gentle, and one could tell that he was a person who was easy to talk to. The city gate had 9 ridges and 10 dragons. It was a magnificent sight. There was only one passenger in the carriage. She sat in a fur coat and leaned against the back of the young Taoist. She listened to the young Taoist talk about the various wonders of the capital. She listened to him talk about how it was connected to Kunlun, how His Majesty the Emperor who oversaw the Hall of Supreme Harmony was from the south, and how the 6 palaces and 7 halls of the inner court were built according to divination. The young Taoist was not old, but the principles he spoke of were not small. He told the beautiful woman that in the end, all the cities under the heavens pursued the realm of mutual penetration between heaven and earth. The woman's face was thin and thin. She was wrapped in a mink fur coat that was not too expensive. She looked like a pretty girl from a middle-class family. The mink fur was messy and was not as beautiful as a fox fur coat. If it was the wealthy women in the capital who liked to compare themselves, they would not wear this kind of mink fur coat unless it was a Guangdong ferret. The woman listened to the young Taoist's gentle nagging and closed her eyes. There was a satisfied smile on her lips. After entering the city, she sniffed and softly said that it smelled good. The Taoist priest turned his head and saw a restaurant. Knowing that she was hungry, he immediately stopped the carriage, jumped down, and helped her walk into the restaurant. They chose a seat on the 3rd floor by the window with a wide view. She only ordered a vegetarian dish for herself, and a pot of wine for the Taoist priest who accompanied her. This made the waiter, who was greatly disappointed, roll his eyes. He thought that this foreign man and woman were too unsightly. It was not easy for them to come to the capital, but they did not bring more money. The waiter regretted giving up this seat to them. The wine was served first. The Taoist priest poured 2 cups. The vegetarian dish, braised eggplant, was the restaurant's signature dish. She was attracted by this unique fragrance. She picked up a piece with her chopsticks and tasted it. She smiled and helped the Taoist put a piece into his bowl. She smiled and said, "It's delicious. The eggplant is peeled and cut horizontally into 4 pieces. The knife skills are very fine. Half a head of garlic is peeled and smashed instead of mincing it. Then add a small fire and slowly fry it. 3 eggplants are put into the pot. When it is served, it is just right for this 6-inch small plate. The key is to let the bean paste, garlic, and eggplant taste complement each other, and not overpower each other. Therefore this eggplant is more expensive than the meat. We did not spend money in vain." The waiter was originally a little angry. After hearing the woman's explanation, his mood slightly improved. He thought that this beautiful but sickly woman could be considered an expert. The young Taoist priest tasted it, and did not say anything. He only smiled and looked a little silly. The woman took a bite and put down her chopsticks. She looked out of the window and looked at the carriages. She held her cheeks and said regretfully, "According to your Taoist diet, people are born with the qi of heaven and earth. Therefore, the seasons are very important. Those dishes have to be done at the right time. I was originally a foodie and was not afraid of getting fat. This season is the best time to replenish my autumn fat. As long as I let go of my appetite, when winter comes, no matter how cold it is, I will not be afraid. It's a pity that I don't have any appetite now." Sigh. The young Taoist priest did not say anything and looked down. During this long journey with her, wherever she wanted to go, he would bring her there. No matter how far away it was, no matter how high the mountains were, he would bring her to see the scenery. He only wanted her to have fun and return. In the Old West Shu, he brought her to see the most spectacular bamboo sea in the world. In the Old West Chu, they went to see the ruins of Shilabi. Further south, he brought her to the nunnery. She asked for a lot, but it was the worst lot. In the far west, there were mountains that could reach the sky. Then, she said that she wanted to take a look at the capital. Most of the diners in the restaurant were natives of the capital, and they were the best at hearing rumors. The people under the emperor's feet had a sense of superiority, as if there was nothing in the world that they did not know. The most exciting topic at the moment was the battle between Wang Xianji and the one-armed Li Chungang in the East Sea's martial emperor city. It could be said that it was the most soul-stirring battle in the Jianghu in the past 50 years. Then the young leader of the Wudong Mountain, surnamed Hong, came down the mountain. It was said that he had the magical ability of flying 1,000 miles with a sword. It was rumored that the Taoist priest was an immortal who was reincarnated from ancestor Lu. In an instant it made the ancestral court of Taoism, Mount Longhu, lose its color. The most sensational thing was that the land immortal had not been on the mountain for long. He brought a woman to the borders of several fallen countries one after another. Sword after sword, he destroyed the few remaining pillars of fate in the Old West Shu and Dongyue. Later he went west to Kunlun. Hundreds of top Qi practitioners in the world flocked there, hoping to witness the immortal's majestic spirit when he cut down the fate with one sword. Secret news quickly spread to the capital. When the Taoist slashed out with his sword, the thick pillar of fate that was as thick as a mountain was about to shatter. This made thousands of people in the world dumbfounded. They were all curious whether there was really such an immortal in the world who did not ascend. Someone in the restaurant spat. "That Wudong sect leader may look young on the surface, but he's actually lived for several hundred years, at least 300 years, a full 560 years. Someone immediately doubted. "Doesn't that mean he's much older than the old sect leader Wang Zhongluo? Since he's so old, why did he only leave the mountain recently? If he really has supernatural powers, how could Mount Longhu be the minister of feather clothes?" The person who spoke earlier slammed the table and said angrily, "This spiritual master is worthy of being called the immortal of earth. How would we mortals know what he's thinking?" Countless people nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that's right. I've heard that the great spiritual masters of the Taoist sects are all lowly and noble. They're determined to be simple and don't care about the false reputation of the mortal world." Hearing all the discussions, the woman who was leaning against the window turned around and looked at the young Taoist priest across the table with a mischievous look in her eyes. The young Taoist priest blushed. Outside the street, the sound of thunder and horse hooves thundered, causing the ground to shake as if there was an earthquake. Chapter 348. The diners at the tables near the windows all looked over and were shocked. It was actually the rarely seen elite imperial palace guards that were moving out, and looking at their posture, it wasn't just a few dozen cavalry. The imperial palace guards had always been the guards of the important areas of the capital, and their battle prowess could be said to be unrivaled. For a moment, the streets were heavily guarded, and there seemed to be no end to the cavalry. Not long after, they occupied the entire main road of the capital. Moreover, every single imperial palace guard had their swords drawn and bows drawn. The generals leading them were even the most powerful and influential military generals in the capital. Apart from the armored soldiers, there were also countless imperial palace guards accompanying them, as if they were facing a great enemy. Today's display was terrifyingly grand. Even the Son of Heaven might not be as grand as this when he went on an inspection tour. A few people with discerning eyes could see a trace of heavy wariness, and this made people feel even more chilled. Could it be that there was someone in the world who dared to act rashly in the capital? How many bear hearts and leopard guts did they have to eat? And how many lives did they have to be able to do this? The layman only watched the show, and only the true experts could see the knack of it. Apart from the close to 1,000 imperial palace guards and the imperial palace guards that had almost turned out in full force, there were also dozens of top-notch imperial palace chi practitioners that held their breaths. The woman sighed and said, "Let's go back." The young Taoist nodded and asked gently, "Where do you want to go?" The woman smiled and said, "To Mount Wudong, the place where we first met. If I don't go, I'm afraid my body won't be able to take it." The young Taoist asked, "Ride a crane out of the city? Or a carriage?" The woman's childish nature came over, and she blinked and said, "If we ride a carriage, will it cause trouble for you?" The Taoist shook his head and said softly, "It won't." The woman hesitated for a moment, and then slowly stood up. The young Taoist's face reddened, and he took the initiative to extend his hand. The woman took it. They walked out of the restaurant together, and when the Taoist with a sword on his back appeared on the street, those top-notch chi practitioners all took a step back. Even the imperial palace guards that were known for their valiance and fearlessness didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The young Taoist gently carried the woman onto the carriage, and then turned the horse towards the city gate, ignoring the armored soldiers on the street. He held the whip in one hand and the woman's cold hand in the other and said calmly, "Make way." The young Taoist said indifferently, "I don't know your rules. As for your laws, no matter how great they are not as great as the sword behind my back." There was a young soldier beside the middle-aged general who spoke. He held a silver spear in his hand, and was about to charge forward when the general reached out to stop him. The woman said gently, "Let's go." The Taoist priest's expression immediately softened. He nodded and held her hand tightly. Almost all the horses on the street knelt down in an instant. People and horses were thrown off their feet. Chaos ensued. There were no rules to speak of. On this day, Wudong's Hong Shixiang and Su Ji who left the city, no one dared to stop them. On this day, the world learned that the woman who loved to wear red was called Su Jihu. Wudong's little lotus peak. Clouds and mist swirled around. Chen Zhao, Song Jiming, and Yu Xingrui, the three most senior Taoist priests of Wudong, stood shoulder to shoulder in the distance, leaving the mountain peak to the couple. The three old men looked at each other in dismay. There was pride, regret, and regret. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Aside from the three young sect leaders Shixiang, there was only Li Yufu, an outsider, who had just joined Wudong. Yesterday, the sect leader went up the mountain and told them something. It could be said to be the most unimaginable feat in Jianghu's 500 years of history. No matter how reluctant they were, Chen Yao and the other Shixiang did not want to stop them. The young Taoist priest and the woman in red sat shoulder to shoulder at the bottom of the tortoise camel tablet. She swung her legs. She did not know what he wanted to do. She only looked at the 72 peaks in the sea of clouds and said sadly, "Bull Rider, I might not be able to grow old with you." That year, when he was 14, the two of them met for the first time. After they met in Jiangnan, she knew that she would not live long. But when she rode the yellow crane, she felt that she had no more regrets in this life. He took her to travel all over the world. Seeing that he did not move, she wrinkled her nose and turned her head. She knocked on his head and asked, "What, are you still foolishly waiting to find me in your next life? Are you stupid? Aren't you tired?" The young Taoist priest thought about it and shook his head. Her eyes suddenly turned red. She bit her lip and asked, "Are you going to wait for me?" The young sect leader who rode the bull rubbed the woman's cheeks and wiped away her tears. His eyes were warm as he said, "If I asked you to wait for me for 300 years, would you be willing to wait?" She said without hesitation, "You waited for me for 700 years. If I wait for you for 300 years, of course I can." The young Taoist priest, who had only held her hand after meeting again, gathered his courage and gently hugged her. He smiled and said, "Okay." She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, "You really are a coward." He asked, "Are you really not going to see the great general and his royal highness?" She smiled and shook her head. "No, I'm afraid they will be sad. I'm afraid they will cry. The young Taoist priest took a deep breath. When the woman snuggled in his arms, the so-called sword of Ancestor Lu that was placed horizontally on the edge of the tortoise camel tablet was unsheathed. It shot up into the sky, as if it would not stop until it reached the heavenly court. The clouds in the ninth heaven rolled down. The entire Mount Wudong was covered in purple qi. He said loudly, "I was Lu Dongxian 500 years ago. I was Qi Xuanzhen of Mount Longhu 50 years ago. Now I am Hong Shixiang of Mount Wudong. I have cultivated for 700 years. I swear that I am willing to cultivate for another 300 years for the righteous path of heaven and earth. I only hope that heaven and earth will open a path for Su Jihu to ascend." The young Taoist priest's voice was like a great bell that resounded between heaven and earth. "I beg Su Jihu to ascend on a crane." Yellow cranes cried in unison. A red-clothed man rode a crane into Heaven's Gate. The young Taoist priest, who was the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu, sat down cross-legged. He looked at the falling sword that was destined to kill him, and closed his eyes with a smile. Chun Yao and the others could not bear to watch anymore. Tears flowed down their faces. There was a rainbow behind the sword that was borne above the young Taoist priest's head. It spanned across the big and small lotus peaks, and was incomparably gorgeous. 1,000 years of cultivation, only hoping to meet again. Chapter 349. His Royal Highness and his entourage made a slight turn on their way back and arrived at Guangling River. It was the 18th day of the 8th lunar month. The tide was rising. Tourists came from all over the world. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. After the spring and autumn period was settled, there was no longer the separation of national boundaries. Scholars carrying books to study and wanderers carrying swords to explore the world became more and more unimpeded. At the same time, exploring secluded places and admiring the scenery also became more and more popular. The Guangling Tide, Amei's golden Buddhist light, and Wudong's golden Buddhist light were known as the three wonders of the age. Great Yinji was the best place to watch the tidal wave. Today there was even a Guangling Navy inspection. King Zhao Yi would personally come to watch. Guangling's rich and powerful officials and dignitaries all brought their families to watch the tidal wave. Compared to the commoners of the common people, although the former were fewer in number, they naturally occupied 70 to 80% of the best viewing spots. They set up a few tables and couches, filled them with good wine, delicious food and fruits. They also invited the famous scholars who had been on good terms with them for generations to chat and laugh together. When the tide gushed into Trumpet Bay, there would be a boat that belonged to the Guangling Navy leading the tide into the bay. Both sides of the bay stretched for 10 miles, and were filled with luxurious carriages and horses. On the great Yinji reviewing platform, the Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi, gave an order. Then small boats could be vaguely seen approaching the head of the tide. The beating of the drums shook the heavens, and the tide and the beating of the drums grew and multiplied together. The people could see a white line moving from east to west on the misty surface of the river. The white rainbow stretched across the river, and the head of the tide also gradually increased in height. When it reached the vicinity of the great Yinji, it could reach up to 40 feet high, covering the sky and the earth. His Royal Highness came a little late. The suitable viewing spots on the riverbank were already filled with tents or tables. When he heard the deafening cheers, he could already guess that the boat was approaching. He had to abandon the carriage and let Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng stay behind to watch. However, before they left, His Royal Highness smiled and reminded the two retainers that they might as well sit on the roof of the carriage to watch the scenery. Qing Niao was carrying a small jar in her hand, and the scarlet cloud sword that was left behind by LV Qiantang was hanging on her waist. Su Fengnian was walking at the very front. Murong Wuzhu's delicate body was being led by him. With her personality of going with the flow, she might not have the face to call for help even if she got separated. Murong Tonghuang was on the right side. Some lechers who liked to join in the fun and take advantage of women were about to make a move, but were slapped or kicked by Murong Tonghuang without hesitation. Most of the lechers who suffered losses wanted to immediately take advantage of this young lady. However, when they saw Su Fengnian's embroidered fox fur coat, they immediately lost their momentum and withdrew their hands in embarrassment. They looked for other targets and picked a few soft persimmons to make a move. Anyway, in the sea of people watching the tide, there were many girls who kept quiet after being bullied. There was no need to hang themselves on a tree. Just like Pei Nanwei, Chunyu, who was abducted from the bamboo forest, wore a dense veil hat on her head. Her figure was enchanting, even surpassing the Morong siblings whose genders were hard to distinguish. However, these two great beauties who were ranked on the Rouge list followed closely behind His Royal Highness. On the right, Murong Tonghuang was slapping the Murong siblings, while on the left, the maid Blue Bird was cleaning up the obstacles with her scabbard. No one was able to get close to them. The old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat was responsible for bringing up the rear, so there was nothing for him to do. Most of the time, his gaze was on the woman surnamed Chun, or more precisely, on her small waist. Even with his 100 years of experience, the old god of swords still had to admit that Su Xiaoshuo's eye for women was even more brilliant than the climb of martial arts. Even Li Chungang was unconvinced by this point. During this period of time, the old god of swords was busy admiring Pei Nanwei's buttocks, Xu Xiu's breasts, and the Murong siblings' twin lotuses on one stalk. It was a feast for the eyes, but the one he saw the most was the unfamiliar woman surnamed Chun, especially her slender and soft waist. TSK, it really made the onlookers feel horrified. The charm of a woman could be judged by her spiritual energy, her eyes, her charm, and her waist. If she walked slowly, her waist would sway too much. It would be coquettish and vulgar. However, if it was too small, it would be slightly petty. However, even though Chen Yumei was an absolute beauty, the old god of swords had a tinge of doubt in his heart. The timing and location of her appearance were too coincidental. After being abducted by Su Kei, she had been too calm. She had already exceeded the category of a lady from a respectable family. Observing her aura, this absolute beauty who exuded mystery from head to toe was not a martial artist. After all, how many old dogs like Zhao Xuansu could exist in this world? What exactly was her backing? Old Manly squinted his eyes. It was not easy for the group to rush out of the crowd. If they continued forward, they would reach the riverbank that was occupied by the Guangling family. There were many sturdy and stocky servants standing with their arms crossed over their chests, intimidating the common people. Some of the disciples of the great families had hired many famous guests in the Jianghu. They carried swords and sabers with them, looking strong and powerful. The two areas were clearly separated. This was very similar to how the famous scholar Chu Shuishang of the Baogua Temple disdained to sit together with the common people. Su Fengnian was probably basking in the light of the beauty beside him. With him as the center, a circle of vacuum was formed around him. At this point, there was no need to stand on tiptoe to watch the tide. Old Manly stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the line of tide that was as fast as thunder. His expression was bleak. Back then, he had looked down on the world with his sword and rode on the head of the tide on the Guangling River. How high-spirited he was. Now that he was old and more skilled at riding on the sword, he did not even have the slightest desire to be the tallest tree in the forest. Chapter 350. This old man, who only liked to play with his feet, did not know that after he had done this, he had attracted countless heroes of Jianghu to show off their skills on the Guangling River. There were strong men carrying cauldrons that weighed 1,000 pounds to smash the head of the tide, swordsmen rowing boats to resist the tide, and there were also powerful archers who shot arrows in succession and collided with the tide, creating thousands of ripples. Before Lu Qiantang became famous, he had practiced swordsmanship on the riverside for more than 10 years. Was it not because he admired the sword god Li Chuangong's appearance when he walked the Jianghu with his sword? Unfortunately, after Zhao Yi took over the territory of the Old West Chu, the Guangling Navy was like a dragon and a tiger. There were no Jianghu people who dared to show off their skills. The Guangling Navy, regardless of size or combat power, was the #1 navy in the dynasty. It was far from the embroidered pillows of the Qingzhou Navy that could be compared to them. Once war broke out, they would not even be enough to fill the gaps between Guangling's teeth. Every year during the inspection, other than the great vassal King Zhao Yi who was overlooking all living beings from the top of the great Yanji, the one who stood out the most would be the Tide Runner, the symbol of the Guangling Navy, who crossed the river alone on a boat. At this moment, when the people on both sides of the river looked over, the huge boat was light as a feather. A young general stood with his hand on his sword. His armor was bright, and he looked valiant and formidable. causing the hearts of countless young ladies to sway. The scholars of the South were like a forest, and it was a magnificent sight. If you went to any temple, you would see walls full of poetry and calligraphy. Even some shabby inns with holes in the wind and rain could see all kinds of undiscovered essays. Therefore, they had seen and heard too many of the literary talents of scholars of the same age. The one in front of them had not even reached the age of 20 yet, but he had been bestowed with the title of Grand Scholar. He also had a wonderful cursive script, known as one-stroke calligraphy. No matter if it was 10 words or 100 words, it was always written with one stroke without any embellishment. In terms of martial prowess, he had once defeated a grand guest of the Guangling prince's household in swordsmanship. This person's literary and martial prowess were top-notch, and he was undoubtedly the #1 talent in Guangling. Even the domineering Guangling heir was willing to become sworn brothers with him, and treat him as an elder brother. When the boat sailed past, many tourists who had prepared bonfires and reed flowers threw them into the Guangling River with all their might, praying to the Guangling Dragon King. These people were all men and women from the local noble families or foreign aristocratic families. The most ordinary people could bring was a bunch of reed flowers, and most of them were some distance away from the river bank. How could they have the guts to throw it into the bonfires? If they did not have enough strength and did not throw it into the Guangling River, they would smash it into the tents of the extravagant descendants, and would be severely beaten. These were just some of the commoners who had the courage to throw the reed flowers. Before they could escape, they were caught by the fierce servants and evil slaves, thrown to the ground, and beaten. They did not dare to make a sound, and could only crawl back to the crowd with bruises all over their faces. Su Fengnian was originally one of the most famous profligate sons in the dynasty. He did not find it strange, and did not have the chivalrous heart to help others when he saw injustice on the road. His ears did not listen to injustice, and he only pursed his lips and walked forward quietly with his snow-white fur coat wrapped around him. In front of him were 2 piles of aristocratic families, and a few well-built servants came forward to block his path. Blue Bird used her scabbard to slap them away without a word, and they spun twice in the air before falling to the ground and fainting on the spot. Su Fengnian paid no attention to the clamor of the aristocratic families of Guangling. He walked to the riverbank and happened to see a stream passing by. He took the jar and scarlet cloud sword from Blue Bird, and threw the jar containing Lu Qiantong's ashes into the river. With a toss of his sword, he hit the small jar and the ashes scattered into the water. Su Fengnian did not mourn the death of Lu Qiantang, but since he had agreed to that Dongyue swordsman's dying wish, he had to fulfill it. Su Fengnian clapped his hands and squatted down. Looking at the surging tide, he said softly, "They say that if a hero doesn't die, his name will rise. No wonder you were cursing loudly before you died." Su Fengnian stood up, and found that Chenyu was looking at the back of the man on the bai and warship. With the veil covering her face, he could not see her expression, but it gave him a strange feeling. Su Fengnian glanced at the aristocratic children of Guangling who were still chattering. When they subconsciously shut up in shock, he turned to the silent woman and joked, "What's wrong? Do you have a lover?" She shook her head indifferently and said, "He once mentioned that calligraphy and swordsmanship were similar, and that his views were unique. Cursive calligraphy leaves less white but more white space and more white space but more dense. The strokes open and close, gathering and dispersing. When used in swordsmanship, it is magnificent and magnificent. Why don't?" Su Fengnian interrupted her ungracefully. "Armchair strategist, so boring." Chenyu stopped talking and dismissed it with a laugh. Playing the lute to a cow. Although Su Fengnian was narrow-minded, he still had some self-awareness left. He said self-deprecatingly, "We are indeed not on the same path. Chenyu, since we are already a family, why don't you tell me frankly, do you have a sweetheart?" Chenyu asked calmly, "If you do, will you kill him?" When Su Fengnian heard the word kill coming out of the beautiful woman's mouth, which was full of killing intent, he laughed shamelessly and said, "I like your temperament. You're perfect to be my younger brother's wife." Chenyu looked at the great Yanji, where there was a bloated man whose robe was almost torn apart. She sighed for no reason. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Don't scare me. Are you related to the Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi?" Chenyu's expression was normal, and she did not say anything. Su Fengnian put his hands into his sleeves and said softly, "Let's go back to Bailiang." Qingyu did not move. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Someone wants me to go to the capital. You can't stop him." Su Fengnian stopped and said with a playful look, "Who is it that opens his mouth like a toad and wants to swallow the sky and spit out the earth?" Qingyu stared at his Royal Highness' face, and did not seem to be joking at all. Su Fengnian's expression became strange. Qingyu bent down and picked up a bunch of reed flowers on the ground, and threw them into the Guangling River, saying, "When I was 3 years old, my fate was calculated by Mount Longhu and the imperial astronomer together. I was born as a laurel and entered the temple." The old man with a sheepskin fur coat who had been watching coldly said, "You are either the empress or the imperial concubine." "Oh," Su Fengnian said and did not continue. Chapter 351. Every time the head of the tide moved forward a certain distance, the scholars who were served by beautiful maids, brushes and ink, would finish writing a poem. They would then have their friends recite it out loud. After winning the applause of the audience, they would then throw the poem along with the rice paper into the Guangling River. Although it was said to be impromptu, everyone knew that these meticulously crafted poems had already been prepared. Some of the noblemen who did not have enough ink in their stomachs would rack their brains for a long time before watching the tide. Some of the more unscrupulous ones would simply throw gold and silver to buy some from the scholars of the Han family. The price of each word would depend on how generous the buyer was, and the quality of the seller's words. The lowest price would be a dozen taels of silver, and the highest price would be a basin full of gold. In his early years, the heir of Bailiang was the most famous sucker in this line of work. When he heard the endless chanting that followed the tide, he naturally knew the knack of it. There were constantly scholars who spoke eloquently and fluently, echoing the majestic military posture of the navy on the Guangling River. It really did have the flavor of a flourishing dynasty. It was very capable of making the common people submit to the might of the vassal king Zhao Yi. Su Fengnian did not let Qingyu get to the bottom of the matter as he wished. He only raised his head and glanced at the prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi. Looking at the blurred figure, he really looked like a small mountain. Under this fat pig, there were 2 empresses of the fallen spring and autumn kingdom. As for the princesses and concubines that were reduced to prisoners, there were even more that could not be counted with one's fingers and toes. When Zhao Yi took the order to hold the line in Guangling, it was rumored that every few days, there would be noble ladies from the royal family who could not bear the humiliation and would jump into wells, swallow hairpins, or hang themselves. His notoriety spread throughout the dynasty and was on par with Bailiang's Chu Lushan. However, if one thought that Zhao Yi was just a lecherous man who defiled the women of the nobility, one would have underestimated this king who weighed more than 300 pounds. The Baron Bailiang where Su Xiao was from and the Baron Southern Tang where Yan Ci was from had a valiant culture. Bailiang was even under the control of hundreds of thousands of people. However, to be fair, Guangling, which was the old land of West Chu and East Yu, was the most difficult to pacify. The scholars of West Chu were unparalleled in the world, and there were many famous scholars. If Guangling King Zhao Yi didn't have any real ability and only knew how to suppress bloodshed instead of winning over the people's hearts, Guangling, which was rich with taxes, would have been devastated long ago. This was tantamount to a disaster for the empire's financial operations. Although the current emperor's brothers weren't all great talents, none of them were mediocre. The Liang dynasty was able to conquer the world not only because of fate, but also because of the Zhao family's manpower. Just as His Royal Highness had completed the Lu Qiantang and was preparing to leave the riverside, an untimely sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded. Turning his head to look, Su Fengnian frowned. There were actually dozens of light cavalry in bright armor galloping over, forcibly cutting through the sea of people to create a path. Many commoners who could not dodge in time were sent flying by the war horses on the spot. There were more than 30 cavalrymen with exquisite horsemanship, carrying sabers and crossbows. They were very eye-catching, and it was their instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. 100 steps in front of Su Fengnian, the commoners who were watching the tide had already moved aside to create a path for 2 horses to ride side by side. The leader of the cavalrymen with a strong physique was holding a pitch-black snake spear. His face was ferocious as he stared at Su Fengnian who was standing on the riverside. Suddenly, he increased the strength of his horse's abdomen and accelerated forward. At this critical moment, a young child who might have been separated from his parents fell onto the road for some reason and sat on the ground, crying loudly. The cavalryman with the spear did not have the slightest intention of reining in his horse. He only had a ferocious smile on his face, which made one's hair stand on end. On both sides of the horse path were the children of Guangling's landowning households and the commoners. No one dared to be unlucky. Firstly, everyone knew that the Guangling Prince's Falcon Battalion was responsible for the safety of the land. Secondly, even if they wanted to do something, they really did not have the strength to do so. Guangling's scholars did not have the strength to stop a galloping warhorse. Were they in a hurry to be reincarnated? How could a scholar's brush resist a warrior's spear? At this moment, a young man who looked like a wanderer among the crowd shouted, "No!" He pressed his hands on the shoulders of the two people in front of him and jumped up high, wanting to stop the horse and save the child. This chivalrous Wulin man was obviously from outside, and had underestimated the terrifying strength of the general on the horse, as well as the coldness of the Guangling king's armored soldiers. Before he could save the child, a spear was raised and pierced through his chest. It was as if the man had directly collided with the tip of the spear, piercing his heart and causing his blood to splatter everywhere. The poor wanderer who had just begun his journey in Jianghu was instantly killed. With a pull of the iron spear, the corpse fell back into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the horse's hooves the size of a bull were about to step on the child's body without hesitation. The galloping horse's hooves could easily create 2 bloody holes in the child's body. There were those who could not bear to watch, and those who were watching with their eyes wide open. There were those who could not bear to watch, those who widened their eyes with relish, and those who were only filled with shock and fear. After the horseman killed the child and pulled out his spear, he cast a piercingly cold look at the young man in the distance. However, his pupils violently contracted, and he was 100 times more surprised than when he had dealt with the reckless Jianghu youth. In the eyes of the crowd, they could only see the handsome young man wearing a brocade robe and a white fur coat. The tips of his feet were like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. After touching the ground a few times, he arrived behind the crying child. He bent down and grabbed the child's collar towards his chest. Then he came to a swift and unrestrained stop. His slender body slightly leaned back, but his footsteps did not stop. He faced the general on the horse and swept backwards. The general was filled with a sense of mania and anger. How dare this kid show off his chivalrous demeanor in front of his spear? The general on the horse raised his iron spear again. Borrowing the horse's momentum, he thrust it towards the young man's chest. He shouted, "You're looking for death." The young man did not seem to use any force, but his retreating speed suddenly increased to the extreme. He was as swift as a rainbow, and immediately pulled away from the horse for a long distance. He placed the frightened and dazed child beside a female servant dressed in green. Contrary to everyone's expectations, after the young man who had forcefully seized the opportunity to save the child, not only did he not stop while he was ahead, but he shook his shoulders and the fox fur coat he was wearing was shaken out of his body. The female servant dressed in green clothes and embroidered shoes gently caught it. He himself once again rushed forward. The spear came with a menacing momentum. The young man who had just displayed a method to save the child was like moving clouds in flowing water, and it was pleasing to the eye. Now he expressionlessly held the spear's tip. Without saying a word, he suddenly pulled it back. This actually encouraged the horse to charge forward with a thunderous momentum. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened and their hearts surged. The young man who looked like an elegant young man from an aristocratic family, far more than a Jianghu wanderer, suddenly stopped. He leaped up slightly, pressed down on the horse's head, and pressed it down. Chapter 352. Countless onlookers gasped at the same time. After a high-quality warhorse weighing at least 2,000 jin was intercepted, it could not move forward an inch. The horse's head smashed into the ground, its front hooves smashing into the stone floor. With a snap, the horse's sturdy rear half was twisted, and the general on the horse was thrown far away with his spear. With his ability, he should not have been in such a sorry state. It was only because this young master's methods were too unimaginable that he was capsized in the smelly ditch. The general was about to use the spear to get up when he suddenly felt a cold, murderous intent enveloping his entire body. He was about to disregard his general's demeanor and act shamelessly against the enemy when the delicate and sweet-looking maid in green raised her foot and kicked his head into the ground. He died in an even more miserable state than the wanderer. The outstanding horsemanship of the rest of the horsemen was displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. They reined in their horses almost at the same time. For a moment, the horses neighed loudly and pierced the eardrums. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the situation was completely reversed. The young master in embroidered clothes, whose face was as cool as water, patted his hands lightly as he looked at the rest of the horsemen who were intertwined with anger and fear. He did not say a word. Some of the young ladies who were carefully watching this scene through the gaps of the human wall were now filled with the face of this young master. After all, to these pretty girls from humble families, the man who was versed in both the pen and the sword on the Guangling River was too unattainable. All of his miraculous deeds were just hearsay. At most, when they read novels like The First Snow, they would be immersed in the sorrowful woman in the novel and shed tears of sympathy. They would not really think that they would be able to spend a night with such a talented young master, and would not really be able to call out to such an infatuated young master. Therefore, it was far more unforgettable than witnessing it with their own eyes. That young master didn't seem to have the patience to confront them. He took a step forward, and the weakened cavalry subconsciously took a step back. Just as the light cavalry came back to their senses and felt ashamed and angry, a series of heavy horse hoofs sounded. The cavalry heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that the main character had arrived, and they all made way. A Fergana horse with a light golden mane slowly galloped over. With its outstanding leg strength, it shouldn't be so difficult. However, the person on the horse's back was shockingly heavy. His appearance seemed to be carved from the same mold as Zhao Yi, the Prince of Guangling. He couldn't be called ugly, but rather bloated. The horse's back was bumpy, and even his exquisite and cumbersome clothes couldn't hide the trembling of his fat. There were no more than 100 Fergana horses in the dynasty at most. Excluding the 20 or so in the imperial city, half of the number was divided among the officials, nobles, relatives of the imperial family, generals and officials. As a result, outside of the imperial city, no matter who it was, even if it was a dog, as long as they had the right to sit on a horse that was oozing blood after a long journey, there would be a large number of people willing to acknowledge them as their ancestors. Behind the Fergana horse, there was also a precious green horse that couldn't be bought with money. Sitting on it was a haggard old man dressed in gray, and his eyes were like knives. Below the two horses, there was a servant. When the horse stopped, this person quickly stood on tiptoe and whispered to his master, pointing at the Murong siblings. He didn't take the young master who dared to compete with the cavalry of the Peregrine Falcon Battalion seriously at all. As a servant he was like this, not to mention the fat man. From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at the guy whose actions were shocking enough. He just smiled and stared at the women whose figures were more enchanting than the other. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he even forgot to use his sleeve to wipe away the saliva at the corner of his mouth. It was a pity that his expensive clothes were made by the dignified craftsman Su. Everyone sighed in their hearts. When this notorious master arrived, even immortals wouldn't be able to survive in Guangling. For a moment, when they looked at the handsome young master again, they could only sneer. The human heart was full of ups and downs. How wonderful it was. The fat man finally remembered to wipe away the saliva that was drooling from his mouth. He waved his hand and said, "Snatch." The servant's greatest skill in life was to flatter and curry favor. When he heard that his master had issued the imperial edict, he changed his original humble posture and straightened his back. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the Peregrine Falcon Battalion cavalry who were incompetent and scolded. A bunch of useless things. Didn't you hear His Royal Highness's words? Quickly snatch. In Guangling, which encompassed the entire Old West Chu dynasty and a small part of Dongyue, the scholarly spirit of the scholars could be said to be the most important in the world. Although in these years, under the rule of the Guangling king, there were descendants of powerful families who bullied men and women, which was reasonable, most of these filthy acts would not be so brazen. No one would be foolish enough to do things under the noses of the countless aristocratic families who were watching the tide viewing ceremony. The 30,000 students of the Imperial College in the capital, excluding the Gangnam-do, were mostly scholars from Guangling. In addition, the old Grand Tutor of West Chu Sun Shiji, who was in charge of a province under the title of Left Servant Shi, had become the stabilizing force in the hearts of the scholars of Guangling. Generally speaking, no matter how lawless the scholars were, they would have to think twice before committing crimes. But in Guangling, there was only one exception, and that was the eldest son of the first wife of Zhao Yi, Zhao Yuang. He was a classic example of a tiger father, a dog son. He did not inherit the shrewdness of his father, and only learned Zhao Yi's lustfulness and gluttony. He bullied and humiliated women, and in terms of numbers, he could be said to have surpassed his father. Last year, he had his eyes on the daughter-in-law of a Linqing county chief, and chased her through 2 counties. In the end, he broke into the manor with a gang of vicious servants and stripped the young lady of her clothes. The matter was brought to the Guangling king's side. In the end, the dignified 4th-rank county chief with an embroidered sparrow on his chest was killed on the spot by Zhao Yi with a jade rui. Immediately after, an official who had gone to the capital to file a complaint was intercepted and killed on the way out. How could the domineering father and son of Zhao Yi and Zhao Yuang not be chilling to the bone? Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Zhao Yuang, you want to steal my women?" His Royal Highness, Zhao Yuang, made a sound of surprise and seemed to find it interesting. His fat body leaned forward slightly as he finally noticed this outsider. He asked a question that was very much in line with his style. "You know this heir? Do we know each other very well?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Not very well." Zhao Yuang rolled his eyes and said, "Then what are you talking about? Don't worry, this heir is not an unreasonable person. I'm in a good mood today, so after stealing a few of your women, I'll return a few of your servant girls that this heir is tired of playing with." Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was this fat pig so different from Jinggan heir, Zhao Sun? He was twice the weight of the latter, but the meat in his head was probably not even the size of Zhao Sun's finger. He believed that if it weren't for Zhao Yi, the prince of Guangling's protection, he wouldn't even be able to sell these 300 caddies of meat for much money. Zhao Yuang pursed his lips and muttered to himself, This heir only admires one person in this lifetime, and that is Baoyang's Su Fengnian brother Su." His Royal Highness said in a bad mood, "Why aren't you scramming? This heir is giving you a lot of face by stealing your women. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll skin you and throw you into the Guangling River." Chapter 353. When interacting with His Royal Highness, it could not be said that one is marked by the company one keeps, but it could be said that one is marked by the company one keeps. Presumably, Su Fengnian would also pinch his nose and admit it. Ever since she met His Royal Highness by chance at the border of Jianzhou, the timid Morong Wuju was not afraid in this situation, even if she had vaguely guessed the terrifying identity of this fat piece of meat. It was hard to imagine that this girl would have accepted her fate of going to Mount Hui to become the bed toy of a 100-year-old man. In her previous life, even though she was born into a noble family in the Sword Province, a county magistrate was already a powerful official to her. In just a few days she had climbed Mount Insignia and paid a visit to the martial emperor city. It was as if she had lived enough for her entire life. When Su Fengnian brazenly pressed down the horse's head and saved the child, Morong Wuju felt that out of the millions of people in the world, meeting him alone was enough. However, she could not help but feel sad. She was not as intelligent as her younger brother, the Emperor of Tong. She was not as beautiful as Pei Nanwei. She was not as powerful as Sister Bluebird. What could she do for him? While Morong Wuju was inexplicably sad, a middle-aged woman staggered out of the crowd and hugged the child tightly. However, she did not shed tears of gratitude to His Royal Highness for saving her child. Instead, she knelt down with a plop and kowtowed to Zhao Yu, who was sitting on a Fergana horse in the distance. She cried that she did not know this group of people, and that the child had disturbed the important military affairs of the soldiers. This commoner begged His Royal Highness for forgiveness. She kowtowed nonstop until her forehead was bruised. The onlookers looked at each other and felt relieved. This was how it should be. They did not feel that there was anything wrong with this young woman's ingratitude. Under the jurisdiction of Guangling, Everything was decided by the Guangling prince. Law. Was this not the family law of the Zhao clan? Some young scholars who were secretly jealous of Su Fengnian's elegance were waving their fans. Some were whispering and guessing how Su Fengnian would end up tragically. They were in a very good mood. Morong Wuzhu had just come out of the fire pit. Although she was similar to Xu Xiao and had stumbled into Bailiang's dye vat, her temperament was still as pure as Bai Xian, who had never put pen to paper. When she heard the woman's heart-wrenching words, she was so angry that her face turned red. She jogged over and slapped the woman's face. Morong Wuzhu did not know how to reprimand her. The woman was stunned by the slap and stopped crying. Instead, it was Morong Wuzhu who began to cry. A hesitant scholar with a headscarf shrunk behind his head and did not dare to appear. He should be the woman's husband. When he saw this beautiful girl slap his wife's face, his face began to burn. However, in the end he did not have the courage to walk out. He carefully glanced at His Royal Highness, Zhao Yu on the other side of the horse, and then looked at the handsome young master below the horse. He only hoped that these important people whom he, a small commoner, could not afford to offend, would not harm his family of three. He was even more regretful that he had come to watch the show. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at Blue Bird, who was holding the fox fur coat. Without saying anything, Blue Bird, who had a telepathic connection, came in front of the trembling woman and said coldly, "Go." The woman, whose legs had turned to jelly, got up in a panic. She pulled the child and squeezed into the crowd without looking back. After meeting with her husband, she squeezed through the crowd and returned home. From the beginning to the end, she did not look at the young master. As for whether she felt guilty or glad, only God knew. Those who had some status in Guangling all knew that every time there was a large gathering, Zhao Yu would definitely place many scouts who were specifically responsible for finding beautiful women. These lackeys had a very good sense of smell, and would usually be able to bring His Highness back with a full load. Otherwise, with Zhao Yu's physique, whether it was by carriage or by horse, how difficult would it be for him to travel? Other than tirelessly hunting for women, Zhao Yu was also quite good at making money. There was a housekeeper in his residence who was responsible for commenting on the appearance of the women in the surrounding families. If they did not want to be brought back to the Guangling prince's residence and pressed under his crotch, they had to offer him a large amount of silver. Even the eldest son of provincial governor Zhou, who practically grew up together with His Royal Highness, could not escape this calamity. Just because he had a wife who was of equal social status and was beautiful and attractive, he had to pay 70 to 80,000 taels of silver as a tribute, without missing a single copper coin. He only dared to privately joke that His Royal Highness was very fair and honest. From this, it could be seen that Zhao Yu's table manners, whether it was eating women or eating silver, it was hard to see what kind of realm he was in. But Guangling Prince Zhao Yi liked it very much. He joked that this eldest son of the D was a little tout-eye, and that it was a great blessing to be able to eat. When Zhao saw that the person in front of him did not move, his already pitiful patience completely dissipated. He made a hand gesture, and no longer paid attention to his peers in front of him. He only raised his head and craned his neck to look at Morong Wuzhu. He swept his eyes over them. They were actually a pair of beautiful sisters? There was actually such a beautiful pair of twin lotuses on one stalk? The heavens were not unkind to this heir. He narrowed his eyes and looked more and more pleasantly surprised. There were also two women wearing veiled hats. Although he could not see their faces clearly, just by looking at their figures, he could see that they were extremely enchanting. As for the delicate female servant in green, her temperament was also very good. What was going on today? Why was he so lucky? These extraordinary girls were enough for this heir to deal with half a year of boredom. Zhao Yu's saliva was dripping as he clicked his tongue and said, "Young ladies, quickly come into this heir's bowl. This heir loves beauties the most. I will definitely eat and taste them slowly." Chapter 354. Su Fengnian saw the gray-robed elder dismount from his horse, and was about to make a move. He finally opened his mouth and said, "Zhao Yuang, let me say this first. You can steal my women, but when the time comes, before the beauty has even entered your bowl, a few caddies of meat from your body have entered my bowl." For the first time, His Royal Highness looked seriously at this outsider. He was used to the cries and screams of kidnapped women and their families, so it was really boring. This made His Royal Highness feel a kind of loneliness of a master within Guangling, who was not scared out of their wits when they saw the formation behind him. Occasionally, there was a noble family that did not lack backbone, but after a futile resistance and a bloody suppression, they would talk nonsense like retribution. There really was no hero who could speak without their lips trembling in front of him. He remembered that a few years ago, there was a pair of immortal heroes who were said to have traveled to Guangling. At first, His Royal Highness did not bring many retainers and suffered a small loss. He immediately returned to his residence and brought a dozen or so guests and 300 cavalry to block the escape pair at the border. First, he had an erotic scene in front of the hero. Then he had skinned her husband in front of the heroine. Finally, he had used a spear to pierce their bodies and skewered them together. With good intentions, he had let them die together. To this day, His Royal Highness still remembered the mournful eyes of the plump heroine and the hateful tears of the so-called hero. Zhao Yuang smacked his lips. It was really exciting. This was much more enjoyable than when he usually doted on the women of other families. The aftertaste was really endless. When Zhao Yuang thought of this, his eyes burned with even more passion for the women. He began to think of a few new tricks that he had thought of, but had not yet implemented. As he thought and thought, he habitually put a finger into his mouth and mumbled, "It is a pity that I do not have the opportunity to see Brother Su. I heard that his Wutong Yuan has many beautiful women. Otherwise, I could use them to compare notes. Besides, Brother Su also has 2 older sisters. I treat you with sincerity and respect, and do not mind sharing the women of my family. Presumably, Brother Su should be more generous and give the 2 older sisters and the entire Wutong Yuan to me." Zhao Yao continued to mumble to himself. "What if he doesn't want to be unkind? What should we do?" His Royal Highness sighed. He pulled out his finger and dipped it in his saliva. His face was full of smiles, but his eyes were gloomy. "Beiliang, it's so far away. I don't have the strength to travel so far to ask for it. But once I reach Guangling, I won't tolerate your stinginess, Brother Su." When he came back to his senses, he saw that the gray-robed elder who had always been successful in his work was already walking towards that person. Zhao Yao cracked his neck and waited in anticipation. Zhao Yao saw that the young man's face was calm as he stretched out his hand towards him. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing?" Su Fengnian did not say anything. Murong Wuzhu inadvertently caught a glimpse of Big Sister Bluebird's lips curling upwards. The most unremarkable old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat slowly walked into everyone's field of vision, and said in a bad mood, "A good Guangling river. 60 years ago, the sky was high and the river was wide. Now it's actually so unlucky. Even this old man can't stand it anymore. Su Brat, that running dog and 30 riders are mine. That dead pig is yours. This old man, let me say this first. If you don't cut off a few pounds of meat from him, don't even think about wasting your energy on this old man in the future." Just as the old man finished speaking, the scene left everyone dumbfounded. The 30 riders and their horses were torn apart by the invisible sword energy. As for the gray-robed guest elder who had the demeanor of an expert, he didn't even have time to open his mouth, let alone move his hand. His head seemed to have been flattened by an invisible weapon. The old god of swords who didn't move continued, "A true expert is coming from the great Yanji. Also, if you don't want to be chased by thousands of armored riders, you'd better act immediately." Su Fengnian smiled. He stretched out his arm and grabbed a sword from the corpse of a rider on the ground. Controlling Qi? Chen Yu, who had been watching the development of the situation from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes. His Royal Highness, who wasn't too stupid, turned his horse around and was about to run away. Where there's life, there's no need to worry about not having a wife. Su Fengnian strode forward and grabbed the horse's tail with one hand, pulling the front hooves of the charging Fergana horse into the air. Zhao Yuao, who needed 3 servants to help him get on the horse, had no horsemanship to speak of. He immediately fell backwards onto the ground. Su Fengnian used the scabbard to stab the neck of this crown prince, who was also an influential member of the dynasty, rendering him unable to move. Su Fengnian then sliced off 3 tails of flesh from Zhao Yao's arm. He said with a smile, "Look, your flesh is in my bowl. I'm not lying, am I?" He wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. The second sword cut off 1/2 pound of meat from Zhao Piao's thigh, which was as round as a pillar. It was still a smiling face that could charm women to death. That's right, I'm your brother Su. The fat crown prince's heart was torn and his lungs were torn. He struggled fiercely. Su Fengnian changed the position of the scabbard and nailed it firmly onto Zhao Yu's head. The crowd could only see the crown prince's limbs rolling about, but his head could not move. Su Fengnian's third sword cut off a piece of meat from Zhao Piao's left cheek. He then smiled and asked, "Does it hurt?" Zhao Piao was scared out of his wits. Su Fengnian made an "oh" sound and cut off his right cheek. "It seems to hurt quite a bit." Zhao Piao's pants were soaked. He foamed at the mouth and fainted from the pain. The old god of swords smiled and said, "Young Su, there's someone coming soon. Take it easy. Leave or stay, you tell me." "Bluebird, go to the carriage and get the embroidered winter-spring thunder." After Su Fengnian finished speaking, he turned to Li Chungang and asked with a smile, "Old senior, do you dare to come with me to Yanji to watch the tide?" Li Chungang was stunned. He then laughed loudly and heroically. Back in the day, the Wu family's 9 swords defeated 10,000 cavalry. This old man alone could take on 9 of them. Chapter 355. Chen Yu originally thought that after this person got into trouble, he would run away from Guangling with his tail between his legs. So what if the king of Beiliang was His Royal Highness? This was Guangling, the territory that the vassal King Zhao Yi had painstakingly managed for 20 years. He had accumulated great power. According to the laws of the vassal states, the king of Yan and the king of Guangling were not allowed to meet the king of Beiliang. Unfortunately, Zhao Yi was one of the 7 vassal kings. Other than the most powerful navy in the world, Guangling also had a considerable number of elite cavalry. Among them, the 8,000 personal guards of the king of Beiliang were the best of the best. They were as fast as an arrow and fought like thunder and lightning. The commander of the cavalry, Lu Xingxiang, and the general, Zhang Erbao, were publicly recognized as enemies of 10,000 people in the Liang dynasty. Their reputations were comparable to that of Su Zhao's 5 foster sons, other than Chen Jibao. Among them, Lu Xingxiang first went down to Luzhou on a snowy night in the spring and autumn period, and then his cavalry crossed Dongyue. His military service was illustrious. The great general Gu Jiantang broke up his old subordinates, and only brought his direct subordinates into the Ministry of War. All the military power fell into the pockets of the king of Yan and the king of Guangling. The dozens of provincial governors did not dare to ask for a single soldier. In terms of military service and strength, the king of Guangling, Zhao Yi, could not compare to the vassal king Su Xiao of a different surname. However, a strong dragon could not fight a local snake. Moreover, Su Fengnian was at most a young snake crossing the river. How could he compete with Zhao Yi, the giant snake of Guangling who had already become a demon? Forced by the situation, Chen Yu and the maidservant Bluebird walked slowly together. Looking up, the spectators on the shore had all scattered and fled for their lives. The ground was in a mess. They could see a black stream coming from the land. It was the distinctive black horse of the Beiliang army, and its momentum was not inferior to that of the Guangling front line. Chen Yu frowned. Had this Su Fengnian lost his mind? She did not dislike his cruel method of teaching the crown prince Su Fengnian a lesson. Evil people would be dealt with by evil people. The grudges between the top playboys were mostly not tender feelings. However, Su Fengnian was in a dangerous situation, and yet he went against the current. This was not a rational thing to show off. This was not the way. Did he not understand such a simple principle? Chen Yu snorted coldly and smiled coldly. It was really a pity that the grass snake's gray line had been hidden for thousands of miles. It had just left the garden and the grass hut, but it was going to be cut off by the Guangling River. Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng had no reason to stay out of the matter. Bluebird held a spear. The 3 of them pulled away from His Royal Highness, and the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat. Since they had abandoned the carriage, Bluebird did not forget to let Xu Xiu bring along Dong Tai's sword case. The 2 in front were prepared to face the first wave of cavalry head-on. It was really too arrogant. His Royal Highness moved forward confidently, with 2 swords hanging from his waist and the hilts in his hands. Although his face was slightly pale and he did not look well, No one doubted that His Royal Highness was just a sickly person after he pressed down on the horse's head and used his chi to control objects. The one-armed old god of swords. Since today's battle would most likely be the last time he fought in the world, there was no harm in piercing through the sky. Back then, the Sword Emperor of Shishu had killed thousands of cavalry and died of exhaustion. Li Chungang wanted to teach the martial artists of the world that the peak of swordsmanship was not limited to this. He, Li Chungang, had lived in Jianghu for 100 years with his sword. So what if he had lost 2 battles to Wang Xianji? Was there really no junior swordsman who could pull down the Lord of Martial Emperor City? There was only one Dong Tai. On the great river of swordsmanship, there were still too few. Chunyu was the last to leave. At his feet, the fat pig Zhao Yuang, who had fainted, opened his eyes slightly. The 300 gene of meat rolled around as he climbed to his feet at lightning speed. His body was so strong that it made one wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them. After rising, he ran in the opposite direction of Su Fengnian, running as fast as he could, hoping to leave this place as soon as possible. Seeing all this, Chunyu was slightly stunned. He thought that the Crown Prince of Guangling was not really that stupid. He even knew how to play dead to get away. If he had not made such a fool of himself, a few more pieces of meat would have been sliced off. Chunyu stopped looking at the pile of filthy fat, and turned around to see that His Royal Highness of Bailiang was about to draw his sword. Chunyu sighed in her heart. If she were in his shoes, she would have announced her family name loudly before the crowd dispersed and spread the name of Bailiang, His Royal Highness, all over Guangling. This was the only reason why Zhao Yi did not dare to attack her openly with nearly 1,000 cavalrymen. After all, killing Bailiang's son without permission was a crime that was destined to cause a stir in the imperial court. Moreover, this son was the most important person in the Liang dynasty, and was a first-class descendant who had inherited the title of His Royal Highness. However, the opportunity was fleeting. Those spectators, regardless of their family background, did not even have the courage to watch the fun. Even if they knew the inside story later, they were not qualified to be witnesses. Who would risk their lives to tell the imperial court? Chunyu, whose origin was unknown, had complicated thoughts. She remembered the back of young master by Chiu who threw the altar and the sword. At that time, she vaguely heard a sentence. She murmured to herself, "It's true that a hero's name will rise after his death. But this is the way a hero will cut off all means of retreat and sink all boats. You clearly have the potential to become an ambitious and ruthless marquis who occupies the north and swallows the south. Why are you so reckless? I thought you were a loser on the outside but a loser on the inside. I didn't expect you to be a loser on the inside." On the Great Yin Dynasty's reading platform, a large banner with the character, Zhao, was fluttering in the wind. A middle-aged man who was even more obese than Zhao Yu was wearing an embroidered robe with a jade belt and 9 pythons. His robe was embroidered with golden Sichuan brocade. The chair under the man's buttocks was 3 times the size of an ordinary chair. He did not move the mountain. Just by sitting there, he was already taller than many of the civil officials of the Great Yin Dynasty. The embroidered robe of the dynasty could only be worn by members of the imperial family. Of course, those who raised the banner and rebelled were not included. This embroidered robe, which symbolized the peak of glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, was divided into 9 grades. In terms of color, unless it was the crown prince, the vassal kings and ordinary princes would wear embroidered robes of light yellow, blue, or stone green according to the law. At most, the edges of the embroidered robe would be embroidered with gold. However, this small mountain who was in a mess was specially bestowed with a golden embroidered robe of the best quality. It could be said that the heavenly grace was extremely vast and mighty. This was because this vassal king who held great power was born from the same mother as the current emperor. Compared to the other vassal kings, naturally they could not be mentioned in the same breath. The Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi, was the only existence in the world who could sleep on the same bed as the emperor. In the past, when he hit the head of the county chief with a jade rui, the result was nothing more than a great eunuch from the capital, Qiandiao Temple, rushing to Guangling to pass on a few words of verbal reprimand for the emperor. Beside the vassal king, Zhao Yi, stood an old man who looked like a skinny monkey. He had a mustache and was wearing a first-class robe made by Su Zhonggong, but his appearance was really ugly. On the other hand, There was a middle-aged general on the right side of Zhao Yi. He looked dignified and handsome, standing with his hand on his sword. It could be seen that the vassal king trusted this general very much. This man was the famous general of the present age, Lu Xingxiang. He was a crafty commander, and was especially good at using a small number of elite cavalrymen to raid thousands of miles away, winning the victory by surprise. Half of the merit of the fall of Dongyu should be credited to Lu Xingxiang. Lu Xingxiang, who came from a cold family, had a very good reputation both in the army and in the scholarly circles. It was unknown why he always stayed in Guangling. When Gu Jiantang entered the capital with 12 cavalrymen, there should have been Lu Xingxiang. These years, there was often a rumor that Lu Xingxiang would go to the capital to serve as the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. After 5 or 6 years of hard work, when Gu Jiantang reached a higher level, he would take over as the Minister of War. It was not until this year that the Tongxi sword immortal Lu Baijie of Huding County appeared out of nowhere, and became the assistant minister of the Ministry of War that the court and the common people stopped guessing and clamoring. The shifty-eyed old advisor of the Prince of Guangling stretched out his orchid fingers to twirl his beard, and said in a strange tone, "Shengxiang, you overestimate this Beiliang heir. If you had known earlier, you could have slowly swallowed him like a cat catching a mouse." The moment the Beiliang heir and his entourage stepped into Guangling, the secret agent of the Prince of Guangling had already sent the news to the spring snow building of the Prince of Guangling. This spring snow building was an important place for the Prince of Guangling's military. All matters, no matter big or small, within the jurisdiction of Guangling originated from this building. Therefore, the Guangling officialdom viewed this building as a big dragon gate. To be able to enter this building and meet with the Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi, proved that this official had truly stabilized his position in Guangling. To be able to give advice to Zhao Yi, who had just become the Guangling Jidushi, meant that this person was already a powerful official within Guangling. He was so popular that he was almost purple. Compared to those provincial governors who had the titles of feudal officials, he was even more frightening. Chapter 356. Today, when the Su Fingnian came to watch the battle, the direct descendants of the vassal kings and the advisors on the spring snow building all responded with a cold and indifferent strategy of not trying to win him over or beat him. It was just that His Royal Highness Zhao Yu had disrupted their plans. To the shadow bigwigs of Guangling in the spring snow building, this was nothing much. Most of them were young men who had only found a place in the building in the last 20 years. They did not have much reverence for Su Xiao, who had a different surname. A few of the more radical advisors had been sparing no effort in advocating for the Beiliang cavalry to be used as a stepping stone for the mighty army of Guangling. Therefore, when he heard that His Royal Highness had led 30 riders to pick a fight, and was unexpectedly cut off by the Su Fingnian as a demonstration, even Lu Xingxiang was somewhat angry. He immediately proposed that before the heir of Beiliang had revealed his identity to protect himself, he should use more than 1,000 armored cavalry to charge forward with a thunderous attack. Even if the heir of Beiliang had the world-famous old sword godly Chungang from the martial emperor city to protect him, and even if not a single one of the 1,000 Beiliang cavalry was left alive, he could still deploy another 3,000 armored cavalry to kill a young man who would one day inherit the title of the king of Beiliang, and at the same time kill a famous swordsman of Jianghu. Lu Xingxiang believed that his master had the courage to risk 1,000 or 2,000 Beiliang cavalry. Others did not know the hidden intention of the emperor of the capital, but the famous general Lu Xingxiang, who was well versed in military affairs and government affairs, had stood tall on the spring snow building for more than 20 years without falling. His position had always been one of the top 3. How could he not understand the bottom line? Perhaps because of today's turmoil, Lame Su of Beiliang would fly into a rage. Once this happened, the capital would issue an edict, and it was even possible that the Prince of Guangling would be demoted by 1 rank. However, temporary gains and losses could not be disrupted. In the midst of the imperial court's intrigue, or the war between the two countries, it could be ignored. Su Xiao had spent most of his life in the military, and had suffered countless injuries. Now that he was over 50 years old, how much longer could he live? So what if I give you Lame Su 20 years? By that time, Beiliang will fall apart. His master won't even be 60 years old. More importantly, he will have a long line of descendants. Lu Xingxiang dares to say that by that time, not only will Prince Guangling Zhao Yi regain his throne, His Royal Highness will also be able to obtain a dream of hereditary succession. Baoyang was powerful, like a giant python entrenched in the northern border. The only fatal weakness was that the king of Su only had 2 sons. The youngest, Su Longxiang, was an idiot. Once the eldest, Su Fengnian, died, Su Xiao had the ability to topple the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn, but did he have the ability to go against the heavens? Unless it was a saint of the 3 sects who was like an immortal on earth. 100 years of youth would be nothing more than a skeleton. This had been the case since ancient times. People kept saying, "Long live the Son of Heaven." But who could truly live forever? Lu Xingxiang didn't quibble with the rat-bearded strategist and said calmly, "If that Su Fengnian wants to die, can you and I stop him?" The wretched-looking great advisor of the Wang mansion chuckled. His eyes were unusually sharp. You can't judge a book by its cover. When Lu Xingxiang proposed to use 1,000 cavalry to kill Su Fengnian, he was not sure if Zhao Yi had the patience to wait for 20 years. But in fact, this great vassal king not only asked Zhang Erbao to lead the army, but also asked someone to bring the tiger talisman to Shanwei's camp, and ordered the rest of the Baoyang army to move out in full force. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness had moved even Lu Xingxiang, who had killed countless people. After killing the only son of Baoyang, it meant that Guangling and the Baoyang cavalry would become mortal enemies. If Guangling army and Baoyang cavalry were to fight on the battlefield, both Guangling and Guangling would lose. Zhao Yi only had 2 big backers, his elder brother who shared the same father and mother in the capital city, and the thousands of miles of rivers and mountains of Liang dynasty between Baoyang and Guangling. With just a few words, a few people had decided the direction of the dynasty for the next 20 years. Lu Xingxiang listened to the sound of rolling tides. His mind was not as calm as his face and tone. This was power and influence. Women were as beautiful as a painting, polished with their bare hands, and added fragrance to their sleeves. How could they be compared to being the leader of a beautiful country? Prince Zhao Yi of Guangling rested his elbow on the arm of the chair, holding his chin and face. He could not imagine that the skin of a man who weighed nearly 400 pounds was as white as snow. He said with a smile, "Traveling with those few women in Jianghu is like a 3-year-old child holding gold in the market. How could they not attract the attention of bees and butterflies? Piao has always had a good taste. Don't blame her for the loss this time. This king has underestimated the courage and insight of the children of Su family. Indeed, to be able to kill scholars in Gangnam-do, quarrel with Dragon Tiger Mountain in Mount Hui, and climb to the top of the city wall in Martial Emperor City. Even if he is just an embroidered pillow, he should be the craftsmanship of our Guangling craftsmen, right?" Lu Xingxiang did not agree. He just looked at the light cavalry of Baoyang charging like a torrent. Those weak visitors from Baoyang were really like mantises trying to stop a chariot. Those northern barbarians were really spoiled by lame Su. The old advisor with a beard said with a cunning smile, "That little bastard is stupid and bold. With the king's strategy, he will never be able to escape from the palm of your hand. Perhaps that little bastard will never believe that the king will not even give face to Su Xiao. But I wonder how many times can Li Chungang, who has returned to Jianghu, withstand the charge of 1,000 cavalry?" Lu Xingxiang shook his head and said with a heavy voice, "It is said that Li Chungang has become a land immortal in Mount Hui, and is sitting firmly in the realm of sword immortal. In the past, the imperial uncle of West Shu had killed more than 1,000 Baoyang cavalry with a sword. It is not a rumor spread by the people of Jianghu. I think this old sword immortal Li will be a tough nut to crack." Prince Guangling Zhao Yi smiled and said, "This king has spent a lot of money on 1,000 Baoyang cavalry. It is a pity that it is gone just like that. However, Guangling has been peaceful and boring these past few years. To be able to use 1,000 or a few thousand lives in exchange for some entertainment, it is not a total loss. Shengxiang, Zhupa, this is a good show. Watch carefully. Don't squander this king's money." Lu Shengxiang was expressionless. The advisor called Zhupa said with a smile, "I don't have much dealings with the people of Jianghu. Today, I must open my eyes and take a good look at the so-called sword immortal, and see if he can turn the tide." Zhao Yi snapped his fingers and said self-deprecatingly, "This king does not dare to be careless about the sword immortal's flying sword taking the head. If I am not careful, Li Chungang will take my head in desperation. It will be a big joke. After the snap, an old swordsman with a withered face, but a soaring sword aura slowly ascended the stage. His hands were placed on the hilt of his sword. He faced the cavalry and Li Chungang and closed his eyes in concentration. The old man was Chai Qingshan, the last surviving master of the Dongyue sword pool. His swordsmanship was the best in the southeast of the empire. He had blocked countless assassination attempts for Guangling Prince Zhao Yi. The current master of the Dongyue sword pool had no choice but to expel him for the sake of the pool's reputation. The advisor smiled and said, Chai Qingshan, you are also a grandmaster of the sword. Moreover, your senior brother was humiliated by Li Chungang and committed suicide out of shame. When enemies meet, your eyes should be exceptionally red. Why are you so calm? Could it be that you were scared out of your wits by Li Chungang opening the gate of heaven at Donghai? Zhao Yi frowned and said, Zhang Zhupa, don't be so narrow-minded like a woman. Honorable guest Chai only killed your disappointing nephew. It's not a big deal. If you continue to nag, do you believe that this prince will make you fight with honorable guest Chai on the spot? Zhang Zhupa rolled his eyes and gave himself 2 tight slaps on the face. He apologized. I know I was wrong. Chai Qingshan held his breath and did not move. The naval drill on the river went on as usual, but the Guangling riverbank was suddenly filled with turbulence. The vanguard general, Zhang Erbao, took the lead. He wielded a lance and waved it, splitting the air. The old man with the sheepskin fur coat carried a standard sword for the Peregrine Falcon Battalion cavalry. It was far from being a divine weapon. Looking at the endless Guangling cavalry, a smile appeared on his old face. When I first entered Jianghu, I walked on the Guangling tide with my sword. I only felt that as long as I had a sword in my hand, the world would be free and unfettered. I really missed the feeling of being young and carefree. I'm finally going to enter Jianghu. Fate has brought us together on this Guangling river. Little Su, this old man and you have known each other for a while. We can't be considered friends, but this old man finds you pleasing to the eye. If you fight with all your strength, you will have enough fame, but it may not be a good thing for you to take charge of the Bailiang cavalry in the future. You, His Royal Highness, have to pay attention to concealment. You can only sleep peacefully by pouring dirty water on yourself every day. This old man sees that you are not living at ease. You are very different from us Jianghu people who fish for fame. Therefore, in this battle, don't blame this old man for stealing all the limelight. If 1,000 cavalry is killed, Zhao Yi won't feel any pain. Just kill another 3,000 or 4,000 cavalry. This old man has to be satisfied. If you are really defeated, you don't have to think about collecting this old man's corpse. Just say that this old man will save his strength to send you out of Guangling before he dies. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Su Xiao once said that it's okay for a man to be cynical about small matters. But when it comes to life and death, one must still do something. There are things that one cannot do. Old senior, if you trust me, just charge forward and leave your back to Su Fengnian. Let's kill our way to Yanji. The old god of swords Li Chungang stopped and scolded jokingly. You know that this old man won't be defeated, so you say such bold words. Su Fengnian said with a wronged face. Old senior, your words are more hurtful than the 2-sleeved green snake. The old man laughed heartily. With a tap of his toes, his body shot forward. He said heroically, Dong Tai, killing with a sword, do you really think that you are stronger than this old man? According to the records of later generations, on the 8th month and the 10th month, on the tide viewing day, Li Chungang killed more than 2,600 enemies with one sword. There was no longer the old god of swords, and the new god of swords in Jianghu. Blood flowed like a river, but the waves could not wash it away. As they neared Yanji with the crown prince of Bailiang, Su Fengnian smiled and asked Guangling Prince Zhao Yi, If I die, Su Xiao will hang Bailiang swords all over Guangling. Do you believe me? Chapter 357. All good things must come to an end. When the carriage arrived at the barren border between the 2 prefectures, Green Bird stopped the carriage when she heard the slight movement in the carriage. His Highness bent down and lifted the curtain. After getting off the carriage, he looked at the scenery of northern Liang, which was far less beautiful than the south. He was lost in thought. After the frost, the trees withered, the leaves fell, and the insects hid in their holes. Even if there was a gentle breeze outside, it would still carry a chill that could not be hidden by clothes. Li Dong was coming in the blink of an eye. When Su Fengnian left, it was already winter when he returned to Liangzhou. During his 3 years of travel, he was only at the bottom of Jianghu. Other than bitterness, there was only bitterness. This trip seemed to be showing off, but the people he came into contact with were either rich or noble, or the most outstanding grandmasters or freaks in Jianghu. That's right, he was just a small fry who only dared to play in the shallow waters of Jianghu. How could he have the nerve to greet the crown prince of Bailiang who had revealed his identity? Wasn't this just asking for a slap? Su Fengnian turned his head to look at the Murong siblings, Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei, who had gotten off the carriage at the same time. Of course, there was also the sword god who had not gotten off the carriage. In the Battle of Guangling River, in the short 2-li journey, Li Chuangong's sword had killed 2,600 cavalrymen. Layer upon layer, there were very few complete corpses. His Royal Highness's robe was soaked with blood. Other than the general who had luckily survived, the rest of the Guangling soldiers had all died. Perhaps Prince Zhao Yi of Guangling was intimidated by Li Chuangong's words. Let this old man kill 2,000 steel cavalry to satisfy his craving, and before he dies, he will drag a king of Guangling down with him. Even if he dies, he will have no regrets. Or perhaps his plan was disrupted by Li Chuangong's threat. In any case, no matter how the small mountain of white flesh thought about it, in the end, he did not stop Su Fengnian from leaving. On the 10th day of the 8th month, although Su Fengnian had not killed anyone with his own hands, this was the first time he felt fear. Because every time Li Chungang, who was known for his peerless swordsmanship, killed someone, the chances of him losing his life would increase. If he were to stay in the Guangling River and feed the fishes, he would eventually run out of manpower. One should know that there were more than 6,000-liter army soldiers gathered near Great Yanji. They were so densely packed that it was as if they had broken into an ant's nest. Not to mention, there were also countless warships and warships of the Guangling Navy eyeing them covetously. If Zhao Yi really made up his mind to kill all of them, even if Li Chungang could bring him out alive, he would not be able to take care of Blue Bird and the others. After returning to the carriage, Su Fengnian lowered his head and looked at his hands. They were trembling and could not be stopped no matter how hard he tried. There was a hint of restlessness and abnormal excitement in his heart. He had seen with his own eyes that wherever Li Chuangong's sword energy passed, a large area of flesh and blood would be badly mutilated. He asked himself, when in his life would he have the ability to fight against thousands of soldiers and horses as a mere warrior? After leaving Guangling, Li Chuangong's face immediately turned yellow, like a lamp that had run out of oil. How could Su Fengnian not know that the old god of swords had regarded the battle at the riverbank as the final battle of his life before he struck? Only the sages of the 3 sects could borrow the profound principles of the heaven and earth to defeat 1,000 caddies with little effort. For warriors who were not from the 3 sects, even if they were as strong as Li Chungang, they would have to exhaust a great amount of qi with each strike. Especially under the situation where the cavalry kept charging like a flood. They did not give the old man a chance to take a breather. This was the root of the problem. The 9 swords of the Wu family's sword tomb had killed tens of thousands of cavalry. Those were the 9 great swordsmen of the Wu family at their peak, and the 9 of them could rely on each other. However, Li Chungang had to face thousands of cavalry alone. The Ling Beikui army was undoubtedly the most elite force in the southeast of the empire. How could the 9 ancestors of the Wu family compare to Li Chuangong's ability to break 2,600 armor in a short hour? Su Fengnian raised his head and looked at the green and white yuan in the sky. He knew that Lu Qiuer was rushing over with the Bailiang cavalry. Li Chungang slowly got off the carriage and walked to His Royal Highness's side. He asked, "What's wrong? You don't want this old man to send you to the city gate of Liangzhou?" Su Fengnian shook his head and smiled. "Forget it. Chu Lushan has already brought troops to welcome me. There's no need to trouble you, senior." The old man in the sheepskin coat pretended to be surprised. He rolled his eyes and said, "Little Su, how did your conscience, which was eaten away by dogs, come back?" Su Fengnian could only smile bitterly. Li Chungang smiled and said, "This old man accompanied you in your madness by the Guangling River. In the end, we are still standing here alive. In fact, You and this old man do not owe each other anything. Without you, even if this old man killed another 2,000 cavalry, he would still have to obediently die. His ending may not be better than the Sword Emperor of Shishu. Your words are more powerful than this old man's hundreds and thousands of swords. It can be seen that the anger of an ordinary man is far inferior to the anger of a king, let alone the anger of a heavenly king. This old man can be considered to have seen through that the people of Jianghu should behave themselves in Jianghu. Otherwise, no matter how capable they are, they will not be able to distinguish between gratitude and grudges. The people of Jianghu will know each other in Jianghu. This is the right thing to do. You emperors, generals, ministers, and rich families are fighting and scheming against each other. Whoever gets involved will get himself into trouble. Just count with your fingers. Mount Longhu and Dongyue Sword Lake seem to be in power, but aren't they all turtles in a jar and carps in a pond? One day, when they are fattened up, they may be steamed or braised as they please. This old man looks around and only Wudong and the Wu family are decent. Su Fengnian's face was filled with unconcealable sadness. Li Chungang glanced at him. He knew that mentioning Mount Wudong had hit His Royal Highness's soft spot. Unable to bear it, he changed the topic and asked, "In Guangling, you even dared to cut off the fat meat of Xiaogou and put it into your bowl." This old man was amazed by Chen Yu's beauty. "Are you willing to spit out the meat in your mouth into the big bowl in the capital?" Su Fengnian calmly said, "It's probably still the same sentence. There are things to do and there are things not to do. Everything in the world can't just go according to my whims." First, there was the threat of Xiaogou, who was almost destroyed by Chao Chongqing. Then the Empress personally sent people to me with the Empress's decree. She beat me with the stick and then gave me the date, using both the carrot and the stick. What can I do? If it weren't for the Guangling River incident, perhaps I would still have the courage to act shamelessly in front of the Empress. In Xiangfan, I almost completely fell out with the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng. I even kidnapped his princess consort to Bailiang and formed an enmity with the king of Guangling, Zhao Yi. It's a dead knot that even the immortals can't undo. Right now, I reckon that Su Xiao is ready to beat me with a broom. If I cause more trouble for him, even the Empress will have a bad impression of me as not being able to see the big picture. I'm afraid that I won't even be able to enter the house. The matter of Princess Sui Zhu has already caused this woman, who is known to be the first in the harem, to feel resentment. To tell the truth, I would rather be seen as unreasonable by the one sitting on the dragon throne than let this one worry about me again and again. When a woman's heart is ruthless. Speaking to this point, His Royal Highness suddenly shut his mouth. Li Chungang stretched his back and twisted his neck. He didn't take it to heart and laughed. It's widely rumored in Jianghu that there's going to be a reassessment of the martial arts rankings. This time, they're going to dig out those deep-water bastards like Zhao Xuansu and dry them under the sun. Moreover, they're not going to be ranked based on their level of cultivation, but rather their methods of killing. It's a pity that the originally deserving number one in the world, the Wudong sect leader surnamed Hong, has already committed suicide. Otherwise, Wang Xianji would be even more deserving of being number two in the world. As for this old man, I reckon that by virtue of the battle in Guangling, he'll be ranked ahead of Dong Tai. Furthermore, this old man asserts that Gu Jiantang, who has always been looked down upon by Jianghu, won't be able to hold back this time. There's an 80 to 90% chance that he'll be able to enter the top 5. However, all of this has nothing to do with this old man. This old man has never seen a woman with so much talent. Her face is full of joy and surprise, but in fact, her heart is full of sorrow and tears. She has racked her brains to seek riches and fame, but only when she opens her eyes did she realize that it was all a dream. The little girl's unintentional words are all about the disappointment of the world. Li Chungang exhaled a long breath. This old man can probably hold on for a few more years. In the future, if little girl Jiang succeeds in swordsmanship and wants to fight with you, don't criticize this old man in your heart. Su Fengnian smiled warmly and said, "If I can cultivate a female land immortal earlier, wouldn't I be able to meet her earlier? Otherwise, with her shallow skin, how could she have the nerve to kill me? I have to thank you for this." Li Chungang nodded and said with a smile, "Let's not talk about other things. Your magnanimity suits this old man's taste very well." The old man with the sheepskin fur coat had sharp ears. When he heard the horse hooves coming from afar, he sighed softly. Little Sue, after today, there is no possibility of meeting again in the martial world. Does this old man have anything that you want? Let me hear it. This old man will make an exception this time. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Old man, what can you have? The two-sleeve green snake has already taught you. I can't learn the sword will of opening the gate of heaven with the sword. If you want to talk about what's left, this tattered sheepskin fur coat that is older than me? Forget it, I won't send you off. Li Chungang picked his ears casually, and took a deep look at His Royal Highness. He smiled and said, That's the best. This old man can't stand those sentimental sentiments. The old man walked slowly on the official road with his hands behind his back. After 100 steps, he seemed to know that His Royal Highness was watching him. He didn't turn around and waved his hand. Su Fengnian stretched out his hand to block the setting sun, and pursed his lips tightly. Wooden horse ox. Fengdu green robe. Sword deity. A sword came from the Great Snow Plateau. Martial Emperor City opened the gate of heaven with the sword. Guangling River had killed 2,600 cavalry. And the one-armed old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat. They were already a ray of afterglow in the martial world. Su Fengnian murmured. One person can make the entire martial world feel old. This is really a domineering skill. Old man, I can't reward you. Chapter 358. Under the iron hooves of the Su family, how could the 8 kingdoms remain unscathed? Those who had not experienced the smoke and fire of war might not necessarily take this old saying seriously. Bailiang's 300,000 iron cavalry were elite and powerful. They could hear their voices before they even saw their faces. The sound of their horses thundering on the official road was so orderly that it made people's hearts tremble. Soon after, they could see a flag with the word Su gradually rising from the ground at the end of the road. It was a simple word Su written with strong strokes and silver hooks. It was rumored that it was written by a woman. When Princess Jing'an finally saw the 2 black-armored cavalry at the front, Pei Nanwei was so nervous that her breathing subconsciously slowed down. In Xiangfan City, King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, had a group of elite cavalry guards. In the central region of the empire, it could be said that they could sweep through any army. When Pei Nanwei saw the thousands of cavalry charge at Guangling River, she had thought that the bravery of the world's cavalry had reached the peak. At this time, Pei Nanwei knew that there was always a higher mountain. The Phoenix Battalion, armed with sabers and crossbows, belonged to Bailiang's light cavalry. The cavalry in front of her was the Bailiang army's true iron cavalry. Their equipment was the best in the empire. The cavalry's fighting ability was second to none. As the war horses stamped their hooves, the rider on the back of the horse rose and fell. The angle of the long spear in his hand did not change in the slightest. They were 50 paces away from His Royal Highness cavalry. Almost at the same time, the horses stopped and the riders fell silent. There was no noise at all. The 2 riders shuttled forward. One of the generals was extremely handsome. He rode a white horse and held a silver spear. The other general reminded Pei Nanwei of Guangling's father and son, Zhao Yi and Zhao Yi. His movement of dismounting was not beautiful at all. It could be said that he rolled off the horse and rushed ahead of the general on the white horse. He staggered and ran with a crying voice. One on the left and one on the right. The dust created by his feet did not seem to be inferior to that of a warhorse. Pei Nanwei and the Murong siblings instantly turned pale. There were few women in the world who did not hate and fear the fat man in front of them. It was said that their faces would change at the mention of him. Even Pei Nanwei was not an exception. If she was in Xiangfan City's Jing'an Palace, she would naturally be calm. However, in Bailiang, the lonely Pei Nanwei really did not have such confidence and toughness. However, the fat man who should have gone to hell to be cut into pieces and thrown into a frying pan made Pei Nanwei deeply understand what shameless flattery was. When he was still 5 or 6 steps away from His Royal Highness, his whole body suddenly fell to the ground and hugged Su Fengnian's thigh. His face was covered in tears and snot. Your Highness is finally back. Lucio deserves to die for not being able to accompany Your Highness by the Guangling River. If something happens to Your Highness, how can Lucio live? After Lucio heard this, he immediately went to the general and begged for a tiger tally. He wished he could personally lead 20,000 cavalry from Liangzhou to Guangling and cut off the balls of that father and son, and fry them with oil. At that time, there will be countless concubines in the Guangling palace. Your Highness will first pick the good ones to warm your bed, and leave the bad ones to Lucio. Pei Nanwei was still fine. She could still pretend to be calm. Morong Wuju was so scared that her face was pale. She trembled and hid behind Morong Tonghuang. She stuck out her head, afraid that the fiendish man would sit on the ground and cry, and the next moment, he would stand up and pounce on her with a ferocious smile. She was different from Princess Jing'an. Princess Pei was the princess consort of a king with real power in the dynasty. Although she was also afraid of Chu Lushan's bad reputation, she paid more attention to the real combat strength of the Bailiang cavalry and the story behind Chu Lushan. Morong Wuju didn't think too much about Chu Lushan's official position and his military exploits in the spring and autumn period. Right now, she wished that all the fatties in the world were lighter. Su Fingnian rubbed Chu Lushan's cheek and said helplessly, all right, we're all on the same side. Who are you pretending to be a grandson for? I'm warning you, this Shitzi doesn't have a good impression of men who weigh more than 300 caddies. Why don't you try to be lovey-dovey again? Chu Lushan, who was often forgotten as the general of Qianwu Ox, struggled to get up with hidden bitterness. His Royal Highness had a smile on his face and helped him up. Fatty Chu was still muttering to himself. Su Fingnian turned his head and saw the unexpected white bear Yuan Zuozong. He said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, second brother Yuan." Yuan Zuozong, who liked to use the enemy's head as a wine bowl, squinted his eyes and shook his head. "This is my duty. Your Highness doesn't need to worry." After a pause, he seemed to feel that his words were a bit stiff. Yuan Zuozong, who was always serious, smiled and joked, "Your Highness called me second brother Yuan." Yuan Zuozong walked a few hundred li comfortably. Su Fingnian let Xu Xiu give up the horse so that he could ride side by side with Chu Lushan on the official road. Aunt Xu, whose fate was much better than Lu Qiantang, had to act as a coachman. Since she left Guangling, she had not had a good night's sleep. Only now did she feel at ease. In Bailiang, even a dragon had to lower its head. For Bailiang, there was no such thing as a dragon crossing the river. Here, there was only a worm crossing the river. On the way back, she received a secret message from His Royal Highness. The woman Zhao Sun kept as a mistress in Xiangfan City had died suddenly. Did this mean that she could replace her? His Royal Highness did not say anything, so she did not dare to guess. 2 dusty carriages followed closely behind. One of them was driven by Blue Bird, the head maid of Wutong Garden. She looked at the back of His Royal Highness, bit her lips and slowly lowered her eyes. On the official road, His Royal Highness was in the middle. The 2 adopted sons of the King of Bailiang were on his left and right. They were all third-grade generals with the most solid military achievements in the spring and autumn period. Although Yuan Zuozong was not as famous as Chun Zhibao in Liang and Beimang dynasties, he was still better than Beimang's young generals like Ningame and Dian Xiong. Moreover, Yuan Zuozong was recognized as a first-class general in the empire. Based on this point alone, there were many Yuan Baixiong in the Bailiang army. Chapter 359. The Bailiang cavalry that was a little closer to the 3 of them all kept their eyes fixed on His Royal Highness as they galloped. In the past, all they had seen and heard was that His Royal Highness was jealous of other young masters and snatching women. Previously, there had been no news of His Royal Highness's 3 years of travel, so they had only thought that His Royal Highness had gone to harm the girls of other places. But this time, news of His Royal Highness's trip had spread back to Bailiang, causing the whole of Bailiang to be extremely shocked. Outside Xiangfan City, he had single-handedly faced the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, and stabbed a general to death in front of the vassal king. Who would believe that? Later, they heard that the old god of swords Li Chungang, who had somehow become His Royal Highness's retainer, had borrowed countless swords from Mount Hui in Jianzhou. The Taoist master's residents at Mount Longhu had flown into a rage out of humiliation and demanded that the old god of swords return. His Royal Highness had said, "Return my ass." This was a beautiful story that many people believed without a doubt. This was His Royal Highness's style. Speaking of this, they felt that it was absurd, but at the same time it was very satisfying. As for the recent news that Li Chungang had killed 2,600 horsemen by the Guangling River, not many people believed it to be true. But His Royal Highness had said that he would make the Bailiang swords hang all over Guangling. Almost all of the listeners had slapped the table in amazement and cheered. During this period of time, because of this sentence, Bailiang's specialty, green ant wine, was almost out of stock. The people of Bailiang drank to liven things up. The restaurants and taverns in the streets and alleys were booming with business. The overwhelming condemnation of His Royal Highness vanished like smoke in thin air. Some of the storytellers with good business acumen gathered information from all over the place and fabricated even more wonderful stories. As long as they talked about His Royal Highness' travels, they would win cheers from the crowd. Usually, the storytellers would use up a few caddies of saliva, and the extra tips would at most be a few copper coins. But now they could earn quite a few pieces of silver every day. They spared no effort in flattering and praising His Royal Highness, who they had never met before. At first, the scholars snorted disdainfully, but they couldn't stand the unanimous opinions of everyone around them. At first, they were skeptical, but in the end, seeing the general trend, they had no choice but to join in the commotion. However, the Bailiang army remained unusually silent. Murong Wuju put down the curtain and muttered to herself. It turns out that a great demon like Chu Lushan is also afraid of His Royal Highness. Murong Tonghuang sneered and said, "This Chu Lushan is only afraid of the king of Bailiang who has contributed so much that he can't reward him." Murong Wuju frowned. She wasn't used to refuting her brother, so she lowered her voice and said, "But I feel that Chu Lushan is actually a little afraid of His Royal Highness." Murong Tonghuang hesitated and fell into deep thought. Before entering Liangzhou City, His Royal Highness sat back in the carriage and rode in the same carriage as Pei Nanwei. Princess Pei lifted a corner of the curtain and saw the people pointing at them through the gap. She sneered and said, "His Royal Highness can be shy? Crossing mountains and ridges for 3,000 miles and finally turning a bad reputation into a good one. Isn't that the original intention of His Royal Highness's trip this time?" Su Fingnian ignored the sarcasm. He folded his two swords on his knees and closed his eyes. He silently breathed according to the Da Huangting's Heart Sutra. The red date mark between his eyebrows faded after leaving Guangling. Bailiang Palace. Pei Nanwei followed Su Fingnian down the carriage. What she didn't expect was the grand scale of the prince's mansion and the shabby welcoming party. Such a huge mansion that occupied a mountain and surrounded a lake should have countless servants. But at this time, there was only an old man who didn't have a strong body standing at the Vermilion Gate. Today was Li Dong. As the old saying goes, the water is frozen and the ground is frozen. Pheasants in the flood become clams and toads. The old man seemed to be afraid of the cold and put his hands into his thick sleeves. It seemed that after standing for a long time, the heat in his body was quickly dissipating. The old man couldn't help but shake his feet in the wind. When he saw the carriage stop, he walked over with a smile. When he saw His Royal Highness, he smiled and said some trivial things like, "You're back. Good. You look stronger." Father has asked the mansion to prepare several meat dishes, such as rolling donkey and tender ginger duck. In a year, Li Dong is the best food for the body. "Hey, how come you brought so many women with you when you left Liangzhou? Could it be that you didn't bring enough money with you and those girls in Liangzhou are too shrewd and unscrupulous?" The corner of Murong Tonghuang's mouth twitched. Murong Wuju's eyes widened. She was at a loss. This old man couldn't be the Northern Liang prince, could he? Murong Wuju kept telling herself that it was absolutely not. Princess Jing'an Pei Nanwei was as shocked as Murong Wuju and Murong Wuju. But in the end, she was more experienced in the ways of the world. She bowed politely, but her voice couldn't help but tremble a little. "Pei Nanwei greets Great General Su." Murong Wuju swallowed and instinctively took a step back. After Murong Tonghuang confirmed the identity of the old man in front of him, he waved his sleeves and prostrated himself on the ground. He put his forehead on the cold stone floor and said respectfully, "I, Murong Tonghuang from Jianzhou, greet the king of Bailiang." Unfortunately, Su Xiao didn't even look at Princess Jing'an, who was bowing politely, and Murong Tonghuang, who was prostrating himself on the ground. The old man, whose attire was completely different from that of the first king of the dynasty, saw that his son didn't move. He rubbed his hands and put them to his mouth to blow smoke. He asked with a smile, "Are you complaining that I didn't give you enough men to kill that fat pig Zhao Yi Guangling?" Princess Pei, who didn't feel neglected at all, twitched her eyelids. Murong Tonghuang, who didn't dare to move, trembled even more. Su Fingnian pursed his lips, which always gave people the impression of being harsh, and said calmly, "I thought you would scold me. Even if you didn't scold me, at least you wouldn't give me a good face." Su Xiao looked at his eldest son with a smile. He waved his sleeves gently and patted His Royal Highness on the shoulder. They walked to the side door together and said softly, "No one knows a son better than a father. How could I not know that you're forcing yourself to be the king of Beiliang?" Su Fingnian was silent. After entering the mansion, Su Fingnian caught a glimpse of a big celadone plate in the hands of the chief steward. There was a small porcelain bowl in it, and there was a lump of meat that didn't look fresh. In the eyes of Princess Jing'an and Pei Nanwei, the old man was more like a rich man than a butcher. He pursed his lips and said with a smile, "It was cut off from Zhao Yi's body and sent here as fast as possible." Su Fingnian was stunned. Su Xiao said slowly, "After you left Guangling, I sent someone to reason with him. He probably felt that he was in the wrong, so he cut off this piece of meat himself." Pei Nanwei had an impulse to turn around and run away. This time, Su Xiao didn't smile mischievously with His Royal Highness, who he doted on the most. He only said softly, "I'm old after all. In the future, you'll have to reason with others." Chapter 360. What does it mean to have a big family? When the Murong siblings walked into Beiliang Palace, they knew what it meant to be in deep water. When they saw the tide-listening lake and the martial pavilion by the lakeside, they gasped. Fortunately, the banquet was small and was not much different from the ordinary well-off merchants. His Royal Highness sat beside Su Xiao and wolfed down the food. Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan were also qualified to sit. One raised his cup and drank slowly while the other carefully tore the tender ginger duck meat. Ever since Murong Wuzhu walked into the palace, she had been a little absent-minded. She ate absent-mindedly and didn't dare to sit close to the chair. At the dining table, Su Xiao occasionally picked up some food for Su Fingnian with his chopsticks. During this time he whispered, "If Shihu was here, it wouldn't be father's turn to pick up the food." His Highness the Crown Prince, who had been keeping his head down, only paused for a moment before continuing to eat heartily, his cheeks bulging. After the banquet was over, the steward naturally led Princess Fei and the other guests to their accommodations. After Su Fingnian went to the Wutong courtyard to take a bath and change his clothes, he stretched his body refreshingly. Led by Sweet Potato, the orioles and swallows overflowing with spiritual aura, they saw the Crown Prince holding a winter embroidery saber in his hand. It was rare that they did not chatter. Su Fingnian smiled warmly and touched their cheeks. Then he walked out of the courtyard and came to the tide-listening pavilion. He pushed open the door and went up to the third floor. He found White Fox Face, who was standing on the ladder looking for secret books. He said, "Hey." White Fox's face jumped down the long ladder. The two of them looked at each other without saying a word. The scene was neither warm nor affectionate, but it was good. Otherwise, Su Fingnian would have goosebumps all over his body if the two men looked at each other affectionately. Learning from Murong Tonghuang's mistake, Su Fingnian felt a little strange when he looked at White Fox's face. White Fox's face looked away and looked for the secret manual to fill in the gaps. Su Fingnian saw that White Fox did not want to exchange pleasantries. He had to find a topic himself and said, "I saw Chunyu. She is very beautiful. Chunyu's parents are really prophetic. Her appearance can be said to be beautiful." White Fox asked faintly, "Have you taken back Beiliang Palace?" Su Fingnian said self-deprecatingly, "No. She was abducted by an urgent imperial edict from the capital. Otherwise, I would have let that woman know that there is always a mountain beyond a mountain, a sky beyond a sky." White Fox frowned and turned to stare at His Royal Highness, who did not know how to control his mouth. The corner of her mouth lifted. There was no charm at all, but a murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. "Hey, you think you are invincible just because you absorbed 80% of the Great Yellow Courtyard? This time, you came to the arsenal in Xiudong. Are you hinting me to cut you? Tell me, how many cuts will you be satisfied?" Su Fengnian slowly put Xiaodong behind him and smiled awkwardly. I just want to kill the arrogance of that virtuous woman. White Fox looked at His Royal Highness, who was guilty, and asked, Am I very close to you? Su Fengnian seriously considered this question and then said with great sincerity, You are not close to me, but I am very close to you. Is this okay? White Fox turned around and smiled faintly. She said coldly, You have a strong character. No wonder the whole Bailiang is sucking up to His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian became arrogant when he achieved success. He laughed and said, You flatter me, but I have been holding it in for many years. I have to find an opportunity to anger those scholars who are famous for scolding me. White Fox shook her head helplessly. Su Fengnian asked curiously, When are you going to the 4th floor? Bai Hua looked around and said, Only in a few days. Su Fengnian sighed and said, I don't expect to catch up to you in this lifetime. White Fox did not make fun of His Royal Highness this time. She said calmly, What's the point of a higher state? Other than Wang Xianji, who dares to say that they can beat Li Xiaoxin, who has been in the Vajra realm. Han Diaoxi in the Imperial Palace could kill the celestial phenomenon with the mysterious finger. Most of the people in the Confucian, Buddhist and Taoist sects have an exaggerated state. If you only talk about killing enemies, you have to lower your state at least. That's why Xianyuan Jingqing on the Great Snow Plateau could only perish together with the great celestial phenomenon Xianyuan Pan. Of course, the most powerful thing about Confucian monks and Taoist monks is their mouths. They can easily enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It's understandable that they can't fight. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, Luckily you're not a woman. Otherwise, who would dare to marry you with such a poisonous tongue? White Fox ignored Su Fengnian's jesting and stretched out her hand. Su Fengnian hesitated and said shamelessly, Xiaodong and I have been relying on each other for 2 years. I have to hold her every night when I sleep. We have a deep relationship. If you don't like Xiaodong's tackiness, why not? White Fox did not retract her hand. She just stared at him. Murderous aura, evil spirit, domineering. This was the F*King expert who was going to fight for the top spot in Jianghu in the future. It was no wonder that old god of swords Li saw him as the future master of martial arts. At such a young age, he could already regard the land immortals as his own. Su Fengnian admitted that he was 18 streets behind old god of swords Li. During this period, he was separated by countless bun shops, pawn shops, restaurants and brothels. His Royal Highness, who had just been praised for his backbone, hurriedly threw Xiaodong over and turned to climb up the stairs. White Fox took Xiaodong's knife and tilted her head. She smiled and said nothing. Su Fengnian went to the top of the pavilion and sat upright. Li Yishan, who was so sick that he looked even more haggard than before, was writing with a stiff brush. An hour later he raised his head and said slowly, The secret manuals of the Xianyuan family have been sorted out. The Nangong servants downstairs have used a lot of energy. While they were talking, Su Xiao came upstairs with 2 pots of wine. He sat down cross-legged and separated the 3 stacked bowls. The aroma of wine filled the air. Li Yishan did not speak as long as he had wine to drink. After drinking half a pot of green ant, which was affordable to the common people, Li Yishan was slightly tipsy. He waved his hand and asked them to leave. The father and son looked at each other and smiled. They stood up and left the roof. Li Yishan poured himself a small bowl of wine. He murmured Jiangshan and drank it in 1 gulp. Then he drank beauty. He drank another small bowl with beauty. Then he drank loyalty, monarch and minister, spring and autumn, Jianghu, and Jianghu with the green ant. Finally he passed out on the table drunk. Su Fengnian and Su Xiao came to the peak of Mount Qingliang. The father and son had a secret talk. Outsiders did not know anything about it. The next morning, Su Fengnian went to Mount Wudong. He sat in a daze near the Turtle Camel Tablet on Little Lotus Peak. He raised his head and looked at the sky for a long time. Finally he covered his face with both hands. A few riders stealthily returned to the city. His Highness the Crown Prince went to take a look at the shop that sold spiced beef. It was already closed, so naturally he would not be able to see the little girl who kept a straight face in front of all the customers. On the 28th day of the lunar calendar, Su Fingnian replaced Su Xiao and went to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's dojo alone to ring 108 bells. At dusk of the Lantern Festival, every house was decorated with big red lanterns. His Royal Highness went out to relax with a few women of high status. Unexpectedly, White Fox accompanied them. They did not go to the downtown area. Instead, they chose a secluded restaurant. They went to the second floor and ordered some exquisite pastries. They also asked the waiter to warm a pot of yellow wine. On the first floor, there was a pair of grandfather and granddaughter who made a living as storytellers. The blind old man was telling stories with a bamboo clapboard. The skinny little girl was sitting on a small stool and playing the pipa. The poor quality of the pipa and her poor playing skills were far from being heavenly. Not long after the blind artist sat down, His Royal Highness began to drink. He just finished a small song to warm up the atmosphere. He talked about how the king of Bailiang played the drum in white. Because the restaurant was located in a secluded area, most of the people in the city were preparing to visit the Lantern Festival. There were only a few diners on the first floor, and the business on the second floor was even worse. Su Fingnian and White Fox were drinking face to face. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and asked the waiter to send a bowl of warm yellow wine to the grandfather and granddaughter downstairs. The wine was sent to the first floor. The blind old man said something to his granddaughter. The little girl stood up with her pipa and bowed to the second floor. The blind old storyteller borrowed a stool from the restaurant and put the bowl of wine beside him. He raised his hand and drank a mouthful of wine excitedly. He said that it was the sound of Bailiang's horse hooves. He said that it was the sound of the spring and autumn war. Unknowingly, he ended up talking about the words His Royal Highness of Bailiang said by the Guangling River. His Royal Highness listened to the storyteller quietly drinking wine and talking with his eyes closed. He was expressionless. Perhaps it was because of her grandfather's mood. The little girl was having a hard time playing the pipa. Her face was red and her ears were red. After the blind artist came back to his senses, he reached out his trembling hand and touched his granddaughter's head. Then he reached out for the wine. He shook his hand and realized that it was empty. The old man put the bowl back and smacked his lips. It seemed that he wanted more wine, but he did not feel that it was a pity that there was no more wine. He just muttered to himself, "The old soldier of Bailiang, Han Wenhu, seems to have drunk out of heroism today. ## going to Baimeng alone." Chapter 361. The Fish Dragon Gang could only be regarded as a third-rate gang in Bailiang, but Old Master Lu was quite famous. He was a master of both internal and external martial arts. It was said that when he was young, he met a senior immortal in Wudong Mountain, who taught him a set of superior internal strength mental cultivation methods. Coupled with his 30 years of hard work, he practiced the mountain cannon fist, which had been passed down by his family. Many heroes died under his fists. Unfortunately, Old Master Lu was stubborn. When he was at the peak of his fame, he couldn't lower his head to deal with the officials for fear of losing face, so he suffered a lot of difficulties. At that time, Old Master Lu could still rely on his fists and a few brothers in the gang to make a name for himself in Bailiang, which was full of gangs. However, as his old brothers earned enough money, they retired from the Jianghu and spent their remaining years with their grandchildren. Old Master Lu, who couldn't hold up the overall situation by himself, gradually found it hard to make ends meet. At this time, if he wanted to build a relationship with the officials and get a share of the gray business, he wouldn't be able to enter the temple even if he carried a pig's head. In the first 10 or 20 years, the Honghu sect and Lujian sect could only be regarded as juniors in front of the Fish Dragon Gang, because they gave enough money as filial piety, and were willing to put aside their pride to do a lot of dirty work for the officials. Now most of them were rich. Not to mention the gang leader, even the guests were rich. They even had private residences in big cities like Liangzhou and Lingzhou where every inch of land was worth gold. The Fish Dragon Gang finally realized this and tightened their belts, bowed their heads, and begged people to accept the filial piety money. Some of the gang's connections that had almost been completely wiped out began to improve. The destination of this trip was the lower city of the Sword southbound platform on the border of Baimeng. He was helping a son of a general, whose father was a fourth-grade military officer, to transport some silk, satin, rouge, and other goods purchased from the empire's Gangnam-do to Baimeng for resale. The price difference was considerable. However, not everyone dared to do this kind of business. At this time, hundreds of lives were left on the border between the empire and Beimang. Ordinary official travel passes might not be able to pass through the passes safely. However, since the dandy's father was a general with real power, there was no need to worry that the passes on the Beiliang side would make things too difficult for him. The only thing he was worried about was the bandits on the Beimang side. The fish dragon gang gritted their teeth and accepted this business. Although they were on tenterhooks, they could only get a pitiful 10% profit. However, no matter how small a mosquito's meat was, it was still meat. Besides, being able to form a relationship with the dandy was more important than making real money. Last year, a disciple of the second leader of the fish dragon gang saw the young master of the azure dragon gang doing evil on the way and angrily attacked him. As a result, not only was his limbs crippled, but the fish dragon gang was also almost sealed by the government. This was the difference between having a backer and not having one. During that time, the young master of the azure dragon gang would often go to the fish dragon gang and pester the granddaughter of the old leader, which made everyone in the gang angry. This time, the fish dragon gang didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, as they were working for the children of the government. Besides Lu Laozi, who stayed in the gang to intimidate the small fry who only had a few fat pieces of meat left in the gang, the second leader Xiao Chong, who was good at using a double-handed sword, had originally planned to retire in the middle of the month. Because of this, he missed the auspicious day. Even Gong Sunyang, who hadn't been involved in the affairs of Jianghu for many years, reappeared in Jianghu with the ox-horn bow. Together with Xiaochong, he assisted Lu Nerong, who was going to take over the fish dragon gang in the future. There weren't too many goods, just enough to fill a carriage. If they weren't transported to Beimang, which was a primitive place, it would be very suspicious of using a big bow to shoot sparrows. As they were close to the border, thanks to the developed courier routes of the empire, the fish dragon gang had an easy time traveling these days. A woman in tight clothes with narrow sleeves was sitting on the leading horse. A long sword in a green scabbard was hanging from her waist. Her appearance was clear and charming, like a femme fatale, but she had an inviolable heroic spirit. It was probably because her limpid eyes were too cold. Half a horse away, Xiao Chong rode his horse in front. Although the second leader used a double-handed sword, he didn't have one sword hanging from his waist. Instead, he had two swords in one scabbard, which was very strange. Xiao Chong's swordsmanship was also very sharp and vicious. Even if there weren't 100 people killed by his sword, there were at least 70 or 80. Which Jianghu master didn't step on the lives and reputation of others? Moreover, many old-school Jianghu masters valued their reputation more than their lives. In Jianghu, revenge could be avenged for 10 generations. Every year, more and more enemies of Xiao Chong were found at the door of the fish dragon gang. It could be seen that the fish dragon gang was in decline. This trip to Beimang was related to the layout of the fish dragon gang in the next few years. There might be enemies who would take the opportunity to attack. The spirited woman reached out her hand to block the wind and sand that was blowing at her face. She cast a glance at the top of the city wall. Even though it looked like it was close, there was still a long way to go. She said slowly, "Master, we'll reach Northern Meng once we pass the pass." Although Xiao Chong's swordsmanship was outstanding and fierce, he was recognized by the whole fish dragon gang to be kind and had a good temper. Moreover, the woman beside him was his last disciple. A knowing smile appeared on his face as he said in a strong Longshichang accent, "I've only been to Northern Meng once in my life. Come to think of it, I don't have any praiseworthy experience." On the other hand, that taciturn Gong Sunyang actually gained his reputation there. The extremely beautiful woman was obviously Lu Nerong, the granddaughter of old gang leader Lu. She asked in surprise, "Isn't guest Gong Sun from the old western Shu?" Xiao Chong touched the scabbard and sighed softly. "Who doesn't have a difficult scripture to read? The taciturn guy just doesn't want to talk about it." Lu Nerong turned her head and glanced at the carriage. Gong Sunyang, who had been living in seclusion in the gang, was sitting alone in the carriage. She turned her head again and asked in a low voice, "Master, how much do you think the cost of this carriage of goods is?" Chapter 362. Xiao Chong smiled and said, In terms of the goods themselves, even in the rich Gangnam-do, it is not cheap. It costs about 6,000 to 7,000 taels to get it. In addition, when you go to Jiangnan from Bailiang, you have to deal with all kinds of bad guys, so it is impossible to get it without 10,000 taels of silver. But if you go to Baimang, you can sell it for 35,000 taels of silver. When you get back to that official's son, after deducting all the expenses, you can't escape earning 16 or 17,000 taels of silver. This money is like a rolling snowball, always rolling bigger and bigger. As long as you have the capital, connections, and background, you don't have to worry about money. These descendants of military families, while their fathers were busy collecting the wealth of the people, they weren't idle either. To be honest, these young masters aren't all idiots. When it comes to networking, 10 of these boorish men who only know how to fight and kill can't even compare to one of them. Lu Narong sighed and said, "The Fish Dragon Gang missed the best opportunity. If they could be ruthless 20 years ago, they might be the biggest gang in Lingzhou today." Xiao Chong said helplessly, "So Narong, don't blame the old gang leader. He tried so hard to introduce you to the son of the Lu family of Yuliang, not just because he coveted the other party's family background, so that he could help the Fish Dragon Gang. The old gang leader only has one granddaughter. How could he be willing to push you into the fire pit? I have seen the young man of the Lu family with my own eyes. He is a bit arrogant, but his character is not bad. After all, he has already obtained scholarly honors. Not to mention the Fish Dragon Gang, even the daughter of the biggest sect in Bailiang, the Dragon Gate sect, may not be good enough for him. Although what I said is unpleasant to hear, it is the truth." Lu Narong was silent and pursed her lips tightly. Xiao Chong knew that his disciple was cold and indifferent. Once she went into a dead end. Even 10 horses would not be able to pull her back, so he did not force her. After all, this was the Lu family's private matter. He was an old man who was about to leave the martial arts world to enjoy his life, so he did not overdo it. But Xiao Chong knew that whether his life would be comfortable and stable in the future would be directly linked to the power of the Fish Dragon Gang. Naturally, he hoped that Lu Narong could marry into a good family. 20 years ago, the Lu family of Yuliang was just a poor family. Although they were rich, not to mention the big families, even the small families had to look down on them. But they took the opportunity to get on good terms with a powerful figure in the Bailiang army, and rose in the smoke of war. The Bailiang army was a towering tree, with its roots intertwined. The Lu family was a small family. But of course, compared to the top 10 families, of the family, there was still a big family. Of the Lu family. But how could Lu Narong, a woman of Jianghu, be able to associate with those prestigious and influential indescribable noble clans? Lu Narong remembered something and exhaled deeply. With a fascinated face she said, "Master, I heard that the new leader of Wudong is the reincarnation of an immortal, who once rode a crane to Jiangnan. Also, old god of Swordly fought with Wang Xianji on the east sea of the martial emperor city. Later, he killed 2,600 cavalrymen on the Guangling River with only one sword. Then, the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai went to the Taoist master's mansion alone, and did not stop until he was stopped by Xiao Lu Zuki Xianxia, and a descendant of the Taoist master's mansion. Is this true?" When Xiao Chong heard this, his face was also full of reverence. He smiled and said, "I have never seen any of these immortal figures in my life, so how can I know if it is true or not? As for the flying sword, although I have been practicing the sword for 30 years, I have not even scratched the surface of flying swords, so I am even more confused. But I would rather believe that the 2 gods of sword are immortals on earth who can ride their swords from 1,000 miles away to take a head. In any case, it gives us, the slow-witted juniors who also carry swords, a beautiful thought. Just like how we cannot afford to eat the delicacies in the Bailiang Palace, just thinking about it can make us salivate." Xiao Chong laughed loudly, and Lu Narong's eyes were shining. Lu Narong caught a glimpse of a young man beside her from the corner of her eye, and she frowned subconsciously. This young man was dressed in clean clothes, and had a simple sword on his waist. Lu Narong only knew that he was sent by the heir of a general's family, but did not reveal his identity in detail. He was responsible for supervising the transportation of goods, and his job was probably to keep an eye on them. He was afraid that the Fish Dragon Gang, who had never seen the world, would secretly steal some inconspicuous but expensive small things from the piles of goods. How could the proud Lu Nerong like him? The appearance and bearing of the young man with the saber were not bad. The dozens of robust members of the fish dragon gang were not stupid enough to think that he was just an odd job worker from a fourth-ranked general's mansion. After all, he was someone who could accompany the fish dragon gang to northern Mang. Along the way, there were many guesses. Some said that he was the son of a certain steward in the strict general's mansion. Some said that he was a distant relative of the general who had received training and came here to gain experience. But more people viciously thought that this embroidered pillow, who was so good-looking that it made people jealous, was the lover of the general's son. Hey, who could say for sure about the affairs of a rich and noble family? How could there be any lack of dirty secrets and scandals? Lu Nerong's mind was clear, so of course she didn't understand why the gang members were looking at the young man with such a playful expression. In any case, the past 10 days had been peaceful. Since that person didn't cause any trouble, she naturally wouldn't find trouble with him. She had privately asked her master, Xiaochang, about this unfamiliar man's martial arts skills. Xiaochang only said that he couldn't tell, so she was relieved. Most likely, he was a bored person who used his saber as an accessory. In any case, the rich and powerful young people all liked this kind of thing. They were obviously weaker than scholars who had no strength to truss up a chicken, yet they liked to carry a saber and a sword. The man with the sword kept a clear distance from the fish dragon gang. Seeing Lu Nerong's peeping gaze, he responded with a smile. Lu Nerong turned her head with a cold face. Chapter 363. The young man with the saber stood out from the crowd, so the dozens of elite members of the fish dragon gang naturally regarded him as a government official. At first, some of the younger members of the gang were worried that Miss Lu would look at this handsome young man in a different light, which would be too embarrassing for them, who had been close to her for many years. Of course, they were vigilant and wanted to tie him up. Later, when they saw Lu Nerong's cold attitude, they felt relieved. At first, their malicious criticism of the young man with the saber also faded away. After all, it takes two to clap. Besides, if they kept making fun of him, they would appear to be narrow-minded. Fortunately, this young man who claimed to be surnamed Su did not order the fish dragon gang around, because of his power. The two sides minded their own business, and went to the border between Beiliang and Beimang. Tuma Pass was built against the mountain, and was located at the main shortcut between the north and the south. The plaque was written by the calligraphy master Song Jiqiu of the current dynasty. Merchants came and went in an endless stream. The markets on both sides of the gate were very lively. There were few soldiers here, so compared to most of the border cities, the atmosphere was much less austere. There was the ruins of an old city tower, which was built with rubble and goose eggs. The cracks were covered with moss, and the debris was messy. Many children who lived near the city were chasing and playing on the tower. A strong man wearing a blue cotton shirt with a red cloth belt around his waist stared at them. He carried a huge saber that was much simpler than the standard military saber. The tip of the saber cut the ground, and he went up the platform aggressively. He snorted, stabbed the saber into the ground, and stood there with his arms crossed. The adults hurriedly and carefully went around the strong man to grab their children off the platform. A naughty child was as slippery as a loach. The child's mother looked to be in her early 20s. The wind and sand at the border were rough, but the young woman's skin was like oil. She had a slim waist and small feet, but she could not catch up with the naughty child. The merchants and the local people under the platform laughed. Some of the old rascals who had not had a woman to warm their bed gathered together to eat red dates. They even spat out dates and teased the young woman. The young woman's face turned red. The child passed by the strong man with the saber. The newborn calf was not afraid of tigers and reached out to touch the saber. However, the strong man glared at him fiercely. He was so scared that he froze on the spot, and then burst into tears. The young woman wearing plain clothes quickly hugged the child, and looked at him apologetically. She was so timid that she did not dare to speak. The black-faced man in his 30s blushed for no reason. He was probably a young chick who was rough but also delicate. Seeing the young woman in front of him, the image of an expert that he had created with great difficulty with a straight face was instantly broken. The rascals in the marketplace became even more rowdy and rowdy. On this dilapidated platform, every 10 days to half a month, there would be Jianghu people competing in martial arts. Although Little Miss was a girl from a proper family, she had lived in the village near Tumapass for many years and had seen a lot. She was not too afraid of these boorish men who would draw their swords at the slightest disagreement. Northern Liang was barren and cold. Compared to the rich and fertile Jiangnan, which had 1,000 li of fertile land, if one wanted to survive, one had to dig out food from the gaps between the teeth of the heavens to eat. The customs of the people were simple, but at the same time, they were unusually brave and worshipped martial arts. The government did not forbid private fights between martial artists, but if one accidentally injured a commoner, it was a great crime to be banished to the army. If there were more than 3 people, they would be punished on the spot. Without at least 100 taels of silver as a filial piety to the soldiers, they would not be able to survive. With the support of his mother, the child carelessly wiped the tears off his little black cat face, and made a face at the brawny man. The brawny man who was about to fight scratched his head helplessly. Clearly, he was not a vicious and evil person. The child had originally wanted to stretch out his leg to kick this stingy piece of charcoal that wouldn't even let him touch the knife. Fortunately, his mother hurriedly pulled him away and gently scolded him. The dark-faced brawny man seemed to be looking straight ahead, but from the corner of his eye, his gaze landed on the buttocks of the little girl that was slightly bent over. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. The girl's body was small and delicate, her clothes were plain and clean, probably because she had been washed many times. Adding on to the fact that her buttocks were too perky compared to her body, it was difficult for her to stretch her full breasts. She appeared even more beautiful. It wasn't that the brawny man with the Zanmadeo had evil intentions. He did have some skills, but he disdained to be a heartless flower thief. If it was shady business like robbing women, he was a wandering soul of the Jianghu with no roots and no background. He definitely did not have the capital to do it. As for traveling, what could he do without money? Today he had an appointment with a somewhat famous swordsman on the border. He wanted to use the Zanmadeo to make some reputation even if he was injured, so that some rich people would take a fancy to him. It would be best if he could become a guard instructor. Xiao Chong went to take the goods and show the official pass to the captain of the pass. The king of hell was easy to deal with, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. They would definitely not pass the pass in a short time. This matter should have been handled by Lu Nerong, but she was very attractive and could easily cause problems. Xiao Chong did not care, and insisted on letting the granddaughter of the gang gain experience and accumulate worldly wisdom. If a carriage of goods had a problem, the fish dragon gang could barely afford to pay for it. However, if they angered that famous young master, they would really suffer a great loss. Therefore, he simply did not let Lu Nerong show up. Lu Nerong wandered around with a few attendants and agreed to meet her master Xiao Chong at the city gate in half an hour. Lu Nerong wanted to take advantage of this trip to recruit 1 or 2 Jianghu heroes to join the gang. If she really wanted to take over the fish dragon gang, she would not be able to raise her head if she did not have any of her own subordinates. Moreover, it would not be good to have her hands and feet tied. She and 6 or 7 young members of the fish dragon gang followed the crowd to the base of the platform. A few local gangsters who wanted to get close to her were gently pushed away by Lu Nerong's escorts. They were all skillful and made people retreat. After all, this was not Lingzhou. If they provoked someone difficult to deal with, who would give face to the fish dragon gang that they had never heard of? How big was the Jianghu today? A half-baked Jianghu person who had been in the Jianghu for a few years could casually name a lot. The so-called sects, gangs, temples, villages, islands, villages, palaces, and so on, not to mention other places. Just in Lingzhou alone, there were more than 40 people who could name themselves. To put it bluntly, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to be able to give a good name. The fish dragon gang was considered to have started their business early, so they were able to snatch the name fish dragon, which was not vulgar. Outside of Lingzhou, the whole Jianghu probably had at least 8 or 9 members of the fish dragon gang with the same name. Chapter 364. There was an uproar. Lu Nerong turned her head, and saw a swordsman in snow-white clothes with a sword stepping on the shoulders of the crowd. His demeanor was otherworldly. This swordsman who showed off his skills was heading towards Lu Nerong. How could Lu Narong bear the humiliation of being stepped on by someone else? She silently unsheathed the famed sword at her waist. Her eyes were sharp. The handsome swordsman with a face like a peach blossom narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have sensed the sharpness of Lu Narong's aura. He made a slight turn and stepped on the shoulders of the spectators nearby to reach the base of the stage. After floating down, he could be said to be handsome. If one didn't have some real skills, one wouldn't dare to appear like him. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Jianghu. If one stepped on a big pit and was pulled to the ground by a master, one would fall flat on his face. How could one still fight? Next, the two sides had to announce their names in a loud voice. They could either splash dirty water on each other or flatter each other. Next, they couldn't fight to their heart's content immediately. Instead, they had to say that the sword had no eyes and that they were responsible for their own life and death. If it was a life and death battle, there had to be respected seniors in Jianghu as witnesses. Both sides had to sign a life and death contract. Don't think that everything was fine at this time. If it wasn't a master who was indifferent to fame and fortune, he had to look around and wait until the big and small gambling houses below the stage had collected enough bets. After all, in many fights, when real masters fought, the outcome was often decided within the time it took to brew a cup of tea. It wasn't exciting to watch, so the gambling house had to spend some copper coins to hire people to cheer. If it was an ordinary fight, they needed to cheer even more. This was good for both sides. The most unlucky thing was that the audience who didn't buy it booed together. This was simply the greatest shame of all martial artists in Jianghu. Today, there was a powerful gang boss in Beiliang, but many of his enemies still treated the scene of his fight as a joke and disgusting. Many people around Lu Narong excitedly brought long benches and sat down with their families to wait for the show. There were even hawkers with dozens of sticks of sugar-coated haws shuttling back and forth. The greedy children were clamoring for their parents to pay a few copper coins. The crowd below the stage was noisy and lively. Lu Narong looked around and didn't let her guard down. In the past 2 years, the Fish Dragon Gang had not been treated kindly by other gangs in Lingzhou. Moreover, their master, Xiaochang, who won the title of Double Revolving Swallow by killing people, had made countless enemies. This time, without the protection of the Fish Dragon Gang's leader, Lu Narong, there might be people who would come to seek revenge. No matter how big the business in Lingzhou was, there was a limit. There were dozens of sects and factions standing in this small area. Everyone wanted to take the jobs of others into their own hands. The Fish Dragon Gang was now at the critical moment of resurgence. Not to mention the gangs with similar power, who were afraid that the Fish Dragon Gang would become stronger. Even some big gangs wanted to trick the Fish Dragon Gang. Lu Narong knew that she didn't have the confidence to ignore everyone like before, so she could only be very careful. The few strangers around her made Lu Narong very afraid. One of them was the merchants who had submitted the official documents together with her outside the city gate. For example, the Fish Dragon Gang was selling expensive products like rouge and face powder, which was already considered a big deal. However, everyone knew that the real deal was the most powerful ones. Once this kind of thing was discovered, the family would be ruined. No matter how powerful the officials behind you were, once it was found out by the Beiliang army, even if you were a 4th-rank or 3rd-rank feudal official, you would be beheaded in public. Next was the horse business. Buying horses from Beimang. As for whether you would sell them to the Beiliang army or to private individuals, it depended on your own ability. In short, this business was dangerous. Not only did you need to have a good relationship in Beiliang, you also needed a reliable person with real power to help pave the way in Beimang. At this time, there was a group of horse sellers around Lu Narong. They seemed to be dressed as merchants, but they were all strong and strong. Another group of people were openly pointing at her, not showing any signs of concealing their intentions. Lu Narong whispered, "Be careful. Don't just watch the competition on the platform." The young men around her nodded silently. Somehow, when Lu Narong saw a young man squatting on a pile of mud bricks connected to the mountain in the distance, holding a stick of sugar-coated haws in one hand, he lowered his head and nibbled on it. But he was not watching the competition on the platform like them. Instead, he was looking at the city wall of the fallen horse pass. She was stunned for a moment, and then she wanted to cry and laugh. This guy was in a leisurely mood, not at all like a reckless warrior. Why did the general's mansion send such a person to escort the escort? Lu Narong was not in the mood to think deeply about the identity of this young man with a saber, so she continued to look at the platform. She had to admit that the man with the Zamadeo had amazing strength. He wielded a saber that weighed more than 40 kilograms. The swordsman in snow-white clothes had excellent swordsmanship. Under the Zamadeo, he walked leisurely, and the sword in his hand was raised slowly. He was very relaxed, obviously holding back his strength. His swordsmanship was at least equal to her master Xiaochang's, which made Lu Narong want to recruit him. On the top of the mud brick wall, of course, was His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian. The candied hawthorn was sweet and tasty, and the syrup was thick and light yellow. Although it was the stingy low-quality syrup of the hawthorn, it had its own unique flavor. The candied fruit was crunchy, but not greasy. With each bite, a hawthorn was crunchy. After a few bites, there was only one hawthorn left on the stick. Just as he was about to bite down, he saw a little kid squatting beside him, staring at him without blinking. It was the naughty child who competed with the black-faced swordsman on the platform. The child's family background was probably not good, but he was dressed neatly, unlike the sloppy poor children. Seeing His Royal Highness turn his head, the child hurriedly pretended to look at the fight on the platform. Su Fengnian smiled, gritted his teeth, and threw away the remaining candied hawthorn on the stick. He then stretched out his hand and handed over the other stick of candied hawthorn that he had not eaten yet. The child tilted his head and looked at the tempting candied hawthorn from the corner of his eyes. He swallowed his saliva. It seemed that his family background was very good, and he did not have the habit of asking for things from strangers. He revealed his 2 canine teeth and shook his head shyly with a red face. The child hesitated for a moment, then finally gathered his courage and made up his mind. He turned his head and looked at His Royal Highness with his eyes wide open. Su Fengnian turned his head with a puzzled expression. The child pointed at the spring thunder saber hanging from Su Fengnian's waist. Obviously, in the child's eyes, no matter how greedy he was, a stick of candied hawthorn could not compare to touching the real saber. Which child did not have a Jianghu in their heart? Su Fengnian smiled and generously took off his saber, and handed it to the child. The child's eyes were filled with joy and surprise. He hugged the spring thunder saber that was not heavy at all. It was as if he had embraced the Jianghu in such a simple manner. Author's note: if the first volume's Jianghu was about Vajra finger and mysterious heavenly phenomenon lining up to reveal themselves, then the second volume would be more about Jianghu's lower class. I have to praise myself. Putting aside whether Shuizhong's writing is good or bad, it is definitely true that he is not in a hurry to write. Chapter 365. The child loved the spring thunder saber so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. Seeing that his good-looking brother wasn't stingy, he simply sat down on the edge of the mud brick wall, his feet dangling over the edge. If he dirted his clothes, he would only be nagged by his mother for a day or two. But this saber was a real saber. Perhaps he would only be able to touch it once in his life. His Royal Highness saw that the child was holding the saber, and seemed to have forgotten himself. He had no choice but to reach out and gently grab the back of the child's collar and pull him back slightly, afraid that the child would accidentally fall off the wall. His Royal Highness then took a bite of the sugar-coated hawthorn, and narrowed his eyes at the endless stream of people on the official road outside the city. If the water was too clear, there would be no fish. With the strict control and infiltration ability of the Bailiang army, it wouldn't be difficult to catch a few fat sheep to serve as a warning to others. However, Bailiang was originally a poor and desolate place where birds didn't even shit. It needed a large amount of real money to circulate. Li Hanlin's father, Li Gongda, the governor of Feng province, was able to become the new Bailiang's administrator. It wasn't just because this old scoundrel was Su Zhao's lackey. If one were to say that Li Gongda's method of making money was the second best in Bailiang, no one would dare to claim to be the best. Su Xiao once joked that if one gave Li Gongda a copper coin, it would produce 1 tael of silver the next day. Furthermore, in order to obtain this second-rank official position in Bailiang, which was second only to the Jidushi in name, Li Gongda, this old Pishio who plucked feathers from wild geese, had spat out a lot of real money for the first time. Rumor had it that Feng province's tycoons were drinking with their in-laws and laughed loudly, saying that in the future, it wouldn't be only Feng province that would be oppressed by Iron Cockly. Su Fengnian chewed on the hawthorn, his mind wandering 10,000 li. On this secret trip, he did not make a big fuss and left quietly. Other than a short and narrow spring thunder saber, he only had a few banknotes and a small bag of silver coins. All in all, he only had about 300 taels of silver. If he were in a first-class brothel in Liangzhou, he would only be able to enjoy a meal with a prostitute, and he might not even be able to enjoy himself to the fullest. Su Fengnian held a bamboo stick without any candied haws in its mouth. Seeing that the toddler obviously liked this spring thunder very much, it put its little face on the scabbard and smiled foolishly at the good-tempered big brother in front of it. Su Fengnian saw that the battle between the white-clothed swordsman and the man with the Zamadeo on the stage had reached its climax. The crowd would not disperse for a while, so he was not in a hurry to get the spring thunder back. This child, who was looking forward to Jianghu, reminded him of a certain penniless pauper. Squatting on the wall with the bamboo stick in his mouth, Su Fengnian smiled softly and said, "You can touch it, but don't take the saber out. It's very sharp. What if your mother comes after me and beats me?" The child tilted his head and secretly winked at Su Fengnian. He deliberately raised his voice and said with a bright smile, "Of course not. My mother never beats people. She has a very good temper." Su Fengnian touched the child's little head and smiled without saying anything. She did not have the nerve to pick up the hairpin to examine it in detail, for fear that the stall owner would roll his eyes at her. She never thought that as soon as she came back to her senses, she would discover that her son was gone. Her temperament was indifferent. She was not anxious to show it on her face. Sure enough, she saw her son on the top of the wall, accompanied by a strange young man carrying a saber. At first, she was worried that there would be some disturbance, for a poor family like her could not withstand any disturbance. She lifted the corner of her skirt and trotted to the top of the wall, but she happened to see that young man pulling the back of her son's collar. Unconsciously, her state of mind calmed down. She knew that since he was young, her son had a fondness for those chivalrous men who roamed the Jianghu. He had never once failed to participate in the martial arts competition at the old city site of Tuma Pass. Sometimes, when he heard his playmates calling him from the alley, he did not care that he was eating and would rush out. When he came back, he did not forget to finish his meal without leaving a single grain of rice behind. While he ate, he danced with joy as he told her how the chivalrous men made their moves, making her heart filled with joy. Many of the hardships that she could not speak to others were not so bitter anymore. Hearing the child's flattering, Xiaonyang, who had an enchanting figure but was as delicate as a young lady, covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and she restrained her expression, only hiding some charm that quietly hung on the tip of her brows. She rolled up her sleeves and saluted this good-natured young master. It was probably due to the hardships of living in seclusion these past few years that she had developed a keen intuition for all kinds of men. Whether they had ulterior motives, she could see through most of the dark tricks they used to play hard to get. The young man biting the bamboo stick in front of her was even more like a descendant of a large family than that military officer's son at Toppling Horse Pass, who only knew how to pretend to be cultured. It was rare that his eyes were very clear when he looked at her. This made her think of the well water at the entrance of the village. It was very clean, but she could not see through its depth. Lil Miss said in a light voice, "Yu Song, return the saber to this young man." The young child nodded and made a sound of acknowledgement. He stood up. Even though his eyes were unwilling, he still stood up and respectfully returned the spring thunder saber to the big brother, who was bending down to receive the saber. Lil Miss naturally patted away the yellow dirt on the child's butt. Children from poor families, no matter how much they played, they couldn't trample on clothing that was sewn needle by needle. She was the widow of a Bailiang courier. Without a man, she had to work alone in the fields. Every year, the government would give her a sum of money as compensation. It wasn't much, just 8 taels of silver, but at least she had something to look forward to. Privately, she heard from the private school teachers that according to the Bailiang military law, it should be more than 30 taels. Most of it had been doctored by the officials. However, she was a widowed woman and didn't care about this. She couldn't care about it. There were some men in the villages near Tuma Pass that wanted to marry her, and one of them had military merit. But she felt that since Yu Song had taken the surname of Zhao with his husband, she couldn't let him call a man with a different surname father. Yu Song's personality was a bit mischievous, but this was how children were. She knew a bit of words, and had a broader vision than the average crude village woman. Every day, she listened to him recite the poems and books he had learned from the private school. She sat at the side and twirled the wick. She only felt that a day of hard work and life was not easy. She didn't complain about the tight but fulfilling days. On the platform of the ruins, the two chivalrous men fought back and forth until the sky turned dark. Most of the audience below were ordinary people who lived a stable life. No matter who they were, whether it was Tian Shanwen chasing sword, chopping horse, splitting tiger, or saber, as long as they fought energetically, they wouldn't be stingy with their applause and cheers. A total of 100 to 200 spectators cheered loudly. Many men stood on the benches and applauded. After all, they didn't need to pay half a copper coin. Those who had placed bets were relatively nervous and didn't make much noise. They only secretly clenched their fists when they saw the person they bet on making a good move. When they saw that they were at a disadvantage, they were worried. Su Fengnian didn't have much interest in watching the fight, but he didn't show any disdain. He took the lead and walked down the mud brick wall. The young woman took the opportunity to take the child's hand. She was afraid that if she stayed with this young man, she would attract the gossip of the marketplace. She didn't dare to linger on the wall. She only wanted to get down the mud road as soon as possible and leave the marketplace with her child. The village they lived in was just to the side, less than a li away. The child was grateful for his big brother's generosity. He smiled and tugged on his Royal Highness' sleeve. Su Fengnian turned his head and saw the child reach out his hand as if wanting to take his hand. Su Fengnian smiled but didn't reach out his hand. He only glanced at the young woman, whose mouth was slightly open and whose face was red. He didn't want to embarrass her, so he just pinched the child's cheek and strode away. The young woman quietly exhaled. Her face was burning hot. She glared at the child. The latter was a child as white as a thin sheet of paper. He only felt that his mother was prettier than before. She was shy but didn't know why she was blushing. Chapter 366. The fierce battle finally came to an end. If it didn't end soon, those guys who were hired to warm up the scene with a dozen copper coins would clap until their palms were red and swollen. Their voices were hoarse. It wasn't that they were dedicated to their job, but that the battle was really wonderful. The Zamadeo in the tan man's hand was so powerful that it could move mountains and rivers. It was admirable that he could swing the saber hundreds of times. What was more amazing was the white-clothed swordsman. With a sword in hand, his sleeves fluttered like a flying dragon, dazzling everyone. The brawny man with the Zamadeo was sincerely convinced of his defeat. He cupped his hands and admitted defeat. He sincerely praised the swordsman. His magnanimity made the onlookers give him a thumbs up. Several brilliant swordsmen, who were infatuated with him, put their swords back into their sheaths and left. They said, "I'll go to Jiangnan Road for thousands, but I won't give you a penny when I come back." They were so confident and unrestrained that they looked like swordsmen. It was a happy scene. Before the brawny man with the Zamadeo left the stage, an old man from a well-to-do family went up to him and tried to win him over. Lu Narong was thinking about how to get close to the brawny man with the Zamadeo. A middle-aged manager of the fish dragon gang came up to her with a worried look and whispered to her. Lu Narong frowned. She didn't know why the lieutenant of Taoma Pass stopped them. He said that there was something wrong with the official plate. Xiao Chong even mentioned his identity as a general, but it was useless. It seems that they are destined to stay in the pass tonight, which makes Lu Narong a little uneasy. Taoma Pass is just a small pass, and the highest-ranking deputy captain here is only level 6. The one who works for the fish dragon gang is level 4, and his official title is several levels higher. Although he is a military officer and is not in charge of military power, the Northern Liang Army has its own system. If they follow the vine to find the melon, they can always find all kinds of relatives and friends. A level 6 in a small pass can make a deputy captain, and under the premise that they have a lot of money, there is no reason for them not to give face. Lu Narong didn't care about the brawny man with the Zamadeo. She quickly walked to the top of the city wall and met the sullen Xiao Chong. Obviously he was angry. When he saw Lu Narong, he walked to the side of the official road and whispered with a bitter smile, "Something's wrong. We can't sleep peacefully tonight. Let's find a shop in the downtown area to stay. It's expensive, but we can't save this money. Each shift has 10 people, and we take turns. We'll be fine after tonight." Lu Narong was not a petty woman. She nodded and said, "Yes, it should be so." While they were talking, Lu Narong caught a glimpse of the horse dealers walking toward them. They were surrounded by an extremely arrogant and plump woman. The woman was quite old. She wore a beautiful mink fur headband. This kind of decoration was very popular in the border of Liangzhou. It could be used to keep out the cold in autumn and winter. It was also beautiful. It was known as the mink headband or the sleeping rabbit. It was first spread in Bailiang Palace. It seemed that the first commandery princess Su Jihu was the first to wear such an ingenious outfit. The lively Bailiang noblewomen also hurriedly followed the trend. The graceful woman with the mink headband was surrounded by old Taoist practitioners. She was calm and steady, and her breathing was much longer than that of ordinary people, especially the old man next to the woman. His eyes were as malicious as an old goshawk's, and his fingers were like hooks. She didn't know what kind of martial art he practiced, but his hands had an unusual pale gold color. It was probably the dragon claw hand or some other kind of overbearing and vicious external martial art. Number 7 or 8 valiant martial artists surrounded the arrogant woman like stars surrounding the moon. Apart from her, the most redundant one was a man who wore a thick layer of makeup. He was handsome but too feminine, without the slightest bit of masculinity. He stuck close to the woman like a little bird, looking at Lu Narong's group with a sinister and playful gaze. Su Fingyan slowly walked over. Seeing that the situation was about to turn hostile, he stopped and planned to watch from afar. Unfortunately, this detail was not only seen by the observant Lu Narong, but also by the plump woman. Her eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth curled up. She didn't even care about Lu Narong. She directly hooked her finger at Su Fingyan, her expression showing that she wanted to pamper Su Fingyan. The woman was able to look at someone so lecherously on the street. She could be considered to be thick-skinned and capable. Su Fingyan took a step back. In Lu Narong's eyes, this was almost a death sentence that deserved to be beheaded. She thought that this young man with the saber was really annoying. Why didn't he have the backbone of a Jianghu man? Thinking about it, Lu Narong sneered, full of ridicule and disdain. This guy surnamed Su was not a Jianghu man. He was just a dog in the general's house, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. She thought too highly of him to put her hopes on him. The handsome man wearing makeup saw that the woman beside him was moved, and his eyes turned red with jealousy. He whispered like a spoiled child, "Miss, that pretty boy is carrying a saber. These barbarians are so vulgar." The woman raised her hand and slapped the man's face. The latter held his face, his eyes full of resentment, and he was about to cry. Seeing Lu Narong and the others from the fish dragon gang, they all felt their hair stand on end and only felt nauseous. As a result, their disgust for the guy surnamed Su was reduced a lot. The rich woman who raised pretty boys like she raised cats and dogs, faced Su Fingyan. Her face was hot as if the sun had risen from the west. She had fallen in love with this slender young man at first glance. She was tired of eating the pretty boys beside her who were full of makeup and powder. She needed a change of taste to make her stomach feel better. She was just about to tease him when the sound of horse hooves came from the street. Four riders disregarded the noise of the busy streets and galloped over. Fortunately, they did not trample or knock down any pedestrians. Although these 4 riders were domineering, their horsemanship was also superb. A young master in brocade jumped off his horse, but the 3 armored retainers behind him did not move. Lu Narong saw all of this and had already guessed the identity of this young man. He was Zhou Ziru, the eldest son of the deputy commander of the toppling horse pass. Lu Narong had already memorized the places and people along the way to the north with her master, Xiao Chong. She remembered Zhou Ziru's name because even Xiao Chong mentioned him. It was said that Zhou Ziru was not only brilliant in literary talent, but also had many excellent works passed down in Bailiang. He could also draw a 3-stone bow and shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. His archery skills were outstanding. It should be known that 30 Jin was a Jun, and 4 Jun was a stone. To be able to draw a 3-stone bow was already a shocking amount of arm strength. If he could also ensure that the arrow was accurate, then he could directly enter Bailiang's army and become a crossbowman. Jianghu and the military were two sides of the same coin, but in the world, there was no ignorant brute who dared to look down on Bailiang. Lu Nerong looked at Zhou Ziru. She didn't expect that after he got off the horse, he didn't talk to the woman first. Instead, he smiled at her. Lu Nerong, who was caught off guard, subconsciously turned her head away. When she came back to her senses, she felt ashamed and her eyes returned to their usual coldness. In Bailiang, Zhou Ziru, who could barely be considered a seed, was happily chatting with the plump woman. Perhaps it was because this mink had a real handsome man like Zhou Ziru that she had lost interest in Su Fengnian. She just winked at him and walked through the city gate with Zhou Ziru. When they passed by the people of the fish dragon gang who were on guard, she didn't forget to make a show of force at Lu Nerong. Zhou Ziru, on the other hand, paused his steps. Xiao Chong let out a sigh of relief when they were outside. As long as they weren't a lone wild crane who looked down on the world with disdain, how could everything go according to their wishes? It was inevitable that they would have to face all kinds of forces several times. Afraid that Lu Nerong would take a liking to him, he found a light topic and said, "This young Master Zhou is skilled in both literature and martial arts. He is a good match for our Nerong." Lu Nerong said bitterly, "Master, you know that I dislike this kind of official's son the most. They look amiable and refined, but in reality, they eat people up without spitting out the bones." Xiao Chong smiled and no longer teased this arrogant disciple of his. Together, they went to find a suitable inn to stay in. Generally speaking, not entering a new inn or a new inn was an old rule in Jianghu. The reason was also simple. However, they were right under the eyes of the soldiers stationed at the Tumbling Horse Pass, so they didn't need to care too much about it. Finally, they found an old inn in the downtown area. More than 30 people spent nearly 20 taels of silver a night. Even Lu Nerong, who had never worried about food and clothing since childhood, was a little distressed. She knew that the local regulars would only ask for less than 10 taels of silver, but to be safe, even if they were treated as fat sheep and ruthlessly slaughtered, the fish dragon gang could only pinch their noses and endure it. During this period, Su Fengnian quietly followed behind. The scene on the street made the fish dragon gang despise this young man who originally didn't belong to the same gang with a sword. They thought to themselves, "Boy, are you wearing a sword for show? You were almost snatched away by a woman to be her gigolo. Even if you can't beat those evil servants, you should at least put on an angry face. You are a coward who doesn't say anything and takes a step back. Aren't you implicating the fish dragon gang and making a fool of themselves with you?" Bah! A young man from the fish dragon gang spat at Su Fengnian's feet. Chapter 367. Jianghu people were straightforward and straightforward. Su Fengnian immediately received his karma. In addition to spitting out a mouthful of saliva, he was also assigned to live in the cheapest and cramped room in the inn with the least experienced gang member. Su Fengnian remained silent and did not object. The guy who shared the room with him was called Wang Dashi. Unfortunately, his physique and personality were the complete opposite of his name. Not only was he short, but he was also as thin as a bamboo pole. Not only was he not as smelly and hard as the stone in the latrine pit, but he was also very weak and docile. However, his father had died in a gang fight in his early years, so he was very loyal to the fish dragon gang. Old gang leader Lu remembered his loyalty and took Wang Dashi into the gang despite his poor constitution. Although this young man did not have the slightest talent in martial arts, he was willing to endure hardships and was very diligent in his work. He would never slack off. In the gang, he often did the dirty work of scrubbing toilets or washing clothes for his senior brothers. He worked hard without complaint and was bullied several times over the years. However, this young man was naturally optimistic and never held grudges. Once in the gang, Lu Nerong accidentally saw him being bullied too much, so she paid extra attention to him and took care of Wang Dashi a little bit. Only then did Wang Dashi's situation improve slightly. This time, among all the members of the fish dragon gang, Wang Dashi was the only one who was willing to squeeze out a smile to Su Fengnian. Probably because they were in the same boat. This time he was living in the same room with Su Fengnian, so Wang Dashi did not have to worry about the faces of his senior brothers and martial uncles. After closing the door, he took the initiative to call out, "Young Master Su," and even took out the shichi pastry that he had bought in the downtown market. He actually bought 2 portions. The one on the surface was more than half a kilogram, but he secretly hid less than half a kilogram. The first portion was naturally taken away by his senior brothers. Otherwise, even if Wang Dashi, who loved pastries, spent money, he would not even be able to eat half a kilogram of delicacies. This was Wang Dashi's shrewdness in finding joy in suffering. In front of the taciturn young Master Su, Wang Dashi obviously had a strong sense of inferiority. It was so strong that he did not know how to hide it. He took out all the shichi pastry wrapped in oil paper and asked with a red face, "Young Master Su, would you like to have a taste?" Su Fingyan shook his head. Wang Dashi wasn't surprised. He sat at the table and started eating. Just as he started eating, a few senior brothers pushed the door open and entered without knocking. Wang Dashi turned his head in surprise and swallowed the pastry in his mouth subconsciously. He only knew that he was done for. If his senior brothers found out that he had secretly hidden pastries, they would definitely push him down and make him crawl between their legs again. The 3 burly senior brothers entered the room and searched the dumbfounded Wang Dashi. They didn't find anything they wanted. One of the senior brothers was discouraged and took his anger out on Wang Dashi. He slapped Wang Dashi's forehead and scolded, "You brat, you didn't sneak a few pieces of pastries. Are you King stupid or stupid? You made me lose half a tael of silver to Lido, that little chili. You have to pay for this half a tael of silver. After you get the money in a few days, you have to quickly return it to your senior brother. Do you hear me?" Wang Dashi, who was confused, nodded blankly. Before the senior brother left, he didn't forget to slap Wang Dashi again. He slammed the door and left while cursing. Bad luck. Wang Dashi waited until the senior brothers were far away and locked the door like a thief. He then put his ear to the door and didn't hear any footsteps. Only then did he calm down and wipe his mouth. He secretly rejoiced and smiled foolishly. He didn't have the slightest awareness that those pastries should belong to him, because he was the one who paid for them. It seemed that it was normal for this kind of useless person to be bullied. It would be strange if the wheel of fortune changed. Wang Dashi looked at the empty table and was dumbfounded. At this time, Su Fingyan raised his hand and put the missing pastries back on the table. Wang Dashi ran back to the table and sat down. He was so grateful that he didn't know what to say. Su Fingyan, who had unknowingly done a good deed, was still expressionless. He didn't try to worm his way into being friends with Wang Dashi. He just pulled his chair to a window seat and closed his eyes to rest like an old monk in meditation. In the first classroom, Lu Narong, Master Xiaochang, guest elder Gong Sunyang, and a steward surnamed Hong were sitting on 4 sides of the table. Xiaochang, who was holding 2 swords in a scabbard on the table, laughed softly and said, "Narong, tell me in detail about that white-clothed swordsman's swordsmanship." Those little bastards described it vaguely and couldn't give a single clue. Lu Narong and Xiaochang had practiced swordsmanship for many years. Since childhood, they had been influenced by their grandfather, old gang leader Lu, who had fought against experts from all walks of life. Among them, there was no lack of experts in swordsmanship. Lu Narong's insight was quite unique. He spoke tirelessly about several exquisite moves. Lu Narong didn't forget to use her finger as a sword and slowly draw strokes in the air. Xiaochang was not a swordsman who fished for fame. The most powerful thing about using 2 swords in a scabbard was that after being unsheathed, the mother and son swords could be used to circle around him like a pair of swallows. It could both attack and defend. Of course, this was not a superior swordsmanship, but a clever move. Xiaochang mocked himself for not being able to enter the eyes of a swordsmanship grandmaster. However, in the eyes of the Fish Dragon Gang, this was an extremely mysterious ability. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Lu Narong sincerely admired him. After practicing swordsmanship for more than 10 years, she could only make a single sword circle within a range of 3 feet. Moreover, it looked good but was useless. It was completely useless in a fight. Xiaochang was one of the few masters in the Fish Dragon Gang who could be ranked at the top of the second rate in the Lingzhou Wulin. He was not far from the front line of old gang leader Lu. He was the true number 1 swordsman in the gang. Lu Narong was his disciple, so Xiaochang was not misleading. Chapter 368. Xiao Chong listened to Lunarong's story and smiled. If I didn't guess wrong, the white-clothed swordsman is Cheng Yish, who is very popular at the border. I thought he was just fooling the people, but I didn't expect him to have some skills. It's a pity that he left in a hurry. Otherwise, he could have joined the fish dragon gang as a guest. That would be even better. Lunarong sighed. What a pity. Xiao Chong glanced at the dull Gong Sunyang and smiled. This Cheng Yish is good at martial arts, but compared to us he is still inferior. Narong back then, your uncle Gong Sun. Gong Sunyang struggled to lift his eyelids. His expression was as calm as an ancient well as he interrupted his old friend Xiao Chong. He waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it if it's nothing." Xiao Chong said helplessly, "I haven't said it yet." Gong Sunyang stood up and said softly, "Miss, I'll go back to my room first." Lunarong got up to see him off, but Gong Sunyang shook his head and stopped her. He walked out of the room alone. The fish dragon gang knew that this guest suffered from wet poison on his right toe. It was said that when he slept he couldn't even pull out the heel of his shoe, so he walked with a slight limp and rarely showed up. Among the senior members of the fish dragon gang, he was the only one who didn't even have a disciple. They only heard that the old guy could use the unique skill of 5 consecutive arrows, but no one had the chance to see it with their own eyes. The hornbow was covered in dust and hung on the wall all year round. No one knew if it was just for show. After Gong Sunyang left, Xiao Chong revealed some secrets of the past. Lunarong learned that Gong Sunyang once held the gate of the city with both hands and hung a fierce horse in the air when he rode into the city. If this was true, Uncle Gong Sun was not inferior to her grandfather when he was at his peak, but she didn't know if his cultivation had regressed over the years. Lunarong knew that the path of martial arts was like sailing against the current. If one slacked off, 1 month's effort would be wasted. It was like a pearl covered in dust for a long time. Even if it was wiped again, it would not be as round as it used to be. As the saying goes, pearls also have a life, and martial arts also have spirituality that can only be understood but not spoken. Xiao Chong hesitated and said in a deep voice, "Narong, I saw a familiar figure on the street today." Lunarong's heart skipped a beat. She whispered, "Is it Master's enemy?" Xiao Chong nodded. "It's not difficult to deal with one of them, but I'm afraid that several of them will gather together." Lunarong's tone was calm. She smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? The inn is only a short distance away from the pass. They wouldn't dare to cause trouble in public. Besides, Master and Uncle Gongsun are here. These scoundrels will kill them one by one. If 2 come, we'll kill a pair. If 3 come, we'll kill them all." Xiao Chong was also affected by Lunarong's tone, and a heroic spirit that was once covered by the aura of dusk welled up in him. He laughed and said, "We practice the sword, so we should have this heroic spirit. And I wrong, your cultivation will definitely be higher than mine in the future." Lunarong smiled. But when night fell, the fish dragons couldn't laugh anymore. His original intention was to live in a busy city, so that those who hid in the dark would have scruples. Who would have thought that he would be caught like a turtle in a jar? Lunarong stood by the window, her face pale. The torches outside the inn lit up the night like it was daytime. There were as many as 3 forces that had designs on the fish dragons. One of them was the enemy of the second leader, Xiao Chong. There were 5 or 6 people, and they didn't ride horses. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of Xiao Chong's last trip to Jianghu before he retired and take revenge. There were 3 unwritten rules in Jianghu. The first rule was that the hatred of several generations could be avenged by the descendants, but generally it wouldn't involve the wife or daughter. If there was a massacre of the whole family, not to mention the government, people in Jianghu would find it shameful. Chivalrous people were more likely to teach them a lesson if they had the ability. The second rule was that a master for a day was a father for life. Not to mention the slave of 3 surnames, who changed his master at will. Even if he changed his master, no matter what the reason was, it would be a stain for life. Therefore, the matter of apprenticeship was almost the most important thing in Jianghu. It was not inferior to the scholar's ceremony. The third rule was that once the retirement ceremony was arranged, the golden basin was placed, and the water in the bowl was poured, then all the ordinary grievances would be nullified. The second force was not unexpected. It was a woman wearing a mink headscarf. Everyone was riding a horse. The last force made the fish dragon gang feel hopeless. It was the young master Joziru, who was the deputy captain of the pass. He was followed by 8 or 9 cavalrymen, and more than 20 infantry soldiers. Joziru's handsome face was shining brightly under the light of the fire. He looked at Lu Narong on the second floor and slowly said, "We are catching bandits. Unrelated people, please leave." The mink headscarf woman spoke and acted without restraint. She didn't care if the fish dragon gang in the inn could hear. She said sweetly, "Young Master Zhou, it's settled. That woman surnamed Lu belongs to you. But you must not hurt her little brother with a saber." Joziru frowned and didn't reply. The woman, who was faintly unhappy, twitched the corner of her mouth and suppressed the disrespectful words that were already on the tip of her tongue. She coquettishly sat high on the horse with one hand on her waist, her index finger rhythmically tapping the pattern on the jade buckle. "At this border, who can escape from the palm of my hand? Why can men sit in the harem with 3,000 beauties, but we women can't have 300 gigolos? I just want it." Chapter 369. Joziru believed that he was well read in military books and could skillfully apply them to worldly affairs. Over the years, he had been successful in every endeavor. Not only did he become the chief advisor of Vice Captain Zhichang's father, he also gave advice and advice. He also personally set up traps, causing many famous bandits to fall in the pass. Just the reward alone was more than 2,000 taels of silver. Joziru ignored his father's heartache and distributed most of the silver to the soldiers of Tuma Pass who worked for him and his father. Although he was the most powerful young master in the pass, because a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow, his reputation among the common people had always been good. This time, casting a large net against the fish dragon gang was only a temporary idea. 3 days ago, a few people from Lingzhou found one of Joziru's friends and had a banquet. During the banquet, they said that they wanted to kill a member of the fish dragon gang named Xiaochang. Joziru originally did not want to participate in this kind of Jianghu vendetta, but those people from Wulin were very efficient. They detained a bandit who had fled to the vicinity of Tuma Pass and handed him over to young Master Zhou without saying anything. Joziru saw that they only wanted the fish dragon gang to stay in Tuma Pass for one night and did not need to personally do the dirty work, so he agreed. Who would have thought that when the fish dragon gang arrived, they would take out a personal letter from the former weapons supervisor of Bailiang? This caught Joziru off guard, and he immediately regretted that these people did not know the severity of the situation. However, Joziru knew that it was not easy to accumulate the reputation of young Master Zhou of Tuma Pass, and did not want to ruin it. He could only force himself to play the bad guy and stop the fish dragon gang. However, he had secretly prepared to let his trusted subordinates lead the troops to intervene once the two groups of people started fighting. At dusk, he met the woman with the mink headscarf who was a frequent visitor of Tuma Pass. After a secret conversation, Joziru changed his slightly conservative original intention and decided to make the fish dragon gang suffer a big loss. Not only did he want to accept the original Jianghu favor, but he also wanted to take the profits from the goods that belonged to the fish dragon gang. Of course, he did not want to have a falling out with the general who was already a false-rank Beimang official. Instead, he personally led people to the Beimang to finalize the deal. With the mink headscarf as the middleman, Joziru would not hesitate to hand over the money earned from the fish dragon gang. In this way, young Master Zhou could be considered to have established a connection with the former weapons supervisor. As for the lives of the dozens of people in the fish dragon gang, Joziru could only apologize in his heart. Moreover, his wishful thinking was not just about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sitting high on the horse with an indifferent expression, Joziru looked up and quietly made a hand gesture. In one of the rooms of the inn, a man with a rough voice shouted with all his might, "Grandpa has been blocked by you guys here today. I admit that I failed miserably at such a simple task. But I have more than 30 good brothers of the fish dragon gang, who can exchange their lives with me. If anyone dares to come and seek death, I will consider him a hero." Most of the members of the fish dragon gang were standing by the window to watch the show. They thought that they would be able to stay outside and enjoy a good show of soldiers catching bandits, but they did not expect to hear these words. The gang members almost spat blood on the window. Where did this bastard bandit come from? A few impatient young gang members raised their swords and were about to follow the voice to kill this bastard who had climbed out of a pond. Before they went out, the second gang leader Xiao Chang and the steward came to gather them into the 3 connected rooms next door and did not allow anyone to fight. The Fish Dragon Gang was not qualified to be a gang that lived like a prince and collected money by lying down. The members of the gang had seen a lot of schemes. At this time, no matter how stupid they were, they only knew that they had fallen into a trap. None of them dared to breathe. If it was just a fight between gangs, they were not afraid of anyone. But the cavalry and armored soldiers outside the inn were really terrifying. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would be accused of killing soldiers. How could the Fish Dragon Gang have a foothold in Beiliang's Jianghu? Lu Narong came to a room with a pale face. She calmed down her rapid breathing and knocked on the door. She was very decisive in her actions. Even though she was in a dead end, she didn't even bring Gong Sunyang with her, and went to the meeting alone with great sincerity. She wanted to see who was in the inn who wanted to drag the Fish Dragon Gang into the mire of eternal damnation. Lu Narong hoped that these people only wanted the money, but she knew in her heart that there was an 80 to 90% chance that they wouldn't be able to settle this matter with money. Lu Narong was shocked. Her body leaned back as a blade broke through the door. Lu Narong could even clearly see that the blade was only an inch away from her face. The person in the room didn't succeed in his attack, so he decisively put away his saber and kicked the door. Before Lu Narong's delicate body fell to the ground, she slapped the ground with one hand and spun her body, dodging the door. Standing in the corridor, her face was ashen. She saw a sloppy young man carrying a saber on his shoulder walk out of the room. The young man sniffled and looked at Lu Narong. After exchanging glances, he laughed and said, "If I knew it was a delicate girl, I would have held back." Lu Narong suppressed the anger in her heart and tried to ask calmly, "Why did you frame the Fish Dragon Gang?" Although the young swordsman was frivolous, like an ordinary rogue who flirted with women in the marketplace, the way he looked at people and the way he held the blade shocked Lu Narong. He was indeed an elite soldier in the Beiliang army. She remembered that her grandpa, old gang leader Lu, said that the difference between military officers and martial artists in Jianghu was that they might have blood on their hands. But compared with the ruthlessness of the latter, the former had a kind of courage that really penetrated into their bones. This kind of perseverance was the heart that was trained in the face of thousands of soldiers and horses. It was the evil spirit that gritted teeth and crawled back to the world of the living. After Lu Narong confirmed the identity of the swordsman in her heart, her whole body was cold and her mood fell to the bottom. The man grinned and said directly, "My second brother has taken a fancy to you. If you know what's good for you, you should go back with him obediently. My second brother wants me to tell you that if you are willing to be his woman, the Fish Dragon Gang will lose more than 30 people. With my second brother's help, the Fish Dragon Gang will be able to go to Beiliang and Beimeng unimpeded in the future. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Just take it as my second brother's betrothal gift. To be frank, my second brother already has a woman to marry. Miss Lu, you can just be a concubine without any status. Don't feel wronged. In fact, it's the Fish Dragon Gang that has climbed up the social ladder. Besides, it's a great blessing for me, Zhao Yingchuan, to call you my second sister-in-law." Lu Narong sneered and said, "Your second brother, Zhou Ziru, is really meticulous. I admire him very much." The young swordsman, who called himself Zhao Yingchuan, licked the corner of his mouth and glanced at the man who was paralyzed in the chair in the room. This poor guy was really unlucky to fall into the hands of his second brother. He had been poisoned by the muscle-weakening powder, which was the first choice of all rapists in Jianghu. Originally, he still had some of the toughness of a Jianghu hero, and was unwilling to shift the blame to the Fish Dragon Gang. He had to take a knife and slowly cut a bloody groove on the man's thigh. It was only half an inch away from the man's crotch. The man finally lost his restraint and shouted in the language his second brother had told him to,